on and so forth.
Yes, sir. She stayed there from 1 p.m. Indian Standard Time to 9 p.m. She stayed with us yesterday.
Well, in our own case, they are in Nigeria. So I think Nigeria is only 4 hours behind you.
Yes, sir.
Whereas here, we are 9.5 hours behind you. So what's the program going to be? You know, we start exactly at 1 o'clock, right?
Yes, sir. At 1 o'clock we will start.
Okay. When is my presentation?
So your presentation is at 1:15.
1:15. Okay.
1:15.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when I finish, how long can I stay before I go back to sleep?
After you finish, you can stay, sir, as long as you wish. So you are. So you can share the next speech.
Okay.
Please share the next speech, sir. After sharing the next speech, making some comment on that speech, you can take rest, sir. So you have been
Okay.
awake.
All right. Okay. Okay. Wow. This is fantastic. You've really done a great job here. You know, I wanted to send you. I wanted to send you some copies of African literature today for your department. But you know what's happening now is encouraging. You mail things to India, and then they hold them up at in New Delhi.
Yes, sir.
I have a new book that came out on African literature, and I sent a copy with another book, 2 copies to Dr. Kalapi Sen, and I sent them by FedEx. In New Delhi, they held them up till now. You know, it got to India on June 26th, but up till now they haven't delivered.
So perhaps because of some restrictions due to the corona pandemic, some restrictions are there in the customs. Yeah,
right,
and the flight schedules are also.
But these are just books.
Yeah.
So what I will do is I'll wait till the restrictions are over, then I'll mail these books to you. So you can have them in your department. In fact, I'm thinking of going to the post office here.
Welcome. Yes, sir.
I'm asking them to bring back the book, bring back the package. But how is the situation in India?
So the situation in India is now under control.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
The government is taking adequate care and measures at the local level as well as on the central state level.
Okay. Okay. I'm looking at is that Elam Hussein?
Yeah, Professor Elam Hussein has joined us. Professor Chandrava Chakravarty, head of the department of our collaborating West Bengal State University. She has also joined the meeting.
Okay. Now, Elam, we have communicated before, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we did. You're from Bangladesh, right?
Yes, sir. From Bangalore.
Okay. Right. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Okay. Fine. You people are doing you're doing something great there. So what's your paper going to be on? Or have you presented already?
I will present my paper today.
Today, okay. What's the topic?
Sir, rereading of Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart Eco-Commotion.
Yes, right. That's wonderful. There's how much of Chinua Achebe is read in your courses? Do you read? Are you reading any of the students reading any of his other novels?
So we study Achebe's novels in our universities, in our country.
Okay.
And we have a center here, sir, Center for Studies in African Literature and Culture, Dhaka.
Okay.
And
okay.
We organize different seminars and conferences there to discuss on works, the works of Nsukka. We also, sir, publish a periodical from our center. The name of the periodical is Africa Ralo, that is Light of Africa.
Okay. That's wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. And I have translated Achebe's Things Fall Apart into our language.
Oh yes, you said that. Has it been published?
So I will publish it very soon, most probably next month. I will publish it.
Okay. I hope you got proper copyright permissions.
Sir, my publisher is contacting Kidi Achebe.
Okay.
And he will seek permission from him. Yes, sir.
Okay. If you have any problem, let me know.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, so I can talk to Chidi directly.
And sir, I write all your writings, sir, and your writings always inspire me to peep into the heart of Africa.
Thank you.
Your recent, I have also studied your recent book.
Okay, the one there you downloaded it on the internet. Is that the literary history? Is it?
Yes, sir. The literary history of the economy.
Okay.
One of my friends in Australia.
Right. When the pandemic is over.
Yes, sir.
I will send you some copies of African Literature Today.
So kind of you.
Yeah. So I would like people to write, submit their articles for the journal. And then when books are published in India, we can get them also reviewed in the journal. So let's be in touch. I was supposed to come to Bangladesh last year, but it didn't work out. Yeah, there were conflicts with schedule I had to go to attend a conference in Nigeria, Association of Nigerian Authors. First of all, in Bangladesh, they first picked a date and then they changed the date. So that really, the new dates they picked, I was already booked elsewhere. So that's so. What are you doing this year?
So next time I will request the organizers to contact you.
Yeah.
And
okay.
Lucky if you are here next time. So.
Yeah, I'll definitely like to. The president of our university is an Indian. So they were very happy. He was happy when I said I was going to Bangladesh. So let's hope it will work out this year, and if we start the arrangements early enough.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who else do I recognize here? So how long did it take you to translate Things Fall Apart?
So I am trying to translate it after exploring different pidgins, and I am exploring myths and proverbs of Igbos. And I am trying to maintain the flavor of African literature or African culture. I am very much careful in maintaining the intact flavor of African literature.
you should also try to come to a conference in Nigeria. One of the presenters today, Professor Idi Uko, they run a very big conference on African literature every 2 years, and I think they have one this year. And the one next year to be I believe in February or April. I'm not quite sure now that this pandemic has altered so many things. But should keep in touch. You know, the purpose of this kind of collaboration is that we can contact each other. If I know you are doing some research and I can be of help, you just let me know. And if you need some books here, you should let me know. You know.
Thank you, sir. I will be very lucky to remain in Europe.
Right. So Dr. Sarkar now has my email, and I believe you have my email also. So let's correspond, okay?
Okay, sir. It's already one, sir. We can start, sir, with the permission.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
So we started, sir.
Oh, we started. Okay.
Welcome everyone to the international webinar on African literature, orature, and culture. Welcome everyone. So we have used this Google link, YouTube Google link, and through this participants are joining this international webinar on African literature, orature, and culture. We start with this plenary session today. And at the beginning, we will have the welcome address to be delivered by Professor Chandrava Chakravarty. May I now request Professor Chandrava Chakravarty, Madam.
Thank you, Shubhabrata. Shall I start with the welcome address?
Yes, Madam.
Yes. In my capacity as convener of the Postgraduate Board of Studies of English at Rishi Bankim Chandra College, I welcome all speakers and viewers to the plenary session of this international seminar on African literature, orature, and culture. Ever since the inception of the English department of West Bengal State University, the parent university to which this college is affiliated, we have focused on the teaching of literatures written in the English language. An extensive syllabus on African literature was made part of this course. May I request the organizers to ask the viewers to mute their microphone? A sound in the background is disturbing.
Participants, may I request you please switch off your audio mics. All the participants who have joined us, please switch off your microphone. Yes, Supriya Datto, please switch off your microphone. Supriya Datto, CSSM, please switch off your microphone. Otherwise, I will mute it.
Thank you. An extensive syllabus, as I said, on African literature was made part of this course on literature in from other parts of the world written in English. The modules aimed at pushing the boundaries of the so-called English canon and emphasize the importance of the other literatures written in English so that we create a confluence of literatures in English produced at different parts of the world. These works underscore the polyvalent, hybrid, and increasingly complex nature of the expanding horizons of multicultural English literatures in the context of globalization and the diasporic world. In his landmark essay, Vishwa Sahitya or World Literature, Tagore speaks of the universal values that world literature can embody and remind us of Goethe's 1827 pronouncements on Welt Literatur as a parallel to the non-Euro-American formulation of what he calls, and within quotes, the older vision of world literature as the expression of universal humanity. Tagore's words sum up the real value of being exposed to what he understood by world literature. And I again quote from Tagore: "It is time we pledge that our goal is to view universal humanity in universal literature by freeing ourselves from rustic uncatholicity. That we shall recognize a totality in each particular author's work, and that in this totality we shall perceive the interrelations among all human efforts at expression." Unquote. Although translation involves the process of the untranslatable elements of a specific culture, Tagore was more concerned with the creative potential behind it. For him, literary creativity is above all an act of resistance directed against all forms of containment and reification, including the conceptual frames that varieties of literary criticism and academic scholarship favor, either deliberately or by default. So if literature cannot be reduced to plot, place, and time, it can neither be conceived or perceived as a constructed artifact, because it constitutes the world, the creative potential of which is always ongoing and incomplete like this material world. I wish this conference on African literature and culture succeeds in creating not only knowledge, but different types of rewards, from productive use of approaches and perspectives to the creation of new bonds among people who will interact with each other. With this, I heartily welcome all again. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chandrava Chakravarty, for this excellent welcome address to the participants coming from all over the world. Madam, your inspiration has always supported us, and the Department of English, West Bengal State University, has been organizing and conducting so many international level seminars and conferences in collaboration, of course, with our college. And as the convener of our department, PG, so Madam, you have been supporting us a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Now, may I request our Honorable Principal, Sir, Dr. Sanjib Saha, to deliver the inaugural address for this plenary session. Dr. Sanjib Saha, Principal, Rishi Chandra College, has been serving as a principal of this college for the last 15 years. And with his able leadership, we have been able to carry forward the missions and vision of academic excellence. And with the support of the Honorable Vice Chancellor, West Bengal State University, Professor Bashav Chaudhary, we have been able to take our college to the best of the knowledge. So, Dr. Sanjib Saha, please welcome. Please deliver your inaugural address for the plenary session, sir.
Thank you, Shubho. Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable speakers of the plenary session, dignitaries, distinguished guests, research scholars, faculty members of the organizing institutes, participants, and friends. Today is the second day of international webinar. You know that after an eventful yesterday, that is the first day of our 2 days international level webinar on African literature, orature, and culture, where we had a good number of papers presented, and so far I know that the technical session had completed around 8:30 p.m. or something like that. It's a very, very how can I express? It's very nice to see that a session has been elongated up to 8:30, and we also know that we had a very good interactive sessions between the speakers and the participants. Now today we have the plenary session, which bears the promise of being equally exciting. Today too, we have a number of erudite papers to be presented by distinguished speakers from across the countries. We look forward to hearing them. And today, just now, Professor Chandrava Chakravarty, Head of the Department of English with Bengal State University. She has delivered the welcome address. And we know that Dr. Sneha Kaur Choudhury of the same university is also supposed to speak later in the day. We are really grateful to them for their kind interest. Now, yesterday, Dr. Pradeep Ranjan Sengupta, who is also a member of our faculty member of our college, delivered the concept note. Now, he will be reading a paper today and chairing the session. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to him for his very active participation. Now, eminent professors of all other collaborating institutes like University of Rio, Nigeria, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and Dhaka City College will be speaking today. Besides this, we are also eagerly waiting for the eliciting lectures and illuminating lectures of the professors from other institutes like St. Xavier's College, Raja P.R.E. Mohan College, Uttarpara, University of Michigan Flint, who will also be presenting papers today, which makes us feel thankful to them. Lastly, my heartiest thanks to all the faculty members of the Department of English of our college and other organizing institutes who have worked tirelessly to make this webinar possible. But nothing could have been achieved with the active support of the scholars who have taken an active interest in this webinar. They have given us the intellectual stimulus that we require to engage in exploring and unraveling the mysteries of African literature and culture. I look forward eagerly to the publication of a commemorative volume of this webinar, which will have all its papers and proceedings. I believe students, research scholars, and also the teachers will be benefited from these valuable and illuminating lectures of the speakers today. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Principal Sir Dr. Sanjib Saha, for your inaugural address for this plenary session. With your kind words of inspiration and appreciation, we hope that this plenary session will do its best. Thank you, sir. So we will directly move on to the plenary session now, sir, with the kind permission. And this plenary session.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
The plenary session will be chaired first by Professor Chandrava Chakravarty.
Thank you, Dr. Shankar.
Professor Chandrava Chakravarty, I must introduce Professor Chandrava Chakravarty, who is presently working as a professor and head of the Department of English, West Bengal State University. With a teaching experience of 20 years, she is engaged in MA courses, MPhil courses, and PhD course study of the West Bengal State University. And she is also assisting as convener of UG Board of Studies and UG and PG Board of Studies of different colleges that are affiliated to West Bengal State University offering PG courses. Her areas of research interest: literature in long 18th century. She is the excellent critic of this area. Gender studies, cultural studies, literature of colonial Bengal. She did her MA in English literature and from University of Calcutta, PhD from University of Calcutta. Professor Chandrava Chakravarty was awarded doctoral degree on the study of gender culture interface in the 18th century British literature. She has obtained the Charles Wallace India Trust Scholarship from UK for undertaking her doctoral research. Her areas of research interests are British literature of the long 18th century, colonial Bengal, gender and cultural studies, Bollywood and popular culture. As postdoctoral pursuits, she is engaged nowadays in studying the connections between gender construction, identity, and nation building in various kinds of cultural texts. As at present, her areas of interest, research interest, include literature of long 18th century, gender studies, cultural studies, literature of colonial Bengal. She is actively engaged in curriculum designing. She has been support to the UG curricular design, especially the CBCS model that has come just now. And for the last 3 years, she has been steering with her leadership from the front. Her support in the postgraduate course planning is also noteworthy. And she's also offering optional courses on autobiography, gender and literature studies, literature and film studies, literature in the colonial Bengal. With her vast experience and pedagogical skill, she has become a renowned name in the field of academics all over Bengal, all over India. Thank you, madam, for chairing this session. I must also appreciate your recent publications, especially on Tagore, Ideas of New Women, and textbooks that you have published recently. So the research articles that you have published in the leading journals and newspapers numbering to hundreds. So madam, we are very fortunate that you have delivered the welcome address and you have agreed to chair this session. Please, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Sharkar, for a very generous and warm welcome. It has been a pleasure to work at West Bengal State University and to be at the head of things so far as UG and other and the PG departments and other colleges are concerned. And I'm also really grateful to the Department of English of Rishi Chandra College and to the principal of this college for giving me this opportunity to introduce the eminent scholar and professor of African Studies, Ernest N. Emeoyunu. Ernest Emeoyunu is Emeritus Professor of Africana Studies at the University of Michigan, Flint, Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Letters and Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Education. Professor Emeoyunu is a specialist in African literature. He has taught African literature at various institutions of higher learning in Nigeria and the United States and has published extensively in the field. His publications include articles in leading journals of African literature and chapters in books and anthologies on the criticism of African literature. He has edited several works of criticism, including Emerging Perspectives on Nawal El Sadawi, Emerging Perspectives on Chinua Achebe, Volumes 1 and 2, Goatskin Bags and Wisdom, New Critical Perspectives of African Literature. He's also the author of A Good Shepherd, a biography of the Most Reverend Benjamin C. Nwakiti. His works of fiction include Tales of Our Motherland and a number of children's books, including Uzo, A Story of African Childhood. Professor Emeoyunu is the editor of the Journal of African Literature Today. With these words, I invite the professor to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you very much. My name is Ernest Emeoyunu. You're saying afternoon there, but here in the United States, we're almost it's close to 4 a.m. So I do hope I can deliver this all through without falling asleep. So first of all, I want to thank the organizers of this forum on African literature, orature, and culture for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation. My keynote address is entitled Chinua Achebe and the Art of the Novel, focusing on medium and message in his first novel, Things Fall Apart. I particularly want to thank Dr. Sharkar, who invited me to deliver this paper. I bring you greetings across the Atlantic from the University of Michigan and also from the editorial board of African Literature Today. This is the oldest international journal of African literature still publishing in the world today. It comes out once a year, November. The one in print now is on environmental transformations. Yesterday, I sent to Dr. The call for papers for the next volume, LT39, on speculative fiction and science fiction. We'll be very happy to get submissions from India on these, not just on this volume, but all subsequent volumes. The African literature today the opportunity to share ideas, research ideas that are related to African literature. We do book reviews and so on and so forth. So please, I've requested Dr. Saha to please circulate that call for papers, and we'll be glad to have your submissions. Dr. Saha's letter of invitation for me to present this address took me down memory lane to decades ago when I received a similar invitation from one of the earliest advocates for the introduction of the study of African literature in India, Dr. C.D. Narasimha, an indefatigable scholar and literary luminary, now of blessed memory. Dr. Narasimha invited me under the auspices of the famous journal, Literary Criterion, that he was not only involved heart and soul, but helped in immeasurable ways to shape, pioneer, and project its global awareness, ability. The invitation to me was to collaborate with him to produce a book that would bring the awareness of African literature into Indian classrooms and pave the way for intellectual give and take between Indian and African, and then at that particular time, specifically Indian and Nigerian literary scholars, collaboration in research and in publications. The result of that invitation was the publication in 1988 of a co-edited book titled African Literature Comes of Age. This is, I think you see the image of this, even though this is it's a mirror, it will look probably upside down. But the book that we collaborated to do, and its purpose was to help introduce African literature in Indian classrooms. In memory of Dr. Narasimha, my keynote address today is dedicated to him. He was a good colleague, he was a good sharer of information, and he was somebody who really moved, was very, very interested in African literature. Now we did the book together. In our shared responsibilities, he did the foreword to the book, and I did the introduction. Permit me to share with you briefly something about that book. Dr. Narasimha provided the historical background for the collaboration, and this is the way he put it in the foreword. He said, African literature occupies a special place among the new literatures of the Commonwealth for its vigor, vitality, and freshness. Like the literatures of the islands of the Pacific, it enjoys an enviable activity. For though its medium now is English, its oral literature in the numerous languages of Africa dates back to the pre-Christian era. Its myths and proverbs reflect, like the drumbeat and the ring of the temple bell, the distilled wisdom of lived experience of the people who had evolved over the millennia a homogeneous culture. He continued, India is obviously a latecomer to African writing. It is with this view, it is with the view to filling this gap that the Literary Criterion conceived this project of collaboration. And then he continued, and that was when Professor Ernest Emenyano of Calabar University, Nigeria, and I met at the Atlas conference in Singapore in 1986 ACLAS is the Association for Commonwealth Literature and Language Studies. So he continued, as one would say, the contributions numbering 17 chapters and in the book, a book of 239 pages, he said the contributions aren't by condescending cultural babysitters with Eurocentric standards, but instead the contributions are by insiders. And the word he used there is very important, because when I talk about Achebe today, I will emphasize telling the story from the an insider's point of view. He ended the foreword by saying, "It is my hope collaboration between academics from our far-flung countries is but the beginning of many such joint ventures." You can see, Dr. Sarkar, that what is happening today really has a foundation decades and decades ago. And it is my also, as Dr. Narasimha said, that this revival will move forward to in time. In the introduction, I followed up from where Dr. Narasimha stopped, affirming, and in my own words now, African literature has indeed come of age. It was no surprise that the 1986 Nobel Prize for Literature was won by the incisive African playwright, poet, social critic, novelist, and activist, Professor Wole Soyinka of Nigeria. To some people, it was a surprise that an African writer who writes in a language, English, not indigenous to his culture, should be so distinguished. For such people, literature is a gift to Africa as the early European colonizer. Yet, literature has existed for as long as humans have existed on the continent. Continents known worldwide as the cradle of humankind and human civilization. I hasten to add that after Wole Soyinka had won the Nobel Prize in 1986, 3 other Africans followed in quick succession to win the Nobel Prize. In 1988, Mahfouz from Egypt. In 1991, Lady Ngodima from South Africa. And in 2003, J.M. Coetzee. So a continent that has produced in the last 20 years of the 20th century, 4 Nobel laureates. It's important to look at what they are saying in their literature. So the idea of collaboration, the idea of teaching African literature in India and teaching Indian literature in Nigeria is very welcome. When I was at the University of Calabar in Nigeria, before I moved to the United States, I was chair of the Department of English and then Dean of Arts and then Deputy Vice Chair. And we had one professor from Pakistan, the Professor Maratne from Pakistan. And we also had somebody from India, a woman who was in the Department of English. So it's been long when we have been experimenting with this kind of collaboration. Let's now go forward and do it. In the middle of the 20th century, when African writing came forcefully to world attention, the early works in English and French were dogged by controversies over labels and definitions. Can an African write a novel? And if he or she somehow manages, is it conceivable to call it an African novel? Europe and the world were content to have others write for Africans about Africa. and call what they write African classics. This was the era when myths and misconceptions were in abundance about Africa. Chinua Achebe, in his article, The Role of the Writer in a New Nation, published in 1964, mentioned three of these myths and denigrations of the African continent. And I'm quoting his words now. The first of them, the fact that Thomas Jefferson, the great theoretician of American freedom, believed, at least in his active years, that Negroes have a lower grade of talent than whites. Second one, by Chinua Achebe mentioned, the poet Kipling said something about Black men being half devil and half child. And then the famous humanitarian Albert Schweitzer sees no reason to doubt that he is the Black man's brother, only that he thinks of himself as the elder or senior brother. These were the underratings of the people at the time we are talking about. So when the question came up, can an African write a novel more so in the English language? Europe's reply was no. But obviously, Europe did not see it coming. For when his Things Fall Apart happened in 1958, literature in English language changed forever. But the controversy over the identity and definition of African literature was by no means over. If literature is defined by the language in which it is produced, would Things Fall Apart and other creative works by Africans that followed it be called African literature, or just simply appendages to European literature, French or British, as the case may be? Europe claimed that it already had African classics written by European officers or visitors, chief among them Joseph Conrad, a Polish man who wrote who wrote Heart of Darkness, published in 1899, and an Irishman, Joyce Carey, who wrote Mr. Johnson, published in 1939. Teachers of African literature, and in particular Chinua Achebe, anywhere in the world, should be their students aware of these two works, Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad and Mr. Johnson by Joyce Carey, because these were the books that when Achebe was in Nigeria, these were read as African classics. And at that time, he said that in several interviews, he mentioned that he maintained that when he read those books, he didn't identify the characters as real human beings in Africa. So he saw the novels, both, definitely, specifically, Chinua Achebe was, I think, one of the first critics in the world to call Joseph Conrad a racist. And then he mentioned that the both Heart of Darkness and Mr. Johnson were simply caricatures of Africa and African people. So when he wrote Things Fall Apart, there were these controversies about definitions of African literature, with Europe not accepting it as literature, and and treating the works with some kind of derision. So much of what happened in the 1960s focused on, in the criticism of African literature, focused on even trying to define African literature. There was a conference held in 1962, very significant conference, titled A Conference of African Writers English Expression. It was held in June 1962. This conference focused seriously on trying to define African literature, but they did not succeed. After that failure, Chinua Achebe preferred a definition of African literature, and I'm going to quote his words. African literature is a group of associated units. In fact, the sum total of all national and ethnic literature of Africa. He went on further. A national literature is one that takes the whole nation for its province and has a realized or potential audience throughout its territory. In other words, he continued, a literature that's written, underline the word written, in the national language. And then he said, an ethnic literature is one which is available only to one ethnic group within the nation. He gave a specific example. If you take Nigeria as an example, the national literature, he said, as I said, is the literature written in English. And the ethnic literatures are those written in Nigerian languages: Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Efik, Edo, Ibibio, and so on and so forth. And I've seen a number of Nigerians participating at this conference. Although this definition went a long way to define and identify, to define the identity of African literature with substantive credibility, it all the same was incomplete. If it were definitively final, the title of what we are doing today would not be what it is. Because what's omitted in Chinua Achebe's working definition of African literature, what's omitted is really something that is the foundation of all African literature. To be basic and simplify it for everybody, I would ask you to imagine a tree. That's the structure of African literature. At the top are branches that hold fruits. The branches rest on the stem of the tree, and the stem is held in place by the roots underground. Now apply them to African literature. The roots of African literature oral literature transmitted by word of mouth from generation to generation. The stem is the literature written in indigenous African languages, and the branches are the works written in European languages such as English and French. Early European theorists and critics at the time we're talking about saw the branches of the tree and defined African literature by branches. Early, they did not know anything, or even if they did know, they did not acknowledge the existence of the stem and the existence of the roots that hold up literature. So please, if you have any definition or study or teaching of African literature that includes the works in indigenous languages and oral literature, oral performances, for that matter, that definition, that teaching, that learning, that study is not only incomplete, It's abysmally wrong. Fortunately, there are today works on oral literature and physical dramatizations of some of these works that anybody studying African literature, researching African literature, should have access, easy access to. If you are teaching African literature, at least make your students aware of the foundational of African oral literature and literature written in indigenous languages. Elsewhere, I had stated categorically that oral literature embodies the raw and original African values. Children grow up under the tutelage of their mothers, and through the oral tales, especially the animal stories, they learn about good and evil in their society. In all this, the real significance of the folk tale or any of those tales is that it demonstrates the logic of behavior and its vital implications and consequences for life in general. So mothers, families use oral tales, folk tales, folklore, whichever you choose to call it. They use them in the serious upbringing of children. And also elsewhere, I've compared writings in indigenous African languages and writings in European languages by Africans. I had equally stated unequivocally that the African novel written in European languages, mainly English and French, emerged in the middle of the 20th century through the efforts of upcoming African writers to repudiate the distortions of African realities in fiction and memoirs by European colonizers. It was a literature of cultural and political protest. However, the novel in African languages, which was older, closer to its sociocultural environment, customs, and traditions, yielded a literature of cultural identity and affirmation. The values portrayed and narrative techniques employed were different from the portraits about Africa by European authors. I have released a book published by Routledge in England entitled The Literary History Novel. One of these ethnic, the literary history of the Igbo novel and literature in African languages. It's very expensive. They sell it £120 in UK, $155 in the United States. So in Nigeria, it will cost something like 70,000 naira. But I did give the publishers the permission to put a PDF version, an electronic version of the book, so that you can download it free of charge. So if you haven't already done that, try and do that. In writing that book, I had to collect novels in Igbo language. So when we're talking about ethnic literature, it's not it's not a trivial thing. I have in my office here in Michigan more than 150 novels written in Igbo language. So sometimes there's the impression that Europe introduced the novel in Africa. It's not correct. In South Africa, we have Shaka Zulu, published in 1825. In Nigeria, we have Omenoko, which I have translated to English, published in 1933. Yoruba novel published in 1938 by F.O. Fagunwa. So these are there. So the problem is that those early Europeans, early European critics and so on and so forth, were not able to understand literature in oral, in its oral form, because it was in African languages, and they could also not read the literature in indigenous African languages. So it is important that I encourage African scholars at this time to try and translate as many of these early works in indigenous languages as possible, so that the world can see what the novel was like before the early Europeans came to Africa. Now, how can you talk about introducing the novel form when the earliest works in English, the earliest African works in English were 1952, Tutola, the Palm Wine Drinker, and 1958, Chinua Achebe, Things Fall Apart, for his Things Fall Apart. But I've already told you that the first novel in Igbo language was published in 1933. The first novel in Yoruba language was published in 1938. So how could you be introducing the novel in 1952 and 58? And Nigerian novels in Nigerian languages, had been published as early as 1933. In the time left for this presentation, let us now focus attention on Chinua Achebe and his first novel, Things Fall Apart. Some people have described Chinua Achebe as the inventor of African literature. The fact is that Chinua Achebe is the creative genius in 20th century African literature. But it's not only the creative genius, he also is the quintessential literary philosopher of the 20th century in Africa. He looked Europe in the eye and described their arts for art's sake theory, and I'm putting him, so these are not my words. He described arts for art's sake as mere deodorized dog shit. That was Chinua Achebe, not me. And you begin to imagine from his from his non-creative, you could see Chinua Achebe, soft-spoken, but very seriously resilient and confident, taking on Europe. Now, he maintained that art had social purpose and function, and the work of art definitely must have a message. That differentiated the function of the writer or artist in Europe from that of artists in Africa. Achebe's unique distinctions as a novelist lie in the areas of informed vision and artistic integrity. His greatest legacy to 20th century will be found in his pioneer role in the nativization of this language. His ingenious use of the English language is now a model for creative writers in situations where English is a second or foreign language all over the world. No African writer has, to the extent that Achebe has done, fashioned a conscious blueprint for imaginative creativity with a clearly constructed modus operandi for its realization. He defined African literature for the world of the 20th century and supplied for modern African writers the vital theme of the era. Again, listen very carefully, and I'm sure many of you have already read these quotations. Chinua Achebe defining the fundamental theme of African writing in the 20th century as follows. The fundamental theme in African writing is that African peoples did not hear of culture for the first time from Europeans. Their societies were not mindless, but frequently had a philosophy of great depth and value and beauty. They had poetry, and above all, they had dignity. It is this dignity that many peoples all but lost in the colonial period. And it is this dignity that they must now regain. He continued, the worst thing that can happen to a people is loss of their dignity and self. The writer's duty, and now this is where he differs from Europe, talking about art for art's sake. The writer's duty is to help his people, her people, regain the dignity, the self-dignity, the self-respect and dignity that they lost. And the writer can do this by showing them in human terms what happened to them, what they lost. Then he said, there is a saying in the Igbo language, in the Igbo culture, that a man who can't tell where the rain began to beat him cannot know where he dried his body. The writer can tell the people where the rain began to beat them. The writer's duty is to explore in depth the human condition. And then he concluded by saying, in Africa, the writer cannot perform this task unless he or she has a proper sense of history. Now, this article is called The Role of a Writer in a New Nation. I encourage you, researchers, teachers, students, to read this article. Also read what Chinua, another article called The African Writer and the English Language, and another one called The Novelist as Teacher. Chinua Achebe provided for Africa and the world the art of the African novel, perfected amazingly in his first novel, Things Fall Apart, which he published at the age of 28. This novel tells the inside story of the encounters between traditional African societies and the early European colonizers. And then Chinua Achebe, with this novel, laid to rest centuries of European distortions of African pre-colonial life, history, and reality. He always maintained that until the story of the hunt in the forest is told from the point of view of the deer or another animal in the forest, until the deer, the animal in the forest, tells the story of what happened in the forest, the story will always be about the victory of the hunter. And now that brings me to the major facts about the teaching of African literature, and in particular, Things Fall Apart. When the novel was published in 1958, that's with the title taken from W.B. Yeats' poem, Second Coming. European critics ran amok, or as it were, searching for European influences on Chinua Achebe. Well, I tell you, if you're a teacher, if you're a researcher, if you're reading Things Fall Apart, try teaching Things Fall Apart or reading Things Fall Apart first from chapter 20 of the novel. Go to the second to the last paragraph, where Chinua Achebe, tongue-in-cheek, said, does a white man understand our custom about land? Because land is very important in traditional African societies. How can he, when he does not even speak our tongue? But he says our customs are bad. And our own brothers who have taken up his religion also say that our customs are bad. How can we fight when our own brothers have turned against us? And then Chinua Achebe, in this novel, chapter 20, looked Europe in the eye and said, the white man is very clever. He came quietly and peaceably with his religion. We were amused at his foolishness and allowed him to stay. Now he has won our brothers, and our clan can no longer act like one. He has put a knife on the things that held us together, and we have fallen apart. Now I say to you, teachers, researchers, mentors, supervisors of graduate students, if you are teaching or researching researching Things Fall Apart, instead of teaching your students to read the story from the point of view of the hunter, why don't you make your students read the story from the point of view of the deer, the hunted animal in the forest? If you direct your students to read Things Fall Apart from this perspective, what are going to be the event, the results? They will read and see Africa in the Things Fall Apart as a classic tool for the study of European strategies in the fall of Africa. If they read Things Fall Apart from the point of view of the hunted instead of the hunter, they will understand Things Fall Apart as a tool for deconstructing Eurocentric perspectives of Africa. They will see Things Fall Apart as a tool for understanding the tactics of the early Europeans in their encounter with Africans. That these were well-designed strategies for the fall of Africa as a part to be reckoned with in global perspectives. A tool for understanding the design of imperial conquest and its psychological implications. They will still think Things Fall Apart as a tool for understanding traditional African social institutions, religions, family and community life, systems of justice, punishment, merit, and reward. They will see Things Fall Apart as a tool for understanding the Africa of today, issues in cultural confusion and conflicts, and the weakening effects of African development as a geocultural region. And they will also see Things Fall Apart as a tool for understanding traditional African concepts of tragedy and heroism. Now, you see the difference between the way you present Things Fall Apart and the way Europeans were presenting Things Fall Apart. In fact, you know, the novel so angered some. The novel angered so many people that it was said that some of them threw away their copies of Things Fall Apart. Now, the statistics dating back to 2010 show that Things Fall Apart has been translated into 65 languages and counting. And sales of over 12 million copies have been recorded. It makes Things Fall Apart one of the most widely read novels on the face of the earth. In 2019, Things Fall Apart was named one of the 12 novels considered the greatest book ever written. And in his lifetime, Times of London cited Chinua Achebe as one of the 1,000 makers of the 20th century. A writer acknowledged as Africa's leading novelist, revered by his contemporaries inside and outside the continent of Africa for his magical artistic prowess. Nuruddin Farah of Somalia, an accomplished award-winning novelist himself, described Chinua Achebe as Africa's best novelist and craftsman, and one of the world's greatest novelists, living or dead. Toni Morrison, the 1993 Nobel laureate, thanked Achebe for those which he opened figuratively for her. Jerome Brooks, an accomplished African-American scholar and writer, described Achebe as a necessary angel who restored for Africans in the diaspora, meaning African Americans, something that slavery took from them. Chinua Achebe is the only African writer so far whose novels chronologically followed and matched African political history and economic development. He was original to the core. When he submitted the manuscript of Things Fall Apart for publication to the publishers in England, the manuscript ran into hundreds of pages. And I saw this, the original manuscript in England during my research a long time ago. It's now missing. Instead of shortening that manuscript, Chinua Achebe instead worked out, developed 2 novels out of it. The first one, Things Fall Apart, and then the second one, No Longer at Ease. Things fall apart pre-colonial, no longer it is colonial, but they had a small material left of that manuscript. So that's where Chinua Achebe showed his greatest ingenuity as a writer. That small material was what he blew into, developed into his third novel, Arrow of God. So when you hear people calling the three books, Things Fall Apart, no longer it is Arrow of God, a trilogy. No, they are not correct. And if you want to see it as a trilogy, actually read the novel in a different sequence. First, Things Fall Apart, then Arrow of God, then no longer it is. Because Arrow of God was where Chinua Achebe, in that small material, he tried to experiment with coexistence between these two cultures. Achebe used to wonder how somebody could leave his place in England and travel 6,000 miles away to Africa to tell the people that the food they're eating is not right, to tell the people that their music is not right, to tell the people that their dance is not right, and of all, to tell the people that their religion was wrong. If you want to find out what really the greatest sin of the Europeans during the colonial era in Things Fall Apart, go and look at that chapter. It talks about shaving the heads, shaving the hair of the elders. Okay, that's like burning down Muslim house, Muslim worshiping area, or a church, or burning down the Vatican in Rome. So you have to understand the seriousness of really. In African cultures, you revere ancestors, you respect elders. In the European camp, 6,000 miles away, and others that their hair be shaved. You have to understand what actually brought Okonkwo to cut off the messenger or the white man. Because already the white man had cut off the head of Africa. So I will conclude by saying, again, try reading Things Fall Apart from the point of view of the hunted instead of the hunter. Chinua Achebe's greatest legacy was that he showed the world the African art of storytelling as second to none anywhere in the world, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Oyunu, for such a thought-provoking keynote address. Dedicated to Professor C.D. Ranasamaya, the keynote address highlights the importance of African literature as a part of Commonwealth literature. Professor Oyunu underscored the need of judging African literature and culture from the non-Western world, not from the Eurocentric, not by Eurocentric standard, but from the vantage point of an insider's view. He points to the European stereotypes of Africa and its people circulated globally by Europe, and of the literature written in the English language from Africa as a challenge to Western literary and cultural hegemony tainted by racism. Professor pointed out, he used an arboreal metaphor to describe the entire corpus of African literature and underscored the importance of acknowledging the cultural root and the indigenous literature inflected by African values while undertaking a study of African literature. As a mark of post-colonial resistance, the professor has challenged the widely accepted notion that the novel emerged in Europe by pointing out that long before Europe came up with this form, it was being written in Africa. And he presents Achebe's Things Fall Apart as a tool for deconstructing the Eurocentric construction of Africa and for revealing the European strategies for the fall of Africa. Thank you once again for such an informative and illuminating
lecture. I hand over the session to Dr. Shubhabrata Sarkar.
Thank you, Professor Chandrava Chakravarty, for conducting this session. So may I now request Professor Manu to chair this session. Next speaker, I will be introducing the next speaker. I would request you to please kindly chair Professor Ernest N. Emonu, Emeritus Professor of African Studies, Editor of African Literature today, to chair the session. And our next speaker today is Professor Pradip Ranjan Sengupta, Dr. Pradip Ranjan Sengupta, a recipient of Hawkins Medal from Scottish Church College in 1973. He took his MA degree in English, Group A, from University of Calcutta in 1975. Pradip Ranjan Sengupta, who will be speaking on understanding Wolfgang as the dance of the poet in the Indian context. He was engaged in research work for 6 years in the Department of English in Jadavpur University. He did his MPhil as well as PhD from there on the Irish poet and dramatist James Synge. Dr. Sengupta retired as Associate Professor and Head of the Department of English, Behala College, and is now serving as guest faculty in Department of English, Rabindra Bharati University, Alia University, and is Honorable Visiting Professor of the Department of English, Rishi College. He is actively engaged in both critical and creative writings. The work he has been pursuing for decades. Some of his books are the plays of James Synge, Bengali Poetry Today, Riders to the Sea, Indo-Anglican Poetry, a collection of critical essays. He also wrote a book on Bravely Fought the Queen by Naihati. His work, Macbeth Re-Explored and Shakespeare's A Midsummer's Night Dream, the poetry of Tagore and Wordsworth, a comparative analysis. Professor Sengupta is also a renowned filmmaker, director, and actor. He is teaching at both the UG and PG levels for over 4 decades. As a poet and short story writer, he has excelled in a number of several scholarly articles and books to his name. And as a student, he started his life in a village school in West Bengal, and under the vigilance of his father, developed a keen interest in literature, and gradually developed into his new interest area. And under his influence, he developed the cinema study, critics of cinema study. He formed his own drama group, and under his banner, he has friends produced some plays written and edited by him. Professor Sengupta also made a film script for short story by Chhatri Rai, and has been selected for NFDCs. His pursuit as a member of Dom Film Club is worth mentioning. Recently, his new short movies are nominated for awards all across the world. So may I now request Professor Dr. Pradip Ranjan Sengupta to deliver his address, and Professor Emanu to chair the session for us.
Okay.
Professor Sengupta, please.
Is the presenter there?
Yes, sir, please.
Now, can we hear you?
Sir, your mic is muted, sir. So now your mic is mute, sir. Please unmute your mic, sir. PRS, sir, please unmute your mic, sir. PRS, sir, please unmute your mic, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you're online. Yes, sir, your mic is working now, sir. Please, sir.
Yes, sir. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Professor Ernest M.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So, in the beginning, I must thank Dr. Shubhabrata Sarkar for the extravagant praise that he has showered upon me. Well, I don't deserve all these, I think. But At the same time, let me thank the Honorable Principal of the College for his kind address. And I especially thank Professor Chandrava Chakravarty, because in a way she has given an introduction to my paper as well, because she mentioned Rabindranath Tagore and his wide humanitarian outlook. I should also Dr. Emanueno, because, well, in a way, he has also given an introduction to my paper when he said that Indian literature should also be taught in Africa, as African literature should be taught in India. So with these words, let me read my paper. The title of my paper is Understanding Swenka in the Indian Context. A reading of 3 early plays of Swenka. Swenka's education in England and his close familiarity with European and English literature naturally worked when he wrote his own plays. He blended European dramatic elements with African elements. This definitely was a manifestation of the 20th century multiculturalism. The people of the 20th century, which is fissured by nationality, ethnicity, race, class, and gender, must learn to transcend all these divisions. And this is the central theme of multiculturalism. The sufferings of the African people resulted largely from their encounter with the West, well, who colonized them, and the West that considered all the non-European people as the other. And a country like India shares the experience of a similar colonial trauma, and India shares it with Nigeria and other African countries, Ghana, etc. It is true that primarily the target audience of Swenka's plays are Nigerians who are born in the Yoruba culture and grow up with the mythological stories about Ogun, Egungun, Araba, etc. But that does not suggest that Swenka will remain unacceptable to non-specialized audience in non-African countries. In fact, we in India find in Swenka's plays, a large number of echoes with which we are intensely familiar. Masks used in African plays have their Indian version in the mask of the Chhau dance in the district of Purulia, West Bengal, and in the Kathakali dance form in South India. Song and dance and mime are 3 principal corners of the Yoruba culture and are used in Swenka's plays. But these things are the 3 crucial elements of Indian classical drama for thousands of years. In India, we have Nritta, which means dance, Natta, which means play, and Nritva, which means mime. Differences definitely are there in different versions, but the sameness in the basic format is startling. Multiculturalism is a term which has been coined in the recent times, but the concept is nothing new in India. And we are familiar with the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the whole world is our neighbor. With this concept in view, this paper will endeavor to read 3 plays of Swenka along with 3 plays of Rabindranath Tagore. The dominant and the dominated equation is valid in every society in some form or the other. The colonial rule was thrust by the West upon African countries as also on many Asian countries including India. The stigma of the skin was attached to the people of India as well. And the African story is not exactly an alien story to the Indians. The three plays of Soenka we may take up for discussion today are primarily symbolic in theme and content. And therefore, the story, at least in two of them, is secondary. Rabindranath Tagore is one of the greatest poets and playwrights of our country. And we may mention that Tagore's feelings and sensitivity for the sufferings of the people of Africa was expressed in one of his very famous poems entitled Africa. Tagore points out that the colonial masters, who most brutally had been treating the African communities, had been forgotten that beyond the seas, and I quote, bells were ringing in their places of worship in the mornings and evenings in the name of God. Children were playing in the lap of their mother. Unquote. Tagore believed in the unity of man. Therefore, it may not be improper to take up Soenka's place with Tagore's. But the intention of this paper is not to make a comparative study of Tagore and Soenka, because that will simply defy our purpose. Our purpose is to identify the subtle tunes which are almost similar in Tagore and Soenka. Human mind works in a similar way everywhere in the world, and this is because of this literature of any part of the globe will never seem completely alien to the people of another part. No myth, no folktale, or even music is unique in any land, because elsewhere we may find same things only in different forms. The three plays of Soenka to be taken today are A Dance of the Forests, The Strong Breed, and The Road. And the three plays of Tagore are The Post Office, The Waterfall, and Red Oleanders. A Dance of the Forests is a political play. And in this play, as in his other plays, Soenka uses mythological characters, ritual, and religious elements as vehicles of broad intellectual concept. Soenka uses dance as a major trope, and the readers or spectators of other cultures, and especially the Indians, are invited to the world of Africa with the word dance, which has many forms in Soenka's continent, like the warrior dance, the welcome dance, the dance of possessing and summoning, etc. The tribes are also multiple, like the Oruba, the Igbo, the Ibibio, etc. The celebration is at the starting point, and the celebration is signified by the dance with drums and drum beats. Soenka weaves the structure of the play with dance and rituals. The political aspect of the play is prominent, and we find Soenka's warning to the new generations of Nigeria that greed, corruption, and exploitation were not simply the colonial virus. The degeneration and debauchery of the Mata Kharibu dynasty is a poignant pointer that corruption is a perennial disease. Dance, a basic part of the Oruba tradition, is used by Soenka as a metaphor that suggests revolution. The dance with drum beats would reach a point of crescendo or a point of explosion, indicating a transition or a change in both social and political life. The Oruba dance is connected with three things, which are reincarnation, Egungun or mask dance, and the New Year dance. And the drum seems to complete a circle, 4 parts: return of the past and the decaying present, the mythical past and the historical reality, and each part mirrors the other. Finally comes the ambivalent future, and the dead woman's utterance reveals the historical and universal truth. The pattern is unchanged. Swenka connects the forest myth with the political situation of the present. The independence of Nigeria necessitated a celebration, and for the celebration, a totem was required. And this was designed by Dimok out of an Araba tree, which is a sacred tree of Oro, the god of bestial terror. Ishuro comes for revenge, but Dimok is protected by Ogun, the patron god of the carvers. Swenka formulates his play according to the theory of Oruba ritual, but he believes in the relationship between the world of the living and the world of the dead in a different way. Swenka, in fact, reverses the Oruba concept. For Swenka, the relationship between the world of the dead and the world of the living means that the present will question the past and not the past will interrogate the present. Swenka changes the Yoruba eschatology, where only the good ancestors are reincarnated. In Swenka's play, the victims of the past tyranny are reincarnated. Ogun in Swenka's play represents both destruction and creation, and its ambivalence has a unique symbolic suggestion. The half-child in the play indicates Abiku, that in Oruba concept stands for the child born to die. This may be a political symbol of the vulnerable Nigeria immediately after decolonization. The newly independent Nigeria, suffering from a post-colonial crisis, was in a dilemma. Nigeria could not glorify her past, and its present was apparently like the predicament of the Abiku. Ritual is the language of the masses, and it is a universal idiom. To Swenka, ritual, which evolves from tradition and history, is almost a synonym of custom. Dance is a common feature of the play. The villagers dance around the totem, the half-child dances, and so does Ishoro. Dance is not only a ritual, it is a rhythm of life. Dance is a symbol of both social and cultural and political revolution, which can bring about the necessary change. Swenka knew that the use of ritual might cloud the meaning of a play, but even without a knowledge of Yoruba myth and tradition, it is not impossible to decipher the message of Swenka. Tagore, in his play, Red Oleanders, uses a host of symbols which are connected with the ancient Indian mythology. The names of characters have mythological significance. Yakshapuri, where the Yaksha lives, is, according to mythology, governed by Kuber, the owner of immeasurable wealth, and wealth is connected with greed and exploitation. One important character in the play is Vishu, which is the abbreviated form of Vishwanath, the supreme Hindu god Shiva, and who is at the same time a creator and a destroyer. Nandini, the principal character of Tagore's play, is often connected with a mythical cow, Kamodhenu, that can fulfill every wish. Like the Kamodhenu, Nandini is everyone's favorite. All these mythical suggestions may be difficult to a European or an African, or to a non-Indian reader or spectator. But Tagore's play rises above all these, as Soyinka's play does. Africa and India have shared experience of colonial domination, and Yaksha in Tagore's play Red Oleanders may be interpreted as the colonial master who inflates his treasure by sucking the blood of the colonized natives. The Yaksha and his palace in Tagore's play may suggest machine and mechanical civilization. And the revolution against this demonic mechanical system was organized from among the oppressed themselves. Soyinka's A Dance of the Forests ends with a note of uncertainty and an ambivalence. And the same ambivalence is there in Tagore's play as well. The king says a great deal of breaking will have to be done. Perhaps the suggestion is that the work of rebuilding will begin only after the breaking is complete. But Ranjan is dead. Bishu is making his last journey, and Nandini is nowhere to be found. Who will organize the work of rebuilding? Professor R.N. Roy suggests that perhaps Nandini too is killed in the last fight. Will everything be perfectly in order now? The central situation in both the plays is so universal that the myth or ritual cannot doubt the meaning in either of the play. The tyrant will fall one day, but what will happen after that? The two playwrights, in their different contexts, convey a note of warning that the task of rebuilding, organizing, and integrating the people would be the toughest. In Soyinka's The Road, the original title of which was The Road of Life, the central theme is a theme of death. The message is that we may defeat pessimism by our will to live. Ogun, as in many other plays of Soyinka, is a central figure here. And Ogun is connected with life. Life and the professor is in search of the meaning of death, and he is in search of the vitality of life. Ogun in Soyinka's play, in this play I mean, is not simply a deity of Oruba myth. Ogun stands as a symbol. The road is built around the Oruba cult of Agemo, which means a cult of flesh dissolution. The road may signify the road to death or the road of life, which ultimately leads to death. It may also signify the essential link between the dead and the living. The professor is on a quest for the meaning of death. In Oruba culture, death is metaphorically connected with market and life with home. The Hindu concept of immortality of human soul and the everlasting continuance of the essence of life, even after the dissolution of the body, has mysterious similarity with the Oruba concept of life. The professor is an enigmatic character, and his search for the meaning of death is the only purpose of his life. The professor is like a political leader, and the others around him, a gang of drivers and truck drivers, lead a purposeless life. The professor indirectly causes the death of drivers and many other people through road accidents, and procures spare parts and sells them through his accident store. But why does the professor do so? Is it for the business, or is it for his search for the meaning of death? Does he find it at the end, when he himself is stabbed to death by Se Tokuo? The professor's quest for the meaning of death and Amol's quest for the post office in Tagore's The Post Office have metaphysical meanings. The dying professor says, breathe like the road, be even like the road itself. Does the professor mean that, like the road, well, the road will never end, and that the quest for the meaning of death will never be complete? Amol had been waiting for the king's letter, and the letter comes only when Amol is dead. In the post office, there is a strong suggestion of a road that runs by Amol's room, and the window alone connects him with the world outside. The dairyman, the watchman, and Shudha symbolize to ailing Amol the vibration of the unending continuance of the road of life. When Amol talks to the watchman about time, we feel that Amol's words suggest the ultimate time of life. But perhaps there is no ultimate time. It is true that there can be no comparison between Amol and the professor. The professor is a complex character, and Amol is the epitome of innocence. But perhaps the similarity lies in their waiting for the ultimate. But the ultimate is always an enigma. The professor waits for the meaning of death and the road, and Amol waits for the post office. In both the cases, there is a complex and covert metaphorical, metaphysical meaning. It is not our purpose in this paper to search for obvious similarities in the two plays, but strong similarities in the subtlety of inner echoes can connect the two plays together. We may read Swenka's The Strong Breed with Tagore's The Waterfall, and connect Swenka's Iman with Tagore's Abhijit, as both of them ultimately sacrifice their life to save the community. At the center of Swenka's play stands the Oruba ritual that the evil of a society needs to be removed by a carrier. And this carrier is either a stranger or an idiot, because idiots are very easily used as scapegoats. But in Swenka's play, Eamon is neither an idiot nor a stranger. He acts as a carrier because the society needs a martyr. And Eamon offers himself as one. In the Waterfall, Abhijit is neither an insider nor an outsider. He is a prince, but he was not born in the royal family. Tagore's play also has a festival at the center, though it is not a religious festival. It is a festival to be organized for the achievement of Vibhuti, but somehow the festival is connected with the celebrations at the temple of Bhairav. The royal engineer Vibhuti has devised an ingenious machine which will control the natural flow of water flow from the waterfall. That will definitely be of great distress to a section of the people. But the other sections do not bother about it. They are crazy about Vibhuti's success and about the upcoming celebration. Vibhuti somehow reminds us of Dimok in A Dance of the Forests. Vibhuti has designed a machine and is proud of it, though he does not care about its consequences. The proud Dimok never cared to consider the deep implication of the totem he made, mangling and destroying a tree. The Araba is a sacred tree in Yoruba myth, and its destruction amounts to a sin. But above this, we find a story of ecological significance in the destruction of trees. Trees and water are the benedictions of nature, and going against nature means the end of life. An ecological reading of both the dance of the forests and the waterfall may be possible. Coming back to our discussion on the strong breed at the waterfall, we may point out that both Iman and Ovijit are self-willed characters. Iman sacrifices his life by intentionally becoming the carrier, and Ovijit kills himself while breaking the machine and releasing the natural flow of water. Over and above conventions, values, and traditions, the essential need is the need of self-exploration, which we find in both Iman and Ovijit. The purpose of reading of the three plays, each by two Nobel laureates belonging to two different cultures, is to examine how we may try to understand Swenka in the Indian context, keeping his plays side by side with Indian texts. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Professor Sengupta, that's simply fantastic. You have really made a point, and I hope that people who are participating in this conference from Nigeria, from the United States, from other parts of the world, can get something. See the pattern here. I did mention when I was making my presentation that there was a time when we had Indians on faculty of Nigerian universities. People from Pakistan. I mentioned one, Dr. Premaratne, and then I mentioned Dr. Rukumi Vanamale in Calabar. Professor Sengupta has done a fantastic job, because when you talk about sharing ideas, multiculturalism, I mean, Nigerians who are participating here and who have listened to this presentation, you can understand why it is important that you do more than just teaching African literature, Nigerian works, and so on and so forth. What about doing comparative studies? Look at the study that Professor Sengupta has done using Wole Soyinka's plays. I mean, look at that philosophy. The whole world is our neighbor. What I advise very strongly is professors like Sengupta, and I know there's another professor who will be presenting from Bangladesh on Chinua Achebe. Please go to parts of Africa, go to African conferences and make these presentations. Africans who are participating here also go to the Indian conferences and make these presentations. There should be this give and take. You have seen that a professor can stay in India and do a fantastic analysis of Wole Soyinka's plays. I asked Nigerians participating here, many of you can do a paper on an Indian topic, Indian literature topic. And you don't have to go to India. I don't know whether Professor Sengupta has been to Nigeria or not, but certainly you can stay in Nigeria and start studies like this, because this is really what helps. I'm very impressed about this presentation, and I'm very, very encouraged about it. I mean, Wole Soyinka is, you can see how his plays can be studied in comparison with plays from other nations. And if you're talking about the whole world, it's Professor Ngapta, when you're teaching Shoenke again, have students read his poem, The Telephone Conversation, and then see how Shoenke, whether it's in a play or in a poem, brings in this idea of multiculturalism. So I congratulate you, and this is something to take away from this conference. I now hand back to Dr. Saka.
Thank you, Professor, sir, for chairing this session and for your excellent comment. And thank you, Pradeepanjan Sengupta, for this paper, excellent paper. May I now request Professor Pradeepanjan Sengupta to chair the session. We are actually planning a relay of chairing the sessions. Sir, thank you very much for staying with us in this free hour of American morning. So, some rest, sir. You have been awake throughout the night. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
So,
I'll still stay on and listen to a few more before I go back to bed.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir. You can be. Cheers, sir. So at present, Professor Pradeepanjan Sengupta will be chairing the session, and I now request him to be here. Professor Monisha Sarkar will introduce next speaker, Professor Dr. Ini Yuko, ma'am.
Good day to all eminent dignitaries, erudite scholars, and participants of this international webinar. Well, it gives me great pleasure and it is a privilege to formally introduce Dr. Ini Yuko, professor from the Department of English, University of Uyo, Nigeria. So informally, we have met yesterday, where you have very patiently been with us throughout the sessions. So I would like to introduce the young Ini, who returned to graduate school at the University of Calabar in 1986 for a master's program in English and literary studies. After completing the program on record time, she got an appointment as the presenter at Aqua Ibom State Broadcasting Corporation. The television service in New York was newly created in the newly created Aqua Ibom State, but she relocated to Uyo and realized shortly afterwards that she was a misfit in a career in the media. With her MA in English, she sought an appointment in the defunct University of Cross River State, and she was appointed assistant lecturer in the Language and Study Skills and Center of the university. Later, she proceeded to the University of Port Harcourt for a doctoral program in English, and after her return to the university, she was appointed the first Vice Dean of the Student Affairs Division, a position she held till she left on sabbatical, and she returned to the University of Uyo and was appointed acting head of the Department of English. She was also appointed Vice Dean, Faculty of Arts, and with both these responsibilities, her professional development moved rapidly. She was promoted to the rank of professor. She was appointed the Director of General Studies in 2009. And again, later we find that she went back to the University of Calabar. This was a kind of homecoming because that is where she had been trained. And if we think about all academic excellence that she has achieved, we find that she took charge of the Directorate Pre-Degree Studies on the Indiana Abak campus and this appointment is currently running. Inyuko, Madam, is a professor of English in this department of University of Uyo, Nigeria. Her area of research is African literature and specifically eco-literature, women's writing, and a cross-cultural study of African and diasporic women's rights. She probes the diverse issues that confront Black women daily in all spheres of life in different cultures. And Professor Ruko has participated in several women's activities and initiatives in Nigeria and also abroad. She has published extensively in learned journals and books in Nigeria and beyond. She is also the author of the seminal book, Gender and Identity, in the works of Usonye Tess, Onwenmi. So I hand over the mic to Professor Inyuko. Ma'am, we are privileged to have you with us. Thank you very much. Yes, over to you, Madam.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for that profile. I don't know where you got it from, but that's quite detailed. But, thank you for it. My paper is titled, I Think, Therefore I Am, the Contemporary African Woman and the Clog of Tradition. I came about this title because of a combination of factors. I have been exploring African women's writings for a long time, and then the challenges of survival among women, and then the vestiges of tradition over these different decades, and of course, the prospects for the future. I am always aware of the impact of globalization and the different ways that globalization has enhanced African women and all their involvements. But then there are still numerous areas that still require attention and which African women writers try to address by the different portraits of women that they present in their writings. And so in writing about African women at this time, I then needed to wonder what would make the woman feel that she is fulfilled, she can make impact if she does not think, or if she is not given the opportunity or the platform to think. And that was how I came by I Think, Therefore I Am by René Descartes, the French philosopher, mathematician, and physicist, whose concern for the nature of the existence of a person made him to examine one's existence as the prelude to every achievement in life. And so his postulation recognized that one's existence is the only certain notion. And that was quite critical to me, and I felt that it was central to the efforts of women writers and the strides by contemporary African women to continue to seek to overcome the different forms of tradition that they still battle with, that still confront them in their daily activities. So this perception, therefore, provides the framework for the study of women in African female writings. This paper really has specific areas. Is going to discuss the concept of African womanhood, what makes it peculiar, and why it should be considered in its own right. Then the reactions by African female writers, what women writers have attempted to achieve over the years and where they are today, and then the implications of thinking and existing. How do those processes make for existing and making impacts and realizing humanity? Because in doing any of those, they are confronting tradition. And we know that tradition is really one omnibus entity that African women are continually battling. So this paper addresses issues arising from such questions as, how can African women effectively make their impact felt in patriarchy-propelled societies? How does patriarchy interface with women's aspirations for recognition and fulfillment? What means do the African women adopt to deal with what they perceive as oppression? How do female images in writings by women reflect women's new propensities that generate new identities? Because we feel that the new identities would then show that they have been able to overcome the specific aspects of tradition. And in what ways do African women's writings reverse or debunk hitherto female stereotypes? By what means do the women demonstrate their self-off or search for freedom? The above are some of the questions that guide our examination of the contemporary African woman's management of the burden of tradition that continues to clog her and encumber her survival efforts. This paper is situated within the theory of Stewanism. And this theory underscores the need for women to think so as to contribute to the family and society. Stewanism is obtained from the expression that social transformation should include women in Africa, where social transformation cannot be complete or credible when women are not included. It focuses on the structures that oppress women and examines the way women react to these institutionalized structures. This theory sensitizes women to interrogate the ways they have internalized patriarchy and endorsed its values. So the main reason for this paper is to evolve the African woman's values so as to establish a credible identity and poetics that are peculiarly theirs. So let us consider the concept of African womanhood. African womanhood is an intricate phenomenon traceable from pre-colonial or pre-literate times, and it is better conceptualized within the perspective of gender as perceived in Africa and articulated by Femi. I want to make a quotation here, within which we can situate this personality. And it says that man constitutes the majority and women the minority. And minority should be contemplated in the sense of dominated, disadvantaged, exploited, excluded, Women must keep quiet when men are talking. Woman is woman, mother, childbearer, supporter of man. If woman talks too much, she is considered uncouth, uncivilized. If she is educated, she is classified as a world specimen. So you see, there are categories of women, and it's also visible that each category has its peculiar stereotypes. So even where the woman is educated, there are still stereotypes that would from the scheme of events in the family and in the society. So from this background, the African woman seems to be a pawn that is manipulated by tradition and regulated by men. And we know that men in Africa are the self-acclaimed custodians and implementers of tradition. And of course, in those revered positions, women are expected to accept everything they do and say and actually wait for them to think for the women before they, even if the matters relate to the women exclusively, as we will see in several of the literary works that this paper examines in a moment. Tradition in Africa is accorded credence by patriarchy, which is the model for actions, beliefs, and practices. Underlying patriarchy is the configuration of the society to capture the quintessential rationality of gender roles and positions. So in African realities, we know that the two genders have their roles and their positions. And we're going to see as we discuss how those applied in pre-colonial times and then the colonial period and the contemporary, the post-colonial period. There is a clear hierarchized model which places man on top of and superior to the woman who is below. And according to Kate Millett, gender inequality is easily perpetrated because patriarchy has God on its side. It is arguably so because patriarchy seems to be the principle that guides everything, and it is all generally accepted in African realities. So spanning from pre-colonial through the colonial to the post-colonial periods in Africa, major trends reflect a shift from self-sustaining and renowned women who were distinguished and respected in the family and community during the pre-colonial times to the relegated women whose capabilities and potentialities were neither recognized nor acknowledged by the colonial masters. And that was what obtained during colonialism. Women didn't have their roles to perform anymore because the colonial government recognized the men and engaged the men in the activities of the colonial government as interpreters, as messengers, as the court clerks, and so on and so forth, where women didn't have any specific roles that could be recognized in the scheme of events at that time. So as women suffered relegation during the colonial period, their male counterparts were being utilized, as I've said already, and so instilling among the men a sense of superiority that never existed previously. That was the deprecating turning point in gender relations in Africa, which resulted in the subsequent disparaging female images in different parts of Africa and that are reflected in the early writings and of course, which were dominantly by male writers. Significantly, as the women lost their prestigious positions in the socio-political, economic, religious, and cultural schemas of their communities during the colonial period, they also lost the power and influence that they hitherto wielded during the pre-colonial times. So this principle of male inflation versus female deflation constitutes the bane of African women's development and the preconception that they can and do really not think, and which is the thrust of this paper when we talk about I think, therefore I am. So in considering the reactions of African female writers, we find that these writers have reflected the motif of the falsehood of the unthinking woman. Correspondingly, when the woman thinks, she identifies the forces that operate against her and her kind. She then devises her means of resisting, reversing, defying, or surmounting those forces, mostly aspects of tradition, which are oppressive in nature and retrogressive in manifestation. The female writers display awareness of Descartes' notion that for one to exist, one must think. And despite the role of globalization in getting African women to add value to themselves and be agents of positive changes in their families and societies, there are clearly traditional impediments to women's visibility and advancement in several African communities. And women are constantly striving to surmount them and signify their ability to think. And so this paper has selected several writers, and I'm just going to do a
Dr. Ruko, please switch on your microphone. Dr. Ruko, the microphone is switched off. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you're audible now. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know the last thing you heard, but I said that this paper has selected several women writers, African women writers, to show how they have got their female characters to deal with the aspects of tradition that set them back and which they have to work on to be able to show that they think as a means of survival. So we have Flora Nwapa's One is Enough, Buti Emecheta's The Joys of Motherhood, Zulu Shopola's Wedlock of the Gods, and this is deliberately selected, not minding the genres. Ama Ataido's Changes, A Love Story, Nawal El Sadawi's Woman at Point Zero and God Dies by the Nile, Sindiwe Magona's Beauty's Gift, Neshani Andres's The Purple Violet of Oshanto, Zainab Alkali's Invisible Borders, and Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's Purple Hibiscus. And what the thread that runs across these different books, literary works, is prominently the efforts of the female characters to deal with the retrogressive forces around them. We see in One is Enough how Amaka, who is regarded as childless, is treated very unfairly, very unkind, very uncharitably by her husband's mother, who seeks to have her son give her grandchildren, and so gets him to have children by another woman, and then make life unbearable for Amaka. And so Amaka leaves the marriage. But the very courage of her leaving the marriage, and which is really out of the culture, leave the marriage and go to Lagos, move to the city, and engage in business ventures, become wealthy, and then again, another stage of the uncommon. She has an affair with a reverend father. and that relationship produces twin baby boys. And the point to make is that Nwapa portrays Amaka as a thinking and resilient character that defies the intimidations and harassments from her husband's mother. We also see in Buche Metuta's The Joys of Motherhood, Adaku, the second wife of Naife, who quite differently from Noego, the mother of many children, several sons, Adaku has 2 daughters. And of course, she's despised. She is treated with a lot of contempt because she has not made provision for the lineage to continue beyond that point by not having any sons. And so what happens is that Adaku considers that she really has no place in that family, not having a son. And so she leaves the marriage with her daughters, her 2 daughters. She engages in business ventures and resolves to ensure that her children are educated. That makes her remarkably different from Noego, who with so many children, male and female, dies a lonely death because none of them is useful enough to be with her, and in old age, we see that she lives a lonely life until she dies alone. The same trend runs through Zulu Sofola's Wedlock of the Gods, Ama Ataido's Changes. We see in Changes how the lady is a modern lady working, has 1 daughter and doesn't want to have children again. Of course, that causes a lot of tension. And where she is committed to her work, that seems to be an affront to her husband, who really requires her to be a wife. And so by trying to impose his manhood, masculinity on her, and there he is forcefully making love to her, and an act which she describes as marital rape, and which leads to her seeking and obtaining a divorce, and so on and so forth. What it means is that she recognizes that rape is not a crime of lust, it is a crime of violence. A rapist's motive is not sexual gratification, it is to degrade and control or humiliate the victim. And so she is not ready to be seen as a victim of sexual violence by her husband. And she also is opposed to the belief, which is widespread among Africans, that sex is something a husband obtains from his wife as his right, anytime and at his convenience. And that is where the difference lies. Because by thinking and realizing herself as an entity that has her target to achieve, she has her own mindset and would not want to be in a position where the man does whatever he likes with her at any time she is not ready for it. In Nawal El-Sadawi's Woman at Point Zero, we find that the female character, the prominent character, Firdaus, suffers deprivation as a young child, a young girl, suffers rape, and is made to forcefully get married to a man that is over 60 years old, while she's only 19, and all of these push her into prostitution. The fact of the selection of Woman at Point Zero is that at 25, Firdaus sets for herself a mode of survival that enables her to think for herself. It is only from this point that as an independent prostitute, she truly exists, where she sets herself up. She employs a chef, she rents an apartment for herself and seeks respectability
and identifies what she wants. And she declares, and I quote, "I was able to convince myself that I had chosen that life of my own free will. My insistence on remaining a prostitute proved to me this was my choice and that I had some freedom." So you see, the sense of freedom is from her ability to decide for herself the specific way of life that she wants to lead. If we leave these areas and go to Sindiwe Magona in South Africa, Beauty's Gift, where Beauty dies of HIV/AIDS, which she contrasts from her promiscuous husband, the central message she sends to her friends is, don't die a stupid death like I am doing. Live. Live till every hair on your head turns gray. Earn your wrinkles and enjoy them. Tell yourself you have survived. Don't die. This message arises from the problem that the women suffer from the promiscuous lives of their husbands. A very pervasive problem in the society. And what we see is that women, her friends, Beauty's friends, refuse to sleep with their husbands until each of them would undergo the HIV test. So those who underwent the test could stay on in the marriage, but those who refused to had their marriages broken because the wives decided to leave the marriage because they want to leave. And that makes the point about thinking to be able to exist. It is what goes on in several writings by contemporary women writers, which we find among the very significant ones, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's Purple Hibiscus, where Beatrice Achike endures brutality from her renowned entrepreneur and ardent Catholic husband, Eugene, who is very difficult to deal with because of his high-handedness and so on. And so we find that in his wife's silence, inability to talk, because he has dominated her to the very ends of her humanity, she then shows that she thinks and that she has a target for her life and the children, where then she decides to poison his tea and to get him out of their way. That seems to indicate the very extreme of what the woman would want to do to show that she can think and that she really wants to exist. Exist in a way that shows her humanity, far beyond what the man thinks he can do for her or can think of for her. The same applies in Nawal El-Sadawi's God Dies by the Nile, and this will be the last, where we find the woman, the impoverished Zakia, use her hoe to hit the mayor and kill him. And then we find the image of the hoe as one that can murder, to suggest that her hoe both tends the farm to ensure the sustenance of life and also terminates life, to obliterate the suffering and repression of the people. These are very significant landmarks in the writings of women to indicate that they can think because they desire to exist. And when they exist, it shows also, it signifies their ability to surmount the vestiges, the different aspects of tradition that still confront them and impede their well-being. Now, the implications of thinking and existing evidently seeks to indicate that women should be able to critique the issues around them, as well as hitherto accepted norms and trends. These contemporary female writers make the women to project themselves and their capabilities rather than wait for the men around them to do so for them. These writers appreciate the essence of the twin processes of thinking and existing, and also realize the need for women to negate and surmount the debilitating traditional values and practices that tend to burden women. And in conclusion, I would want to state that the conscientization among contemporary women indicates their ability to work towards achieving the impetus to manifest their humanity. Obviously, women think and strive to exist and reverse the fixation of the negative female identities and stereotypes that associate women with psychological weakness and intellectual inferiority. African women writers signify, as Albert Einstein states about education, that education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. And so it is clear that as African women get conditioned to think, new paradigms emerge for them to both address the diverse issues that they confront and also deal with outmoded traditional values. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chairman, sir, make his observations. Professor Pradip Ranjan Sengupta, sir, please, sir, unmute your mic, sir, please. Yes, sir. Unmute your mic, sir, please. We had an excellent session, Professor Inaugural. The deliberations were really quite nerve-touching, we might say. So you have talked about so many areas about the conditioning of women in society. So we appreciate.
Am I audible now? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir. Please.
Okay. So, well, once again, Doctor.
So again, disturbance for mic, sir. Connection problem.
I don't know. Well, whether it's.
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Yes. Dr. Inaugural, thank you for your excellent paper. And you started with a quote from Descartes, cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. It's so true that, well, it's the thinking that makes a man. And whether the conditions are congenial for women to think. And well, what's the meaning of existence? Well, physical existence doesn't mean existence at all. Whether then they can as human or not, you have elaborately tried to explain in your paper. Some of them I'm familiar, but definitely I shall read your paper and try to trace the novels and read them. Well, thank you very much for taking up such a relevant topic and executing it in such a brilliant way. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pradip Ranjan Sengupta, for chairing this session, and Professor Inaugural for the excellent paper, research analysis, insightful and precise, nerve-touching, I say. So I request Professor Inaugural to chair the next session. So we are going for a relay of sessions. So may I request Professor Inaugural to chair the session. Our next speaker today is Professor Dr. Swati Bhattacharya from Government College of Art and Craft, Kolkata. She is a visiting professor at Kaya University. So Professor Swati Bhattacharya will be our next speaker. Take a short introduction about Professor Swati Bhattacharya.
Am I visible? Audible?
Yes, madam, you are visible. You are visible, you are audible. And
Okay.
just give me a few minutes to introduce you. She's working as...
There's nothing more to introduce.
Madam, please. This is the only chance we get to introduce you. She's working in the Government College of Art and Craft, Calcutta, Kolkata. That is one of the oldest and the premium institute of art education in India, boasting for a 157-year legacy. The college has been a seat of academic excellence, and she has been contributing a lot in the field of art, history, literature, interface between art and literature. And she's also serving as an eminent scholar in the field of art history, literary studies, African studies. She is serving as visiting professor at the Department of English, Alia University, and she has published major works in major journals and has delivered special lectures at leading colleges and universities, including our own college, the Department of English, Rishi College. She is very energetic, her charming personality and critical insight has inspired a lot of students and researchers who had the opportunity of attending her initiative, her interactive classes, I being one of them. Thank you, madam, for being here. And her talk will be on African literature, myth, art, culture, and whatever she's planning. So, Professor Nsukka, you are the chair. Now I hand over the session to the chair, Professor Nsukka, madam. And please, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Sarkar, for such a nice introduction. Basically, I have just got one thing to share with you all, because this is one of the opportunities I've been looking forward since the last century. Because in the last century, in the 80s, when I had been working on African literature, African and Caribbean literature, there were not many people in India who had been working on it, on the subject. And it was really, really very difficult to interact with any of the authors I had been working on. But, and I had been waiting for this day to share my story with so many African scholars. I really am elated, and a big thank you to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Now, actually, I had been working on African novels, and this lecture is dedicated to my supervisor, Professor Manobendra Bandyopadhyay, who had passed away just a few days back. And he was the first one to introduce me to African literature. And as the song goes, when you start reading, you start with ABC. And when you start reading African literature, you start with Things Fall Apart. And this was a copy of Things Fall Apart was gifted to me by my supervisor. He was not my supervisor then, because I had been in the final year of my master degree class. But when I read the novel, I felt that it is something I could very well relate with. And my paper today is about the story of my developing relationship with the African authors, or so to say, Africa. I have never been to any of the countries of Africa, but somehow I feel that it is like my second home. And looking at the faces of the African scholars, and especially Ernest and Uko, who are very familiar names to me. I've read so many papers by you that I can't tell you how elated I'm feeling just merely by looking at you. Now, before getting too emotional, let me start with my paper. The title of my paper is Two Authors in Search of Stories, quote unquote. Now, in this paper, I'd like to discuss my story of relating with the search of the African authors in general, and the interface of the orature and literature, with special reference to Amata Aidu's play Anwa and Ngugi wa Thiong'o's novel Devil on the Cross. The choice was kind of predetermined, because, you know, these two are the only two African authors I have personally met. One I had met 40 years back, almost, when I had been doing the research, and the other, that is Ngugi Thiong'o, I had the good luck to meet when he came to Calcutta. And incidentally, these are the two text that I had the opportunity to talk about with them. And because when I had met Aidu, that was the only text I had read by her, written by her. And when I met Gugi, I told him about my choice of Devil on the Cross as one of the texts for my PhD research. And so we had an opportunity to discuss. Now, the choice was predetermined, no doubt. But again, both of these, the play and the novel, are based on folk stories commonly known among the Akan tribes and the Gikyu tribes, respectively, and are about girls, as Yuko had been telling, who dare challenge the social norms and refuse to be exploited, and who could have very well said that we have a mind of our own. Now, so both the authors appropriate the hyperbole of a folklore and use the style and techniques of folk narrations to unfold the story of their countries, distressed and disillusioned after the smoky dissolution of independence euphoria. But the question is, why did they turn to the style of the orature to express themselves through different literary genres when the binary between the two had well been established during the colonial regime? The obvious answer might be that they, like some others, say like Tutuwala, incidentally, the folktale at the basis of Anoa and at the basis of Tutuwala's palm wine drinker, they're more or less the same. Now, where they were sure about the potentiality of the stories in the broader sense of the term. They, like us, the co-sharer of the experience of imperial and intellectual colonization, had perceived that it's the stories that make and break us. Stories can be created to explain certain mysterious happenings, and they're called myths. Stories can be shared to put forth the values and norms of a particular society. They are the folk tales or folk talks. Again, new myths could be generated with stories deliberately concocted with specific aims by distortion of truths for the purpose of shaming the identity of the people of certain countries in the context, the colonies. Now, this was done by the colonizers to justify their action, and their motive behind surreptitiously spreading them all over the world was to heighten the difference and fan the bias in mind of the readers. Now, trust me, in my school days, I had to write the answer, why is Africa known as a dark continent? And in the answer, I wrote that it has got beautiful landscape, ferocious animals, but very weird people living in them. In those forests and jungles, most of them are cannibals. They can't speak for themselves. They don't have a culture and all blah, blah, blah. And later on, the story added that most of them suffer from diseases like AIDS, and they are responsible for spreading it to the world. And this is, don't worry, I'm sure that many of you, especially those of my generation who are present here, you were fed by same tales about India. At least you have heard about the much malign monsters that the Indians worship, namely the icons or the deities. And so this was their tactics, and this is how they have biased us, and they have injected a sense of inferiority complex in our mind. Now, these stories were important for eye-washing, looting and plundering the lands. These stories were important for shaming the identity of the colonized or their bondsmen. These authors, these two authors I'm going to discuss, and many like them, at the core of their heart felt that yet again, they could be the weavers of dreams. Many of you know that Weavers of Dreams is a title of the autobiography of Gugi. They can once again spin the tales of remembrance, stories of re-membership, stories of reclamation of the lost identity. For this, they needed the stories that would attune their past, their heritage, and lineage to the changing dynamics in political, social, and cultural fields at the ethnic, national, and of course, at the global levels. They felt that these are unwelcome yet unavoidable effects of colonial and post-independent neo-colonial situation, but are not clear to the people or the so-called ordinary man, or who are still being oppressed and exploited by their black-skinned, shall I add brown-skinned, rulers sitting at the helm of administrations and ready to hide their faces in white masks or maybe behind white guards. Now, caught in the maze of confusion, the poor, the common, the ass had been trying to find the solution by aping the whites, and even after decades of the precious independence, cannot throw away the shackles colonizing the mind. These two authors, both rebels in their own way, wanted to stand among their people, following the footsteps of the traditional storytellers, the Gikandi players, or the minstrels of the Akan tribes, to share the stories of their woes, the songs of their protest, the dreams of the future. Their recognition of the severity of oppression and disappointments prompted them to opt for the denial of loss and to reconnect to the people with memory. Their aim was to reclaim, to remember the entirety of African population from the disgraceful position of the other. Both Aidu in Ghana and Gugi in Kenya, like Ama, Okot Pibitek, Tabanlo Liang, and many others from different parts of Africa, make use of the collective memory and links it up to the contemporary problems, not only to the direct effects of colonialism and slavery, but also to memory and transgenerational trauma of displacement, migration, and defamation, the mourning millions have undergone for centuries. In reality, like India, African countries too have thrived on stories, not because of the oral tradition only, but because it was their way of life, or rather their style of dealing with the challenges of life. Now, I here would like to recall a story. We had it once in our syllabus, but this is one of my favorite stories. It's by a Bengali author called S. Wazid Ali. And the story is called Bharatbarsho, that is India. Now, it is about a young man who used to pass by a shop, the kind of shops all of us have seen, whether in African countries or in India, the kind of small shops that has a residing place underneath. The shop is like a stage, and underneath it is a residing place. So whenever this young man used to pass by the shop, he used to see one man sharing the Ramayana stories with his children. Now many years have passed, and again he was passing by that shop and he saw the same man sitting there sharing the same stories. He was shocked. How can it be? So he went and asked the man, how is it possible? So he said, the last time the man you saw was my father, and I was among the children. And now it's me carrying on the tradition and telling the stories to my children. I was then one of the listeners. Now, this shows how these stories have been woven to our existence. And from that position, I think that it was same with the African people also. Now, these oral tradition, ironically enough, have been used as a marker to brand this culture of these African countries as inferior. This is the irony of the whole situation. Now, only in the 60s of the last century, thanks to P.O. Zirimu, that the nature and worth of this tradition and was really evaluated, and the word orature became the part of literary criticism. Now, this art of storytelling captivated the common people, and often more than mere narration of, and were often more than mere narration of the events. They were mass dances, which despite being religious in essence, was definitely a source of entertainment to the villagers. They were dialogic in character, and with the help of the songs, dances, music, dramatic narration, and colorful visuals, held in them the powerful interpretative performance. And the most important aspect of the performance is the interaction of the performer and the audience. To quote Ngugi, the carnival takes place in the streets, wherever there seems an open space, and means mass participation. As Amata Aidu once told in an interview, she had grown up with the stories, some told by the village storyteller and some by her mother, who had the habit, she calls it strange, of waking up very early, that is around 3 a.m., and telling stories and singing songs to her children, whether they were awake or not. Amata, or the then Christiana Margaret, was always perfectly awake and ready for those stories. The experience was more or less the same with young Ngugi, as he recalls in his childhood memory, where his mother sat around the fire and told all the children's stories. Now, in Weep Not Child also, we get to know about this kind of storytelling where the father talks about the histories of the tribe, the myths relating to the origin of the tribes, and the mothers tell stories that kind of inculcate moral values in them. The experience was more or less the same with, each tribe had their own breed of storytellers. These men from the villages were guarding the treasure box of memories. They were the real men of the people, treasures of the common repertoire of folktales, myth, and ritual plays. They were the mouth that ate salt and pepper. Now, I'm not sure what it really means, but I think it denotes the experience and the vision, the mouth that ate salt and pepper, because this is a phrase that I've got in both Anwa and in Devil on the Cross. Both the oral narrators that are acting as narrative voice says this. And as you have been harping again and again, that in order to understand a culture properly, we should have a first-hand relationship with it. And this is where I fall short, because I don't have any such relation. Now, one of the South African sculptor poet, his name is Pitika Ntuli, he has written somewhere that orature is more than the fusion of all art forms. It is a conception and reality of a total view of life. It is a flow of a creative spirit. And because of the holistic vision at the core of it, it can act as a balm to the mind of the people. And this kind of holistic vision is quite familiar with the Indians, are quite familiar with this kind of vision. And I'm not going into detail, but whenever we study the philosophy of Indian art, we get a chance of this kind of holistic vision. Because it was said that if anyone has to learn the art of painting, he should also be familiar with the art of drumming, the art of playing string instruments, the dance, and the art of singing. The same kind of philosophy is at work in all traditional societies. And in the colonial Africa, plundered and dominated by the British, the roles of these prophets, singers, were negated. Their voices choked, their languages usurped, only to be replaced by the voice of those that came from beyond the horizon. This is a line that is at the beginning of the play Anwa, and it is spoken by that oral narrator, the old man. So when the storytellers of the new generation, educated in the language of the foreigners, the colonizers, took up the pain as a conscious choice to voice their disillusionment, they felt the need to reclaim their roots in order to give a wake-up call to their people. Ngugi points out that both in Gikyu and Kiswahili, there was just one term to denote both oral and written literature. They were Kirira in Gikyu and Fasihi in Kiswahili. This historical conjunction had prompted these writers to create a space where there is no binary between oral and written literature, and an active authorial voice can borrow the voice of a traditional oral chanter to provide a perspective to the breaks and continuities between colonial, early post-independence and post-colonial phase these countries are passing through. On the other hand, their conscious choice legitimizes their ancestry. In one of her earliest interview that was taken in 1967, Aidu had said, "We cannot tell our stories maybe with the same expertise as our forefathers, but to me, all the art of speaking voice could be brought back so easily. We are not that far away from our tradition." And she, at the same interview, she's told that she feels very happy when any of her short stories are read out in public. She feels that way she can reach out to more people. This approach once again encapsulates the credibility of a burgeoning culture of an ongoing and not merely a temporary resistance to colonialism and commitment to an intellectual decolonization. While talking about Anoa in the same interview, Aidu has said, "It's more or less my own rendering of a kind of legend, because according to my mother, who had told me the story, it is supposed to have happened. The ending is my own, and the interpretation I give to the events that happen is mine. The original story I heard, which in a way was in the form of a song, I myself provide an answer to this, a clue, a kind of pseudo-Freudian answer, typical tongue-in-the-cheek humor of Amata Aidu. Because there is a long production note where the cast, in the edition that I have, this is one of the first editions of the play, and there is a long production note where cast is described as, I quote, "The list is quite long, but one person can play 2 or more parts if necessary." This reminds me of one of the traditional Akan plays called Trio, the people's drama, where originally there were 3 actors only and they fell into different parts. And this is quite familiar activity as far as our folk theatres are concerned. About the costume, the general direction is anything African will do, but then she gives a detailed description on how to make Ghanaian costumes and how to dread them. So this is her attempt to appropriate the folk tradition. The notes on musical instrument is indeed very interesting. The Atantiben, a kind of Ghanaian flute for the Indian, this is for the Indian audience, that is played vertically, says that the author is here, the author is here intended as a symbol for Anoa. It's a single, delicate but wild wind instrument. This delicate instrument has been compared to Anoa, who is apparently delicate but who very much has a mind of her own. She broke with the tradition, married the person she was in love with, worked hard for him, and when he flourished, earned lots of money in slave trade, then she protested, and ultimately the man Kofi Akod, her husband, commits suicide, and Anoa becomes mad. But again, like the dilemma plays of the Akan community, it has got 2 endings, that you can accept that she got mad, and then there is a reporting that she has committed suicide too. Now, in an interview, I do told that you can stop the play after she has gone mad. But you know, I don't think that it suits Anoa to become mad. With her personality, it suits her more to commit suicide. So again, this was in one of her recent interviews. Now, so she uses oral literature as a way of telling a story located at a specific moment in history, yet which tells a symbolical rather than a factual version of that history. one can see the way in which she relies stylistically and thematically on oral literature by looking closely at the structures, themes, and language styles she uses, and by examining the way in which she adapts and to some extent subverts them to express contemporary moral issues of Ghanaian society, or so to say, the condition of women all over the world. When Uko was presenting, I was finding so many similar situations for the women of India. Now, she uses a mixture of monologues in verse, which introduce and comment on the events and dialogues, which are mostly in prose and acted out by the characters. Within the play, the narrative is broken by songs, dance, and music, particularly traditional drum music. Now, I wanted to show you clipping from a traditional performance, a part of Gomira dance, but I don't know how to present. So I have the presentation with me. Maybe I'll send it later to Shubhrot and he can show it. It is so similar to the African presentation, that performance, that I was really amazed at it. And there also, why I'm mentioning this, there also we get two characters, the old man and the old woman. And they critique the society, they comment on the contemporary happenings, and they kind of report what has happened throughout the year. And even at the beginning of the 20th century, this play was very much in ritual dance, was very much in vogue, and they had the quote-unquote audacity to critique the British rulers, the colonizers, on the stage. And the major role was played by the old man and the old woman. Now, this old man and old woman are common characters in Shoinka's plays, in Aidu's plays, and they always have this visionary power. They are almost like the prophet and the interpreter, though in the plays, they often play the role of chorus. In Shoinka's plays, they are the art spirit who are coming, who are invited to participate in the dance of the forest. And in Anua, the play starts and ends with this old man and the old woman. And the old man is much more generous than the old woman, who is traditional and who naturally, like, it's a feature of the women to criticize the women. So she puts all the blame on Anua, while the old man, he says that it is men who make men mad. Who knows? If Anua would have been a better woman, a better person, if we had not been what we are. So this is pointing at the crisis, the transition the society was passing through. Now, Guge's Devil on the Cross starts with the appearance of a Gikandi player who calls himself Prophet of Justice, remembering the tale of woe at the behest of Waringa's mother, and clarifies, this story is an account of what I, Prophet of Justice, saw with his eyes and heard with his ears when I was born to the rooftops of the house. And the novel begins with the usual call for participation before any traditional performance. This happens in our country also. Come and let us reason together. Come and let us reason together now. Come and let us reason together about Jacinta Waringa before you pass judgment on our children. Trickster the Ogre is a popular, if evil, character in many Kenyan folk tales. The ogre devours the whole communities, but it is eventually vanquished by the actions of a brother and sister. The brother then cuts the toe of the ogre, and all the people it ate come out. Here, the ogre has been changed into devil, obviously to emphasize on the influence of Christianity. It was not Christ or his teachings that made a sway into the society, but the devil, like the traditional ogre, is eating up the whole community. As the narrative voice informs, the devil appeared to Jacinta Waringa one Sunday on a golf course in the town of Ilmorong in Isisiri district. And in this town of Ilmorong is a testimony ceremony is a fair held where people are coming, the exploiters are coming, and they're bragging about how they have exploited the people, how they have opened English medium schools to cheat people, how they have placed white teachers who are deaf and dumb in front, white women, ladies, who are deaf and dumb in front of the school while all the students are black and the teachers are black, quote unquote. So these kind of cheating we are quite familiar with. This craving for getting English medium education we are quite familiar with. This selling everything, going beyond the financial power and admitting the child to an English medium school is very familiar to us. And one of them is what we call promoters in our country. And he says that now that the whole land is covered with these multi-storied buildings, I know quite soon there will be a dearth of soil. So I'm planning to sell the soil in packets and fresh air in packets. And I know that I would have a wonderful market for that. And after that, we must call the Gikandi player, the narrator of this novel, a visionary, a prophet, because we are not far from that day. Now, Devil on the Cross is a powerful fictional critic of capitalism. It tells a tragic story of Oringa, a young woman who moves from a rural Kenyan town to the capital Nairobi, only to be exploited by her boss and later by a corrupt businessman. As she struggles to survive, Waringa begins to realize that her problems are only symptoms of a larger societal malaise, and that much of the misfortune stems from the Western capitalist influence on her country. It confirms Guge's belief in the creative imagination as a great remembering practice. Yet, as the prophet of justice had warned, this is a tale of woe, and the collective remembering is the accumulation. If colonial and post-colonial aggression, violence, and atrocities meted out to the people of Ilmorum represent the present-day Kenya. But again, the readers have been told in the very beginning, let us retrace our steps. This narration, in order to acknowledge and negotiate the complexity of national and transnational factors, as well as communal and individual traumas and responsibilities, here projects remembering to foreground remembering through multiple memories and practices of remembering. The post-colonial situation is also a repetition with a traumatic difference. The adaptation of the traditional mode of narration helps Ngugi to trace back and analyze and comment on the colonial and post-independence history. By putting on the garb of the traditional storyteller who reads the pictogram on the good, you know, the Gikandi players, Gikandi is actually a musical instrument with pictograms on it, and the Gikandi singers, they look at the pictograms and only they can read it and narrate the story. These Gikandi songs, as I've read, can have 127 to 150 stanzas. So Gugi is here like the Gikandi player who is reading the pictograms on the milestones of history. The question of memory may not only explain what ails contemporary Africa, but may also contain the seeds of communal renewal and self-confidence. Hence, he assures us, all memories contribute to the meeting point of human victory. This novel too has a baggage of a special memories associated to it. This novel, written in the prison, was the first novel he had written in Gikyu, and it was later self-translated into English. The guards of the high security prison had thought that he was writing a confession and gave him some paper and a pencil. And a confession it is, on a different ironical level. By attempting to write in his mother tongue, he confesses to himself his failure to understand the role of the novelist as a memory keeper, as a co-walker, as a prophet of justice, capable to read the pictograms on the milestones of history. Unlike Anwa, this is not a play, a performance, and it could have been difficult to approximate the traditional form, but there are songs, there are debates, discussion, use of riddles, proverbs, and ample references to the popular folk tales. But above all, there is a dramatic tension of an oral narration and the debatable last line of the novel, that of a dilemma tale. Waringa, heroine of the toil, there she walks on, carrying her freedom in her hands. She has just murdered her boss who had raped her, and she walks, and the people don't dare touch her. They're just moving apart and making a path for her to walk away. The devil has been crucified, and the novel ends with a vision of a new free Kenya. Utopic. But this author sees himself as a weaver of dreams and is a very positive one who can never give up. And he makes no secret of his success story. And I quote, "When my novel Devil on the Cross was first published in GQ in 1982, it was read in groups at homes and factory grounds on public transports even, the literate becoming the present author of the story. He has found his stories, as did Ama Taidu, and both had recalled and reconnected with pre-colonial memory to become whole again after colonial dismembering practices." Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Swati Bhattacharya, ma'am, for your excellent presentation. So, Chair, Professor Inaugural, ma'am, please.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much, Dr. Bhattacharya. Thank you for that insightful presentation today. And it's really amazing to see how much work you have done on African literature. I mean, you have competently dissected Amata Ido's Anoa and Devil on the Cross, and you have been able to establish the fact that the oral and written literatures in Africa share the same ancestry, since the later feeds from the former, and that's really important. Especially to young scholars, and who I see are quite many on the platform now as you were presenting. And I also want to note the central position of Achebe's Things Fall Apart, and thanks to your supervisor that gave you a copy and that introduced you to African literature at this point. Thank you very much, and thank you for that insightful presentation. I also want to note the very important observation that the relationship between African literature, the orature, African oral tradition, and India. I think that was just cool. And it reinforces what the keynote presenter said earlier today about the need for African scholars to also be exposed to Indian writings by Indian writers. I hope that we'll get there. And I think that now with this restrictions, as we've been able to hold this webinar, we should be able to access materials online that can introduce us to literature from other cultures. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was a very good presentation. Thank you. Dr. Saka, can you take over?
Yes, thank you, Professor Inaugural, for chairing this session. Madam, your words of inspiration have been guiding us. So, thank you, Professor Swati Bhattacharya, Madam, for excellent presentation. May I now request Professor Swati Bhattacharya to chair the session. And we have with us now to deliver the speech, Professor Amicha Kanwar. So may I now request Sir Dr. Amechi Nicholas Akanwa. He attended National University of Ireland at St. Patrick's College, Maynooth. I request you, short introduction to use. So Dr. Amechi Nicholas Akanwa attended National University of Ireland at St. Patrick's College, Maynooth, and completed his Bachelor of Arts and Master of Arts PhD in the field of study of English. Armed with a PhD from National University of Ireland, Professor Amechi Nicholas Akanya settled into the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and has served the renowned University of Nigeria for over 3 decades as a professor of English and literary studies. He has authored 12 books, over 2 dozen academic papers, one of which is, of course, very famous, and we consider the book Chinua Achebe is No Longer at Ease, and the question of failed expectations. Headship at the School of Postgraduate Studies and General Administration. He has been leading the Board of Studies, Board of School, and representing the school at the University Senate, managing admissions into postgraduate programs of the University of Nigeria, and also certifications, general oversight of the running of the academic programs by the department of the university. He had been a major inspiration behind this international webinar on African literatures. So we support this international webinar on African literature, ocean and culture has been possible. And with your kind consent, the Department of English and Literary Studies, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, has been our collaborator at this webinar. So your timely support, timely responses, and guidance that you gave us from the beginning made this webinar possible. So he has now served out his term as Dean of School of Postgraduate Studies at the university, and is currently, he prefers to call himself as Dependent of English and Literary Studies, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. With these few words on Amechi Nicholas Akanya, I would request Chairperson Madam to take over the session.
Is there any problem connecting? Yes, welcome, Professor. We are eagerly waiting.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair of the session. I thank you, Dr. Saha, for your beautiful introduction. And the organizers of this webinar, international conference, I thank you and congratulate you for bringing this together. My paper is on Africa, African literature, orature, and culture. And I'm going to present it in a number of segments, 3 segments mainly, or 4. The first is a kind of background, history, and then I move on to the content of this concept, African literature, what it stands for, or what is understood to mean. And I will present 3 approaches that have often been used to convey the idea of African literature. And finally, I'll present a 4th approach, which is my own approach. And then I conclude. Yeah, so by way of background introduction, African literature was applied to writings that were published in Africa especially from the 1950s onwards. And this concept was formed against the background of older groupings, English literature, French literature, American literature, French, English, German literatures. These were formed or evolved during the age of nationalism in Europe. And this has major consequences. During the age of nationalism, it was understood that every nation had its own spirit. The word itself comes from Hegel. It speaks of a national spirit. And this national spirit was supposed to tie the people to their soil, so that there was some relationship between the people and their soil. And this national spirit then expressed itself in different ways that specified this group as one group and to be unconfused with any other. So Hegel was the theoretician, really, of this nationalism. And for the different European countries and peoples, they assigned moral and spiritual characteristics and proclivities. And the people, because it was the age of nationalism, people accepted this and began to fly with it. And during this period of nationalism in Europe, the epic was a great work to be aimed at. And during the period, over a 30-year period or so, 161 epics were produced all over Europe, and each one presenting the national character, so to speak, of this individual and showing its origins, sometimes going back to Troy or to Rome or to somewhere else. And but that was a period, and the period did pass. We know the political consequences of nationalism in Europe. The major wars, beginning with from around 1848 and the revolutions and so forth, the wars of Europe, culminating in the First and Second World Wars. Those were the legacies of nationalism. So Europe was already moving away from that expression of nationalism at the time that African literature was developing, and being assigned this name African. Now, these European literatures had each a language that was associated with it. So that if you look at the matter from outside nationalism, it's not very clear whether we're talking about, when we say English literature, whether we mean literature of the English or literature in that language. There's some ambivalence there. But there's another literature, the American literature, which does not have that ambiguity because there's no American language. So it was easy for American literature, therefore, to become a political determination. And interestingly, there's a split in American literature between American literature and African American literature, as we shall see. That split, some people think, is dead now, and that there is only one American literature. But I shall return to this matter. However, one of the things that then happened in Africa was that once people, accepted the concept African literature, they began to try to build content into this concept of African literature, and they sought that content sometimes very often in African cultural facts and African life and values. And that was the first movement to seek the meaning of Africa in the culture, as if African culture were one. That one, nobody has ever established that Africa has one culture. my own thinking is that there are very many cultures that make up Africa. But there is a certain dependence on Hegel. Hegel actually had also collectivized Africans, even though he had never been to Africa, and Asians, and assigned them their own characteristics. His book, The Philosophy of World History, is world religion, is scandalous. It is perhaps the most racist of all documents. But there we see how he assigns, characteristics to different nationalities, and Africa had its own nationality, national form. We'll see more about that shortly. Now, searching for the African content in African cultural ways and African life and values, the attitude has been that there is a depositum somewhere, that African culture is in the past. And the only way to see it is to look back. And so this is an anti-evolutionary approach to the concept of culture, as if culture is static and fixed. In Nigeria today, the Nollywood tradition, Nollywood industry has fairly confirmed that this is the correct state of affairs, that African culture is in the past, and we can visit it and look at it, but it has. They don't say this, but it is as if it has nothing to do with us who are in the present. This thing is in the past. This anti-evolutionary approach is, to me, strange, because it seems as if the history of colonization, the history of culture contact with others through education, through travel, through trade, through technology exchange, it seems that these had no effect on the people, on the culture. So that culture is a depositum there in the past, and it can be recovered there and examined and put back. So that to me is anti-historical, and that is, to that extent, it is already a falsification. So then it also suggests that approach, that literature has to be written in a certain way to be acceptable, and that literature needs to make itself acceptable. If it is not written in the African way, then it's inauthentic. But if it is written with the expected flavor, then it is authentic. So we find that reflection becomes an issue in trying to characterize Africa. That the authentic literature is the one that reflects or refracts African culture. The inauthentic one does not. So that reflection conundrum is associated with Marxism, and in fact, Marxism is very, very widely used critical approach in Africa. It is as if, many people take it for granted that African criticism has to be Marxist. It has to be Marxist to be authentic. So anything else that is not Marxist tends to be labeled as a fad or something of the sort, right? But now I move on to Orature. Orature has been defined by the previous speaker, or quoting a South African, in which everything that has to do with life, the life of the people, is part of this orature. But I'll take it in a very narrow sense, the sense of vernacular forms which are fixed in the form of stories, riddles, proverbs, and things like that. So this has been studied in Africa and studied as first of all for the purposes of feature identification, but also some longitudinal studies have been done to try and make out the continuities between orature and modern African literature. And Professor Nsukka drew attention to that a moment ago, where she spoke of continuity, that modern African literature derives from orature. So that kind of study has been done, and then some who have done this kind of study have come to the conclusion that that African orature is dominantly didactic in orientation, and that it has invested modern African literature with this didactic orientation, so that according to that particular approach, modern African literature is concerned with providing guidance and moral direction to those who read it. Now, in this regard, during the 1980s and 1990s, satire seized the limelight almost as the model of the literary in Africa. Everybody discussed satire. Every book was studied as satire. Student projects all were about satire. So, I cite somebody called Ogede, who writes of this satire as a battle tool, I'm quoting, deployed to serve a reformative function by a writer concerned about the moral health of society. So that is Ogede. That was the way in which satire was understood in the 90s and the 80s. Now, let us examine closely then the concept of African literature itself. We'll come back to orature, where it is used for text formation. We'll come back to that. So, African literature in terms of the information value of this concept. Now, the notion of African literature proved difficult early on to characterize. Undoubtedly, notions like English literature, French literature, American literature provided the model. But it was accordingly easy, because of this, it was accordingly easy to think of literature in terms of nationality. Nationalism had developed in Europe and all that. So we saw the epic, according to Hegel, as signifying, quote, the entire world outlook and objective manifestation of a national spirit, presented in its self-objectifying shape as an actual event, unquote, in his aesthetics. So he explained all the literary forms in this way. Each one expressed some particular aspect of the national spirit. Now, Africans, accepting that Africa was an entity, one culture soul, as Heidegger would put it, but rejecting the racist ideals of cultural backwardness with Africa holding down its people, preventing them from progressing, quote, beyond a merely sensuous existence. This is Hegel, philosophy of world history, that Africa as a place holds down its people and prevents them from moving beyond a sensuous level of existence. So the stories about African primitiveness, a lot of it was orchestrated by Hegel and propagated by him also. And strangely, African intellectuals have accepted Hegel, just dropping the concept of African backwardness. They accept the idea that Africa is one entity, one culture soul, which is a little bit problematic. Now, to think of African literature as a literature, there is one big obstacle, and that obstacle is language. So, as I've said, English literature is ambiguous between English people and English language. French, the same, German, the same. So if we speak of African literature, it is either a political determination or something else. So a Nigerian scholar called Obiajunwa Wale in 1961 raised this point. And he said that if we have an African literature which is not in a non-African language, that is not African. It's not African literature. It cannot be. So that caused a big rumpus, throughout the 1960s, and the reverberations remain even till now. But the writers, particularly, had to find a way to either to justify themselves, because they were all writing in non-African languages, and the excuses they presented were arguments of convenience. In one case, it was held that Africa was in urgent need of cultural direction and moral direction. And if people waited until they had learned the African language to give this direction, time would pass and things would go bad. Moreover, if this were done using an African language, one would be addressing a very small segment of one's target audience, whereas it is Africa as a whole that is in need of this more cultural guidance. So that was the attitude of many. But Adela James argued that there was no need for an African language in order to present African sensibility, or what they called the African mode of imagination. There was no need for an African language. The most gifted of the writers could do this in a non-African language. So that caused a shift in the search for meaning, a shift from literary considerations to issues like the African imagination. So, but a few years before Adela James, some very important African scholar had argued that the role of the writer was to present an African imagination in literature, to present an African way of seeing things, an African way of thinking. And the author, the writer who was genuine, would be able to bring this up and present it. So other approaches were that Africa African literature was literature by Africans. So we have the people who sought literature, the Africanness of African literature in quote and unquote content. Then others who sought African literature in terms of the African mentality, African psychology. And then another group which sought the meaning of African literature in place of birth. That those who were born in Africa were the African writers. So we take the first one about African reality, African cultural, social reality. This was the very first approach to characterizing Africa. That African social content was the issue, African cultural reality. It produced a lot of writing in the 1960s. Some were simply presentation of African culture, of things happening in the village and things like that. Many of them have been swept away, but some have remained, like Things Fall Apart that has been mentioned. Somebody wrote about Things Fall Apart, somebody called Bello Kanu. He wrote that Things Fall Apart was the outcome of a search for an African narrative that would vindicate indigenous African cultures, unquote. So this was the thinking, that the business of writing then was to bring out and project African literature, African culture, and that Things Fall Apart was an outcome of that. But I've mentioned that there were many writers like Honoran Zeku and so on, who presented works that were presentations of culture, and today nobody remembers those ones, but many others in that period presented scenarios of conflict in the interface between African culture, the traditional culture, and modernity. So many produced works like that. Ferdinando Yono in Cameroon, Gabriel Okara, John Munonye, T.M. Aluko in Nigeria, Usman Sampene in Senegal, Ngugi in Kenya, Aikwe Ama, and Kofi Awono in Ghana, and the Nigerian Wole Soyinka's plays, poetry of Leopold Sedar Senghor in Senegal, Christopher Kibo in Nigeria, Okot Bitek, Uganda, and Chikaya Utamsi in Republic of Congo, and so on. So now this model in which the traditional culture is, I'm quoting Paul Ricoeur, a sealed package we pass from hand to hand without ever opening, unquote, persists in Nollywood, as I've said, and also in the dramatic works of some contemporary Nigerian dramatists. They think that this is the way that literature should be written, even today. Now, but there are works that cannot be accommodated within this perception of Africa. Works of the 1960s, like Gabriel Okara's The Voice and T.M. Aluko's early novels, in which tradition and the traditional institutions were presented as antagonistic to progressive impulses. So that is to say, if this perception of African literature is literature that ennobles African values or celebrates African values, like the negritude philosophy, then important works like these ones will be excluded. All right? Yeah. Now, so we move on to African consciousness and representation. There, some who have mentioned thought that the ideal would be that even if the issues were contemporary, as long as the writer was able to present this from a consciousness that could be identified as African, as having characteristics, psychological characteristics, or the actions and patterns, behavior patterns of the characters themselves. If Africanness could be seen in those, and that would be the ideal. Now, this was projected and canvassed, but a problem with that, a major problem with that, is environmental determinism. You know, Adeola James, in his own formulation, spoke of you know, the mode of the imagination which derived from the African environment, and this without perhaps thinking about it, confirmed Hegel's environmental determinism, right? So this whole approach to African literature, which somehow suggested that the thing was the environment, in the environment, and those who were part of that environment would imbibe this way of life. That's environmental determinism. So that's a major problem. It's also implicated in the nativist approach, and I go to that nativist approach. It was Ayeleru who elaborated it, that African literature was literature written by people of African birth, period. Now, and he divided the history of African literature into 3 generations. And the first generation of people born during the colonial period, and then the generations born from the 1950s into the 1960s, and then the 3rd generation, which they say is very large, people born from the 1960s to the 1980s. So this way of regarding African literature, accommodates people like Buchi Emecheta. Buchi Emecheta has been cited today, even though she had spent a greater part of her life in Britain, and Ben Okri also, who has spent the greater part of his life in Britain. So as long as they had been born in Africa, whatever the experiences they may have made, that wouldn't matter. They were African, and it would be possible to make out their Africanness in their writing. So that's a major problem with the nativist approach. Now, I go to the 4th approach, which is what I am suggesting as a solution to the problem. And I'll read that part of the lecture. Africa as a place, a library, rather than a quality, as the title of that section. A path not much traveled yet is seeing African literature in terms of a library rather than a quality. In this library, the possessions, quote and unquote, are literary works of all kinds: narrative, dramatic, and lyrical. This applies equally to any grouping, whether English, French, or American literature, despite the convention that distinguishes the latter into American and African American literatures, with a shared language and a shared, quote, cult of experience, unquote, by Rav, and or decadent culturalism, according to Merleau-Ponty, The distinction is obviously a byproduct of racial segregation. And as some have argued, it no longer even applies. Robert Warren has written about this, published a paper on it in 2011. Now, the living literary tradition grows by adding new works, which unfold in one or another of the, quote, major articulations of praxis: desire, communication, struggle, unquote. Roland Barthes. In one of the 5 mimetic modes: mythic, romantic, high mimetic, low mimetic, and ironic, not of Fry. And in a variety of genres. In the novel, for instance, realism and historical, naturalistic, pastoral, and heroic narratives, as well as Bildungsroman, the Picaro, and various constructions of imposture, or terrorizing monsters, as Soyinka calls them. The techniques are also the same ones familiar in discussions of objects of the kind, in addition to the standard third-person and first-person eyewitness or participant, the portrayal or the showing technique, the flashback and flashforward technique, montage, and experimentation, driven either by a notion what literature ought to be about or how it ought to look, or by applying specific strategies of text formation. In some, the techniques may appear quite novel, as in Achebe's Things Fall Apart, which may be read both as a heroic narrative and a historical novel, but also an excellent example of an experimental novel because of a specific use of orature, transforming the proverb, quote, when a man says yes, his chi also says yes, unquote, by a series of expansions and conversions. These are words of Michel Rivertier, to higher and higher levels, yielding nevertheless a narrative. That is a single, whole, and complete action with beginning, middle, and end. Aristotle, Poetics, chapter 18. Conclusion. The library model for understanding literature, despite nationalistic nomenclature, has the advantage of freeing attention from preoccupation with the materials used in constructing the artwork in order to see the house itself, so to speak, and the bricks as part of the building. In everything that is made, the product is the value object, although it would not have come about except for the materials used. Lévi-Strauss, for instance, would call the materials used in constructing myths, quote, the remains and debris of events, unquote. But the output are things like myths of creation and origin and totemic myths. In any event, the work as a work stands out in all senses of the word from the things out of which it has been made. I'm paraphrasing there Heidegger, poetry, language, thought. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. It was a wonderful, erudite lecture, and it clarified many doubts that always comes into the mind of the scholars who are working on African literature. And I really appreciated your idea on anti-evolutionary approach to culture, because this is what then happens to our country also, where there are many languages, many literature, and we have to bear the burden of unity in diversity tag. Actually, it should be union in diversity, union of diversity, but not unity in diversity, which is paradoxical. But we are still bearing this tag, like the tag of African literature, a whole literature of a whole continent. The different cultures of a continent are branded under the name African literature. I really agree with you wholeheartedly, and I loved your imagery of the house and the bricks. Thank you for such a erudite, thought-provoking, deeply analyzed lecture. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Yeah. Thank you.
I hand over to Dr. Shankar for the next session.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Ati Bhattacharya, for chairing the session. Thank you, Professor Amici Akwanya, for the excellent, mind-blowing, simply mind-blowing lecture.
Thank you.
May I now request Amici Akwanya to stay with us and chair the next session. The next session, we have a speech by Professor Amici Akwanya. Please chair the next session, where the speaker is Professor Sneha Chaudhary. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So we have with us today Professor Sneha Chaudhary, Assistant Professor of the Department of English, West Bengal State University. Dr. Sneha Chaudhary, serving at the West Bengal State University since 2009, was a UGC JRF with Department of English, Jadavpur University from 2004 to 2008. And her doctoral thesis was on the thematic varieties of postmodern neo-Victorian fiction. She is also a former assistant editor and current editorial board member of the international peer journal, Neo-Victorian Studies. That is an area of specialization. She has published that Neo-Victorian Studies journal is published by Swansea University, Wales, UK. She has published books, chapters, reviews, and articles in various peer-reviewed national and international conferences in India and abroad, like at the University of Harvard, ULCA, Petersburg, Leeds, Leicester, Portsmouth, Brighton, Malaga, and Sydney, among others. Her co-edited volume entitled Tagore Ideas of the New Woman, The Making and Unmaking of Female Subjectivity, has been published internationally by Sage and Sri in 2017. Her area of specialization and research interests include New Victorian Studies, Victorian literature, postmodern and post-colonial fiction, adaptation studies, gender studies, popular culture, and films. She has been a member of our Board of Studies, PG Studies, Rishi Chandra College. She has taken classes at our college, and she is the main brainchild behind shaping this special paper on African literature that our postgraduate students of fourth semester usually study. And because of her insightful framing of the syllabus, we have been able to include African literature, orature, and culture. Her paper today will be on pedagogy and nationalism in Athol Fugger's play, My Children, My Africa. May I now request Professor Akanwa to chair the session, and I'm handing over to him. So, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Saka, for your introduction. And welcome, Dr. Chaudhary, to this session. We invite you to present your paper, Pedagogy and Nationalism in Athol Fugger's play, My Children, My Africa. Professor.
Okay, thank you. Chaudhary. I would first, I think I'm audible and visible. Yeah. So I would first like to thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Shubhabrata Sarkar, for his very generous introduction and for inviting me to this conference, and also for organizing such a conference, because it's held on such a big scale with so many great international scholars on African literature in the panel, and also giving a lot of scope to young students and scholars to make their presentations, and also to the head of the department of the college, Dr. Debashish of the Department of English, Dr. Debashish Sengupta, and as he has generously introduced me, that I had framed this syllabus around 2015, and I had done it from my knowledge of having studied African literature as a special optional on post-colonial studies in the Department of English, Jadavpur University. This was way back in 2002, 2003. Around that time, I was finishing my master's final year. And the person who was actually very contributive towards this course, especially in teaching drama, was, of course, world-famous theatrician and scholar, Professor Anandolal, who actually introduced us to Athol Fugger and this play. was taught by him, and I also teach this play to my students now, and following his tradition I try to be as comprehensive and as interesting as possible. And also the Department of Comparative Literature of Jadavpur University was very useful because it also runs African Studies Center, and the books and the journals that we got from that department was even more useful than that we got from the English department. Okay, with that I would now like to go into my paper, and my paper is on pedagogy and nationalism as this play by Fugard approaches. So if we first look at the title of the play, My Children, My Africa, it is expressive of the clarion call raised by the leader come teacher and moral guide of the students, Mr. M, who wants to secure the future of the country through an eclectic policy that combines the best values of scholars all over the world. He did not believe in regionalism and nativism because these were narrow concepts that confine knowledge and imagination of the youth. It is necessary, therefore, to balance nativism with internationalism to be able to appreciate the good qualities of foreigners and to form a hybrid society with maximum resources and enrichment for all. He also wants to undo racism and reverse racism that proves to be destructive and harmful for societal progress and national progress. This play deals with the issue of nation building, and the call to the youth raised by Mr. M becomes a call for the future. It is also indicative of his failure and anxiety to implant these hybrid values in his best black students who turn militant, rebellious, and waste their potential in engaging with mindless destruction and racial rivalry. The apostrophizing gesture of the title also conveys a newly freed post-colonial and neo-colonial countries of the problems and the contradictions of nation formation that these countries were facing at that time. The play shows how pedagogy and related educational practices and values can help and improve the overall ideological basis of the young children who are the future of the nation, and at the same time shows how it can uphold cultural hybridity and break the narrow confines of jingoism, racial hatred, and nationalism. The play touches upon the most vital themes of future of South Africa after they have obtained political independence from foreign rule. It is a very complicated political issue with the country standing at the crossroads of change and emancipation, as well as the fear of political turmoil and all-round anarchy. The nation was virtually divided on the issue. The moderates and the pacifists thought that it was necessary to continue to assimilate Western forms of living and thought and systems of governance with native African ones, while the extremists wanted to destroy any trace of Western influence. The play deals with this theme in the most explosive and provocative manner, where the death of Mr. M is the most unfortunate outcome of such political and ethical contradictions and divisive ways of imagining the future. Fugard mainly explores this issue in the field of education, where two students and one teacher are virtually at war over the future of the education system and the nation at large. Fugard tries to show how the revision of the educational values and the overhauling of the educational system matter to a newly freed nation. Apart from the themes of political future of the nation and the role of education in nation formation, the play also deals with the very complex issues of racism, reverse racism, counter racism, gender rights, and educational values associated with them. Now, if we explore how the issues of pedagogy and nationalism have been taken up by the critical thinkers and theorists of African literature, theory, and culture, we find that they have come up with their own respective solutions to these problems. For example, African writer Ngugi wa Thiong'o, in his book Decolonizing the Mind, has always spoken in favor of the rise of a unique African selfhood and emancipated identity through the disavowal of foreign cultural, linguistic, and ideological influences. The crux of his quote-unquote decolonizing mission is to undo everything Western mentally, psychologically, and culturally. He is again responding to what Frantz Fanon had said about the constant burden of cultural anxiety experienced by black men wearing white masks and relentlessly trying to imitate the white culture but being unable to do it fully, creating a sense of fractured national self. Fanon's psychoanalytical critique of the black man's consciousness is a reminder of the failure of the black to ape the white, creating a sense of displacement and self-fragmentation, but it is also an act of cultural mimicry that deconstructs and hybridizes the white master's colonial supremacy. This notion of colonial mimicry and appropriation, as now Homi Bhabha has analyzed, is a moment of resistance and a typical post-colonial rejoinder to the culture of the colonized. Now, if we look at the plot of this play, how it comes up with these issues. The plot of the play is quite simple and straightforward. It is a narrative where we see that it begins with Mr. M and Thami disagreeing over how to achieve national self-reliance, leaving the colonial influence behind, and how to change the future of South Africa through education and extermination of Western influences. Isabel, as a British resident and a pupil of the same school, also joins the debate and the arguments intensify. And we see that in the exposition scenes, we get these three characters who are introduced with their specific ideologies, and the rift between them is detailed out in such a way that it constitutes a kind of a conflictual relationship that is developed further in the play. Then we find that in the act, the crisis, denouement, and climax are enacted and embodied in the sense that the crisis section occurs when Thami completely ignores the advice and good suggestions of his beloved master, Mr. M, and joins the militant Africans who murders Mr. M eventually. Then we find that the denouement scenes are all about Thami's defense of his own action. And finally, in the climax, we find that it is Isabel who ironically carries the mantle of Mr. M forward, rather than Thami. Thus, the plot ends with how a young white female student takes up the noble teachings of the black male teacher instead of the bright young black boy Thami, whose talent and potential get wasted by the mindless violence he indulges in against the whites and the moderates. The plot thus reconfigures the racial and gender equations laid down at the beginning of the play and shows how the future of South Africa can be very unsettling and uncertain. Now, if we look at this play itself, it is quite minimalistic and highly content-driven. The emphasis is on the thematic and ideological dimensions and complexities of the plot rather than crowding the characters or with many characters on stage. Hence, visibly, there are only three characters in the play, demonstrating three very radically different ideological standpoints. This sparse treatment and presentation allow the playwright to concentrate on the serious, critical, and political issues discussed by the three characters in the play. Now, if we look at the character of Mr. M, he's a black African middle-aged teacher working in the school for the poor and deprived, and person he is himself a deprived black. In that high school, he has a very influential and vital presence among the students who feel inspired by his vision and are also at awe of his knowledge and magnetic personality. He also has a very patient and hardworking nature and believes in striking a balance between African ways of thinking and living and Western ideologies. He has received Western education and he believes in the best educational values of the West. He does not want the Africans to overthrow Western traditions and their influences overnight. He is very much widely read and believes in Confucian values. He calls himself, quote unquote, a black Confucius, in the sense that he sees education as a very powerful weapon to undo ignorance, corruption, and poverty. He has not been very well to do in his life because of his sense of moral integrity and honesty, but has faith in the future. He lives poorly, but with a hope for change and emancipation. As a teacher, he aspires to live in the minds of his students who will survive him, and unfortunately falls prey to violence and gets murdered. The murder of Mr. M by the African extremist nationalists is the most tragic incident in the play. He is much aggrieved that his best student Thami breaks away from him and, despite his repeated admonishments, joins the military groups and thus becomes instrumental in killing Mr. M. Mr. M gets no material success in life, yet he keeps on shining for his moderate values, calm nature, and visionary presence. Then Isabel, if we look at her, is the most intriguing character in the play in the sense that she is neither black nor a boy, but she manages to outshine all of them in the end because of her determination and moral integrity. She comes from a much well-to-do family background, but she never flaunts it and keeps on engaging with the problems of the poor and underprivileged black Africans. So despite class and ideological differences, she always tries to be Thami's friend and empathizes with his sufferings. She also has genuine respect for the moderate values of Mr. M and continues to bear his mantle as the play ends. Unlike Thami, who refuses to learn from the good values and worst learning of Mr. M, Isabel continues to carry Mr. M's memories in her heart. She does not see Mr. M as a mere poor black teacher. She tries to identify with her visionary thinking. She strongly believes in women's emancipation and also in a transnational union of the blacks and whites in South Africa. She thinks that the future of Africa lies in creating a harmony beyond racism and reverse racism and the violence, strife, and dissension generated by it. Then Thami becomes the most problematic and rebellious character because he represents talent, poverty, and violence at the same time. As a young boy, he takes Western education very honestly and seriously and becomes a repository of Western literature, philosophy, and history. But later he learns to challenge and unlearn all of this as he thinks that those books does not include or does not discuss the black Africans and their history of suffering or their native cultures. Initially, he respects the erudition and personality of Mr. M, but gradually starts opposing his moderate values. For him, Mr. M is a compromised character who has taken the lead only in serving the purpose of spreading Western education. Thus, he cannot reconcile himself with the values of Mr. M and overthrows him as the harmful pacifist. Thami represents the extremist and militant nationalists in South Africa who wanted to undo everything associated with the West in Africa through any means possible and establish African values and systems of governance and culture. Thami also proves to be the most self-destructive character in the play that despite his teacher's warnings, he wastes his talent and potential in engaging with violence and mayhem that ultimately shakes the foundation of a newborn nation. Thus, to conclude that this is a play that points out to the pros and cons of cultural hybridity. It shows how a certain black teacher can become a symbol of internationalism and multiculturalism despite officially representing the European system of colonial education and inspire a white girl like Isabel to follow his values that ironically fall flat in case of the black boy Thami, whose rigid jingoism is inflexibly aggressive and self-defeating at the same time. The problem of pedagogy and nationalism broached in the play in the context of South Africa unravels many disturbing cross-currents of cultural rivalry and racial hatred that worried liberal playwrights like Athol Fugard and forced them to engage fictionally with such complicated socio-political and cultural problems. Thank you.
That's good.
That's
excellent. That's excellent, Dr. Chaudhry. Thank you very much for that exposition of Fugard's, My Children, My Africa. That is very, very insightful. Thank you very much. Your presentation, you highlight the values of the play. The values of balancing nativism against internationalism. The values of balancing racism against or or reversing racism, the values of nation building, and the role of education in nation building and nation formation. These are very relevant issues every day, and especially today. So that the title of your paper, Pedagogy and Nationalism, that is really relevant. There is much that needs to be built in Africa. A lot needs to be built. Obama, at the dying days of his presidency, spoke of the need for the building of strong institutions, and that is, I think, that is still true today. The educational system itself has got to be built and to be strong. And whenever there is a small social problem, we see that everything is falling apart because nothing has been really built. So the emphasis on building a nation, forming a group into a cohesive structure, not based on ideology or divisive epithets and things like that, but the cultivating of the human in them, that is something not to be taken lightly at all. So thank you very much for our paper, and I'm sure that all the participants enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Saka, back to you.
Thank you, Professor Amechi Akanwa. Thank you, Professor Amechi Akwana, for chairing this session, and thank you, Professor Dr. Snehakar Chaudhary, for delivering such an excellent lecture, insightful, well-researched, and relevant to our students, because it's a part of the syllabus. Thank you, madam. So may I now request Dr. Snehakar Chaudhary to please preside over the next session, to chair the next session. And in the next session, we have a part of our own enterprise, a collaborator of this event from Dhaka City College, Professor Dr. Elam Hossain. He's serving as Associate Professor of English, Dhaka City College, Bangladesh. So his paper will be on a reading of Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart Eco-Critically. Dr. Elam Hossain, he is a part of India, means a part of Bengal, from Bangladesh. He is a research scholar of African literatures and cultures. Finds his interest in anthropological, theoretical, and aesthetic approaches to literary text. His areas of perusal covers colonial and post-colonial studies. He has bagged an MPhil from the University of Dhaka, Bangladesh, on colonial literature, and has finished his PhD on African literatures and cultures. A number of research articles have been published in his renowned academic journals of home and abroad. He has also co-edited a number of books. His areas of interest include English African literatures and theory, South Asian literature, modern literature, postmodern literature, Anglo-Saxon literature, Shakespeare, Jacobean literature, neoclassical literature, romantic literature, Victorian literature, colonial and post-colonial literatures. So he has a large number of books published by him, and for example, Kim's Passage to India, Binary of Colonial Attitude, and it was published in Stanford Journal of English, Tongues and Anxiety, Historical and Psychological Parallels in Chinua Achebe's Trilogy. Again, we have Post-Colonial Psycho, Affecting Discourse, Things Fall Apart, an attempt of Achebe's liberal imagination, A Man of People, a study of post-independence situation. These are his works. So may I now request Professor Dr. Snehakar Chaudhary to preside over this session, and I request her to conduct this session.
Okay. Without Without further delay, I would request Professor Hussain to start his work. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you, Madam. I feel very immensely delighted to have an opportunity to share the plenary session with the luminaries, Professor Chandrava Chakravarty, Dr. Sanjib Saha, Principal of Rishi Bankim College, Emeritus Professor Ernest N. Imanenu, the celebrated and world-renowned scholar of African literature, Dr. Pradeep Ranjan Sengupta, Professor Dr. Inaugural, Professor Dr. Sati Bhattacharya, Dr. Amechi Nicholas Akinia, Dr. Kolapishen, and Dr. Chandrani Vishwas. And at the very outset of my paper, I'd just like to mention one thing. The particular aspect of Africa that attracts me most is its greatness. The power of its greatness lies in its power of synthesis. And here lies the similarity of Africa with this subcontinent. In this subcontinent, the Aryans came with their culture, the Muslims came with their culture, the Europeans came with their culture, and the people of this subcontinent welcomed them, accommodated them, and when they tried to annihilate our culture and marginalize us and transform us into others, then we gave voice of resistance. And we found the same thing with Africa. Africa accommodated different cultures, different languages, and different realities. And whenever the foreign cultures, foreign languages tried to annihilate Africa, African culture, or tried to transform Africa into others, then Africa gave a voice of resistance. So when I recite African literature, I hear that voice. And that very particular aspect of African literature mostly attracts me. And I think this is one of the causes that has made African literature relevant to us in this part of the world. My today's paper, entitled A Rereading of Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, Eco-Critically. Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart is a great classic of not only African literature, but also world literature. Since its publication in 1958, it has been read widely from different perspectives. Actually, Achebe's worldview supplies this book with a perennial source of insights, which enabled this novel to draw the attention of the international leadership. In my today's lecture, I have taken up Things Fall Apart as an eco-critical text. My point is that this book portrays a harmonious relationship between the Africans and the environment, which has bound them with the myths, with their stories, rituals, cultures, and tradition. It has also portrayed how the invasion of the colonialism attempted to detach these people from their environment, and how this attempt destroyed the harmony of African life. To my mind, portraying the relationship of the Africans with the environment, Achebe's one of the most celebrated texts, Things Fall Apart, attempts to subvert European-generated imperialist discourses of Africa and construct an oppositional version of it. To estimate Things Fall Apart as an eco-critical text, I think the definition of eco-criticism given by Ursula K. Hayes an American scholar, it can help us. So, quote, eco-criticism analyzes the ways in which literature represents the human relations to nature at particular moments of history. What values are assigned to nature and why, and how perceptions of this nature shape literary tropes and genres. Things Fall Apart basically is a narrative of a community of people who are annihilated from their root, culture, language, identity, surrounding nature, myths, rituals, their stories with the advent of the European colonizers. The story of the text is grossly divided into two parts. One of them covers the life of the community living in Umofia, in harmony with nature, which controls the people's life with seasonal varieties, belief system fortified by their pantheon, myths, proverbs, oracles, and rituals. And the other depicts the Things Fall Apart like situation of this community in confrontation with the white man's new religion, new belief system, their education, their vocabulary, their myths, and discursive paradigms. Achebe's sincerity and care are found thoroughly in Things Fall Apart to reclaim African history from distortion and its Western derogatory version and present it to the world in its correct and original version. He clarifies his position and task as an author in his Morning Yet on Creation Day and proclaims that his duty is, quote, to correct the distortion of the West African culture and to recreate the past in the present in order to educate the African reader and give him confidence in his cultural heritage, unquote. Besides, in his essay, Novelist as Teacher, Achebe declares that it is a responsibility of an artist to teach his readers the realities in which he lives. Even a palm tree or a butterfly can be a fit subject matter of an African writing. Hence, Achebe does not go to borrow the London Bridge or the Trafalgar Square or the Big Ben for his subject matter. Rather, he takes resort to the realities that shape the life and fate of the Africans. At the same time, his response to the colonialism in Africa has occupied the canvas of Things Fall Apart. Besides, while narrating the story, he takes resort to the narratology of the local folk tales deployed by the griots and griotesses, who were honored as sages among the natives and who used to teach the natives verbally through storytelling. African culture develops out of its people's attachment with the environment and it shapes the self of the Africans. In the words of Falola, quote, in Africa and elsewhere, culture shapes the perception of self and the interaction between people and their environment, unquote. But exploitation of African environment and natural resources began with the advent of colonialism. In the pre-colonial Africa, economy was based on agriculture. People used to live in contact with nature in harmony and peace, and they were defined by nature. It is found in Chinua Achebe's choice of the name of the village, Umofia, as the setting of the novel. In Things Fall Apart, Umofia is an Igbo word meaning children of the forest. Achebe has chosen this name to bring about a contrast in the condition of the life of the natives before and after the advent of colonialism. In the pre-colonial African society, nature brought peace and amity among the natives. They used to derive pleasure and entertainment from the local sports like wrestling, wandering, celebration of the Week of Peace, singing, beating drums, playing on the flute, or beating ogini, storytelling, and straying outside in moonlit night. Okunko's father enjoyed singing and playing on the flute. During the harvesting season, he, along with his band, was invited by the neighboring villages to perform. Even while he was left in the evil forest for death, as his whole body swelled for a kind of infection prohibited by the local norms and belief, he took his flute with him. Actually, through Unoka's attachment with the images of natural beauty, Achebe emphasizes the harmony of relationship between man and nature in African community. In the words of the narrator, quote, Unoka loved it all, and he loved the first kites that returned with the dry season and the children who sang songs of welcome to them. He would remember his own childhood, how he had often wandered around looking for a kite sailing leisurely against the blue sky. As soon as he found one, he would sing with his whole being, welcoming it back from its long, long journey and asking it if it had brought home any lengths of cloth. Unquote. The annual round of seasons, with all its color, music, beauty, portrays pre-colonial Africa with its power and aesthetics, which shaped the perception and consciousness of African people. Actually, when a dialogue develops between man and the surrounding environment, a sense of cosmic totality, quote unquote, emerges. Man's perception is shaped, reshaped, and even transformed by this consciousness of the fact that all his entity and response to the surroundings, quote, exist within a cosmic reality. I have quoted this from Ole Soyinka. Nature evokes thoughts and ideas in an individual and inspires him to externalize and communicate his inner intuitions and impulses. As a great seer, Achebe portrays how man's sense of beauty evokes intuition within him and lets him communicate with the moonlit night. The youths enjoy gathering in the village Ilo, that is filled in moonlit night, to exchange romantic feelings. The moonlit night impacts the people so intensely that even a cripple intends to wander around in delight. Of course, on a moonlit night, it would be different. The happy voices of children playing in open fields would then be heard, and perhaps those not so young would be playing in parks in less open places. And old men and women would remember their youth. As the Igbo say, when the moon is shining, the cripple becomes hungry for awa, unquote. The night is not dead to the natives. It's a living entity with whom they develop dialogues or communication. In the dark night, they do not even utter the name of snake, lest it should bite them. For this reason, they call it rope. Also, the elders enjoy a dignified position among the natives, and the epithets that the people attain by virtue of their bravery, strength, and material prosperity mark the existing social stratification. Age is respected, but achievement is revered among the natives. Again, visiting oracles, sacrificing offerings for gods and goddesses, and believing in the interferences of chi in the activities of an individual are the inevitable ingredients of the local people's culture. Proverbs, local myths, and folk tales are the sources of their epistemic practices. Proverbs harness people's wisdom and bring about a bridge between the past and the present, and hence, quote, Proverbs are the palm oil with which words are eaten, unquote. The Igu or the band of masked spirits serve as judiciary. They make apportionment of rewards and punishment exactly according to the merits and defects of the person. against whom the allegation is brought. So environment was a complete code and conduct and a guiding force to the natives. And the invasion of colonial enterprises caused a breach between the people and their environment, and consequently they were torn apart. Colonialism penetrated into the local community, and under the subterfuge of cosmetic development, it deliberately segregated the natives from their environment. And this segregation caused the things fall apart like situation in the life of the Africans. The colonizers set this course of development and ignored local culture, which was branded as savagery or primitivism, and many of the European standards were imposed upon the people in the name of modernization and cosmetic development. But the most cruel irony that lies in cosmetic surgery is that outwardly it looks fresh and daring, but below the glaring layer, the original skin gets shrunken and the age leaves its mark on the original skin. So in the name of civilization, the colonizers brought industrialization, but they destroyed forest and ecological balance. They also destroyed the harmony of the life of the African communities by creating a European version of African history. Actually, belief system, pantheon, rituals, and power structure construct a community and bind together its people with harmony and affinity. The myths, folk tales, oracles, proverbs, and narratives of a community emanate from the environment in which it dwells. The environment, which can obviously be marked as a powerful organization, is a dynamic entity, and it forms and formulates the community's way of thinking, rhetoric, aesthetics, values, and its soul. If it is violated, polluted, or segregated from the people, then it causes catastrophe. Okonkwo violates the sanctity of the week of peace by beating his wife during it. So he has to offer sacrifices to the earth goddess Annie to appease her wrath, lest the harvest should spoil in the field. By killing a kinsman in the funeral of Ijudu with a gunshot, he is annihilated from his village and compelled to go for banishment to the maternal village Mubanta for the fulfillment of the will of the goddess. He has to pass there 7 years, and during his stay, the missionary comes to his village, Umofia, and goes on with the mission of converting the natives into Christians. His unusual rigidity against the nature transforms him into an arrogant person, and so he does not pay heed to even the oldest man's, that is Ijudu's, prohibition in taking part in the act of killing Ikemukuna, who calls him father. Ijudu warns him, quote, "But I want you to have nothing to do with it. He calls you his father," unquote. This rigidity leaves a fatal impact on his son Noe's consciousness. His eventual conversion into a Christian is far or less instigated by the act that Okonkwo does against nature. If rigidity is a part of environment, then softness, paternal affection, motherly love, and affection are also inevitably connected to environment. Thus, the trope of environment refers to a dichotomy, an ambivalence, which Okonkwo fails to understand. And this inability leads him to his ultimate catastrophe. The catastrophe of not only Okonkwo, but also the whole community is hastened. While the missionary is given a piece of land in the evil forest to build up a church, local people think that the forest will eliminate them, but they survive the hostility of the people. Osu, or the outcasts, are prone to join the missionary. Some of the women who are humiliated by their in-laws for giving birth to Obanje receive Christianity. While his son Noe joins the missionary, Okonko feels to be ousted from the power structure of his ancestors. Quote, Okonko felt a cold shudder run through him at the terrible prospect, like the prospect of annihilation. Unquote. So religious mission is transformed into eliminating mission of colonial authority. Christianity takes the form of an apparatus to fragment the Igbo community and detach them from their religions. It so happens that on one occasion, quote, converts had gone into the village and boasted openly that all the gods were dead and impotent, and that they were prepared to defy them by burning all their shrines. Unquote. Okoli, one of the converts, kills the sacred python, and this incident starts the stability of the community further. After 7 years of banishment, Okonko returns to his village and finds that nothing remains the same as before. It seems to him that the clan, quote, the clan was like a lizard. If it lost its tail, it soon grew another, unquote. The missionary sets up a school for educating the natives with the Western knowledge. They have brought with them court of justice for punishing those who revolt against their administration. They have appointed courtman or court messenger to arrest those who refute their authority and hang them in Umuru, where they have set up a court. After the departure of Mr. Brown, Mr. Smith, a missionary, takes his place, and his intolerant attitude towards the natives sours the relationship between the missionary and the natives further. Tension heightens while Enoch kills one of the spirits of Iguigu. Out of frenzy, being fortified by the spirit of vengeance, the Iguigu destroys the church. Consequently, Okonko and 5 other leaders are arrested and humiliated in the custody. They are also fined to pay for the reconstruction of the church. On the next day, while the people gather in the marketplace to decide the future course of action, Okonko, out of fury, cuts off the head of one of the court messengers. He thinks that his compatriots will take his side and will not let the other messengers flee. But to his dismay, he discovers that all are showing him back and fleeing from the spot. He realizes how fragmentation takes over the unity of the community. On the next day, he hangs himself. The commissioner who comes to arrest Okonko now decides to write a paragraph about this incident in his book. The name of the book, The Pacification of the Primitive Tribes of the Lower Niger. What a deliberate linguistic politics he does in constructing the history of a local community or the Africans into a distorted paragraph, and how viciously he attempts to transform a cultured community into a primitive tribe. The commissioner's disposition coincides colonialism with civilization, and it is, in Amy Caesar's words, quote, a dying civilization, because, quote, civilization that uses the principles of trickery and deceit is a dying civilization, unquote. The word in the title of the commissioner's book, pacification, is synonymous with colonialism, because the pacification process goes hand in hand with coercion, hegemony, annihilation process, and transformation of a culturally independent community into other, and the placing of the dominant group as self. The relation between the self and other is not determined on the basis of human values, but on the basis of exploitation, misinterpretation, and misrepresentation. So Amy Cizea aptly asserts, quote, and I say that between colonialism and civilization, there is an infinite distance, that out of all the colonial expeditions that have been undertaken, out of all the colonial statutes that have been drawn up, out of all memoranda that have been dispersed by all the ministries, there could not come a single human value, unquote. Being swept by Hegelian perception, which finds nothing harmonious with humanity in the African people, the European colonizers develop a sense of cultural superiority and tend to, quote, promote themselves as the saviors of the world, weighed down by an inferior civilization, and to legitimize the takeover of, quote unquote, primitive peoples on the grounds that advanced societies like theirs should have first claim on the global environment, unquote. But their capitalistic mission segregates people from the harmonious relationship with nature. This is not the subject only used by Achebe. Kenyan author Nsukka, in his A Grain of Wheat and recent poems, his recent poems deal with the theme of the harmony of relationship between man and nature. Nigerian poet Gabriel Okara writes a handful of poems on eco-critical subject matter. He supports Ken Saro-Wiwa, Nigerian author and environment activist, who protested against deforestation and the pollution of the Niger by the foreign oil companies in Niger Delta. But after a show of trial, Ken Saro-Wiwa was hanged by Sani Abacha. Even today, due to the previous colonial policy, deforestation is going on in Nigeria. According to Wikipedia, even today, the annual deforestation rate in Nigeria is 3.5%, which is devastating for its environment and the people living in harmony with nature. Actually, Achebe depicts the connectedness between man and nature because his authorship emerges out of oral tradition of Africa. In his essay, the writer and his community, Achebe admits, quote, part of my artistic and intellectual inheritance is derived from a cultural tradition in which it was possible for artists to create objects of art which were solid enough and yet make no attempt to claim, and sometimes even go to great lengths to deny personal ownership of what they have created, unquote. Consequently, Achebe deploys lots of folk tales in the narratives of his novel. These served as a perennial source of entertainment and learning among the Igbos during the pre-colonial period. The tale of birds and the wicked tortoise that Ekwefi tells to Ejinma metaphorically interprets the values and the ethics of pre-colonial African society, when people believed each other and followed an honest course of life. But here the tortoise metaphorically may interpret the contamination of ethics and morality after the advent of colonialism. Besides, the folk tales of snake, lizard, and toads hopping at broad daylight are highly rhetorical. They are more philosophical than entertaining, and such tales were usually narrated by the griots and griotesses to the children with a view to educating them. Using herbs and shrubs for medical treatment is an inevitable part of the pre-colonial African society. When Ejinma is affected by fever, Okonko collects medicinal herbs from the neighboring bush, gets them boiled, and makes Ejinma inhale the vapor. On the contrary, allusion to Eneki bird interprets the restlessness of African life during the colonial period. Actually, through the use of all these elements of orature, Achebe examines how deeply and closely the Africans were attached with their surrounding environment before the advent of colonialism. So now, I like to conclude my paper with a few words. I think the hermeneutic approach that I have made to Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart can also be approached to the text of the subcontinent. For example, we can study Amitabh Ghosh's Hungry Tide eco-critically, or Manik Bandyopadhyay's Padma Nadir Majhi, or Tarashankar Bandyopadhyay's Hashuli Bakir Upakatha. So there are so many texts in this subcontinent which we can study eco-critically. And such study will help us dig deeper into our historiography, anthropology, and cultural uniqueness. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hussain, for this very perceptive presentation. I thought it was extremely delightful to hear you giving a very incisive and detailed analysis of the text. And the fact that Western discourses of environmentalism always do not apply unconventionally to African contexts was also brought out. And the way you analyzed the confrontation between the colonial forces and the African world in its nascent before it was like in Things Fall Apart, as it is shown in the trilogy, as still pre-colonial in its way, and how the transition is a very painful one. It was a very good presentation. I must congratulate you on such a very good paper. Thank you. Now over to Shubha.
Thank you, Dr. Sneha Kaur Chaudhary, for chairing this session, conducting this session. Thank you, Professor Dr. Ilham Hussain, for such an insightful, eco-critically sensitive deliberation on Things Fall Apart. And definitely you are opening a new ground. So today we have so many good lectures on different areas, and eco-criticism was missing. Eco-criticism has been applied to the modern African studies. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Ilham Hussain to chair the next session. For the next session, we have a very renowned scholar, Dr. Kalapi Sen. She is a part of our own organizing committee also, because without her active inspiration, support, guidance, we could not even think of international webinar of such grand proportion. Dr. Kalapi Sen teaches at the Department of English, Raja Pyari Mohan College, Uttarpara, Hooghly. Her PhD was on the minor characters in the novels of Chinua Achebe from NSOU, Kolkata. She had presented some excellent papers in some conferences of repute in India and as well as abroad. Her articles have appeared in journals and books in India and abroad, with some publications in some very reputed journals of African literature, namely African Literature Today and OKIKE, an African Journal of New Writings. Her research interests are African literature with special focus on Nigeria, Black women writing, post-colonial literature, and literary theory. She is presently translating the first Igbo novel, Pita Enwo Nas Eme Nuko, a form of English translation by Ernest N. Amanoyo in Bengali. So her support was there from the first day of the webinar, and she has given us all the contacts of the professors from Africa and United States. So I request Professor Ilham Hussain to conduct this session. Professor Ilham Hussain, please, sir.
Professor Hussain, your mic is muted.
Professor Ilham Hussain, sir, your mic. Professor Ilham Hussain, sir, your mic is not working, sir. Please unmute the mic, sir. Professor Ilham Hussain, sir, your mic is not working, sir. Yes, there might be some disturbance. So he is offline. So without wasting time, sir, can I just give a proxy to Professor Ilham Hussain and request Dr. Kolapi Shane to start her paper, present the paper. Dr. Kolapi Shane, ma'am, please.
Good evening, everyone. Professor Sarkar has been saying a lot of good things, which really made my day. Thank you, Professor Sarkar. I should begin by thanking the principal, RBC College Naihati, and the organizers, each and every one of you, for inviting me to give a talk in the plenary session. And I don't know whether I deserve all the good words that he has said, because the entire effort was made by him. I only gave the contacts I had, and that was the only bit I did for this webinar, because I had to do, because when I was working on a paper on the status of African literature in West Bengal, I had seen the Surrey state African literature was in the West Bengal curriculum. Dr. Swati Bhattacharya was the first person I had interviewed in this regard, who being one of the earliest scholars in West Bengal among the people I know of. And then slowly and steadily I did see, even if the texts were there under a canopy term, New Literatures in English, very few texts are there. And unfortunately enough, very few colleges take up as an option of teaching. So when Professor Sarkar approached me after the initiation by Dr. Pradip Ranjan Sengupta, it was definitely my duty, being an African scholar, to extend my hand of help, and I did it. And I'm really thankful that all my colleagues have accepted the invitation, and it is indeed a success, I guess. But now I'm really tensed to make a presentation after so many stalwarts. However, let me begin. When I had started working on Chinua Achebe in late 2006 and early 2007, the only thing I knew about African literature was Chinua Achebe is no longer at ease. I'm from Rabindra Bharati, so we were taught, and no longer at ease at the master's level really made no sense to me. The only reason is, over here, when we generally teach, moreover, more than a decade back, when we used to teach, when we were taught no longer at ease, we were taught as just that no longer it is just a text, which is nothing but a mere failure love story of O.P. Okonkwo. Unfortunately, it is something more than that. And today my presentation will be quite textual. So with due permission from the convener and the chair, Dr. Sarkar, may I use my PowerPoint presentation, because there are a number of quotes which will be quite long, and I'll be referring to things fall apart time and again. And until and unless the chapters and quotes you can see will really make no sense. So can I just go ahead with the presentation?
Yes, as data coordinators, yes, madam, you can go ahead with the presentation.
Yeah, thank you. I'll begin. My paper has been named Chinua Achebe is no longer at ease at 60. I'm thankful to Professor Thomas Lin of Penn State University, who has happily given me his consent so that I can use the name of his panel at the NEMLA, that is Northeast Modern Language Association's conference, which was organized in March 2020, this year, where he had organized a panel under this title. So I'm thankful to him. And now I begin my presentation with talking about no longer at ease. Yes. Please forgive me not for being so technologically sound, yet I'm trying to. Yes, is my screen visible? Is my presentation visible? Can anyone say?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
thank you, thank you,
Yes,
thank
madam.
you.
Yeah, start making
Yeah,
it.
yes. So Chinua Achebe's second novel arrived on the literary scene in 1960, which coincided with two major events of Nigerian history. Number one, the independence, the political independence of Nigeria. And number two was the first production of Wole Soyinka's Dance of the Forests, which celebrated the Nigerian independence and was published later in 1963. So, though 2020 marks a bad year for every one of us globally, it also has some positive side, and therefore we have 60 years of No Longer It Is. However, even after a prominent existence in the literary world of over half a century and for more than 2 decades in the academic curriculum, when it is taught, the novel is generally reduced to either a mere tragic love story of the protagonist Obi Okonkwo, obliquely hinting at Achebe's comment that No Longer at Ease, I quote Achebe, is a book that has not, in my view, received as good and perceptive attention as it deserves, unquote. Or it has been reduced to a mere sequel and nothing more than that of Things Fall Apart. Although No Longer at Ease is chronologically Achebe's second novel, published 2 years after his groundbreaking first novel, Things Fall Apart, in the Achebean pentalogy, if the Achebean pentalogy is considered thematically, it can be seen that this novel acts as a connecting bridge between his other 4 novels, Things Fall Apart, No Longer It Is, Arrow of God, and Man of the People and Antilles of the Savannah. In his first and the third novels, Things Fall Apart and Arrow of God, the two tradition-based novels, Achebe recreates fictionally the pre-colonial and colonial milieus of Nigeria to delineate the slow yet steady entry and the eventual progress of the white masters with their religion and governance in the respective novels into the lives of the Igbo people, where the native culture and the native republican system of governance jostle with new white societal rules in order to survive. In his last 2 novels, which have been termed as the most political novels, Achebe treats events almost exactly contemporary with his writing, that is the post-colonial scenario of Nigeria, where he focuses chiefly on the corruption that had engulfed the lives of mostly all the members of the society after the colonial masters have left, with its roots in the highest echelons of state power. I'm quoting this from Achebe's own comment in an interview, unquote. After a critical, as far as the critical insights related to this novel are concerned, one can see that on the one hand, we have Eustace Palmer condemning No Longer at Ease as a work that is, I quote, greatly inferior to Achebe's first novel in range of conception and intensity of realization. But his analysis at the same time deals primarily with the plight of the new generation of the Nigerians who, having been exposed to education in the Western world and therefore largely cut off from their roots in the traditional society, discover on their return that the demands of the tradition are still strong and they are hopelessly caught in the clash between old and the new ideologies. On the other hand, we have David Carroll describing Achebe's second novel as the tragicomic postscript to the moving events of Achebe's first novel, where Achebe traces the decline of the hero from a brilliant student to the civil service convicted of bribery and corruption. These 2 major thoughts focus on 2 major issues of the novel that are introduced in the opening chapter and enacted throughout the plot. Now, if you keep David Carroll's description of the novel in mind, then I would like to quote Boris Tomaszewski, who says, I quote, "The hero is hardly necessary to the story. The story, as a system of motives, can entirely bypass the hero and his characteristic traits. The hero comes out of the transformation of the material in the discourse and represents, in one part, a means to tie together the motives and, in another part, a personified motivation of the connection between the motives. The hero is necessary so that one can tie together anecdotes around him," unquote. Now, keeping this piece of quotation in mind, we must say that Achebe uses these two socio-cultural and political scenarios that No Longer at Ease was dealing with. It was acting basically as a connecting bridge between the two different socio-cultural and political scenarios in the two set of novels, the traditional and the most political novels. Like very aptly pointed out by Professor Emenyonu in his keynote, that while reading the novels of Achebe, one should read Things Fall Apart in the beginning, then go on to Arrow of God, and then move on to No Longer at Ease and the rest of the novels. Only this type of reading, it gives one a total understanding of the entire scenario that Achebe was talking about in No Longer at Ease, which is actually enacted through the life and the lives associated with Obi Okonkwo in the novel. In fact, this tug of war between the two issues dealt with in the novel are actually pointed out in the very beginning of the novel, in the first chapter of the novel. The novel actually opens with the trial scene of Obi, introducing the theme of both corruption and the tug of war between traditional ethos and imperialism. Firstly, he is seen as a convict being tried for bribery. And then the narrator reports, I quote from the text, "Mercifully, Obi had recently lost his mother and Clara had gone out of his life. The two events following closely on each other had dulled his sensibility and left him a different man," unquote. As the novel proceeds, the mystery is unveiled and the reader comes to know that Clara is an Osu, an Igbo outcast, which happens to be a major conflict in the novel. Now, who is an Osu? The concept of Osu was initially introduced by Achebe in Things Fall Apart, an issue which Dr. Ilham Hussain just pointed towards in his lecture, that how the Christian religion was attracting the outcasts, the people who were being ostracized in the society, who gave birth to twin babies. The twin babies were discarded in the evil forest, and so on and so forth. So in chapter 8, the concept of an Osu, traditional religion and embracing Christianity, which were at times Christian converts were the parents, especially the mothers of twin babies who were thrown away in the evil forest at birth under the consideration of being a cultural taboo. Following them, the Osus also walked into the church and embraced the white man's faith. But these Osu converts were not accepted liberally by the Dayala or the freeborn. Dayala is an Igbo word for the freeborn. The concept of Osu, if we look at it from an Indian perspective, it is very much like our culture of untouchables in the Indian caste system. So I'm not going into the details of it because I'm sorry, I don't know much about it. Ernest Emenyonu aptly sums this particular issue up in his Ode to the Convert, where he shows how the freeborn people, though came under the influence of Christianity, could not actually accept the Osu as their co-partners. They couldn't do that. So please give it a quick reading, because this actually sums up, this Ode to the Convert, which my slide is right now showing, actually sums up what Achebe's Things Fall Apart sums up in the prose version. Okay. So, but these Osu converts were actually not accepted liberally, even after an acceptance of Christianity. This segregation among the Igbo people had, however, not totally been erased even after years of Christian rule. And Achebe brilliantly uses this to show the cultural clash between the old and the new in his chronologically second novel, No Longer It Is. The new generation Nigerians like Obi were born and brought up under Christian values and European education. But Osu, even standing on the threshold of independence, remained, I quote, Isaac from No Longer It Is, like leprosy in the minds of our people, unquote. Obi's father, that this cultural taboo still resides in the minds of the people is hinted at since the beginning of the novel, when the love relationship between Clara and Obi culminate, where Clara had been conscious of her status of being an Osu since the very beginning and felt that once the secret is revealed, Obi will not marry her. She is strong enough to doff her relationship at a crucial stage of life. As we all know, she gets pregnant out of a wedlock with Obi. Rather than nurturing any false belief of getting married to a freeborn and getting into a cultural conflict with the entire Igbo community, she prefers to undergo an abortion and walk out of Obi's life. But Obi's idealistic belief, created and nurtured by the Western education and Christianity, refuses to accept the fact that Osu still can be considered, can be associated in the minds of the people like leprosy, standing on the verge of political freedom. Hence, once Obi's associates, like Christopher and Joseph, the two friends we have, come to know of his decision, his rather radical decision to marry an Osu girl, no one supports. The initiation of this disagreement begins with Christopher and Joseph, who represent the Nigerian youth, like Obi Okonko, yet they know what a taboo like an Osu is. And the objection towards Obi's marrying an Osu continues in his household with the strongest opposition coming from Hannah Okonko, his mother. And then the entire Igbo community, represented by the Umofia Progressive Union, who clubbed together represent the older generation. Talking about Isaac, I should point it out that Isaac, or Noe, Isaac was initially introduced in Things Fall Apart, who was called Noe, Okonko's son, had himself been a pioneer in his youth who had walked out of the native religion to accept Christianity because of the irrational killing of Ikemefuna. But as a father now, he cannot accept this somewhat revolutionary, this similar revolutionary step which his son intends to take. Thus, proving Palmer's point that when the new generation youth returns to his homeland after his grooming in the white man's land, he realizes that even if times have changed since the pre-colonial days, where a man's success was judged, where a man's success now is judged by not the number of wives and barns he has, but by the amount of money he earns in the city, in white-collar jobs like the civil service and all, the demands of the society and traditions still remain as strong as it had been. In fact, Hannah, as I pointed out earlier, is one of the strongest oppositions that Obi faces. Hannah's objection is one of the strongest oppositions that he faces on his return. She had been a devout Christian, but she had totally not been able to do away with the traditional roots, and thus, when Obi's decision of marrying Clara is revealed, it is she who finally wins over Obi's firm decision. And she says, as the slide shows, that she convinces him that she is going to kill herself in case Obi goes against everyone and gets married to an Osu. Looking at this particular point from the historical point of view, it should be pointed out that in March 1956, I would like to quote from Ernest Emenyonu's essay, African Cultural Taboos, a case study of the Osu system among the Igbo of Nigeria. In March 1956, Eastern Nigeria House of Assembly promulgated the Osu caste system abolition law, making it an offense punishable by penal servitude upon trial and conviction of the offender to call anybody Osu, unquote. Yet Hannah represents the entire generation of Nigerians, even when the law was passed, of course, before the publication of the novel. So I am sure Achebe was not unaware of it. Still, he introduces it subtly that even a law was passed, and the older generation were almost groomed on the new religion. Still, they couldn't do away with certain age-old customs and taboos of the traditional culture. While none of the main members of the society, Isaac Okonkwo, Christopher, and Joseph, could influence Obi against his intended decision to marry Clara, going against his culture and marrying an Osu, Hannah, being a woman, wins over the firm decision of a male protagonist. So definitely people, critics who generally think that Chinua Achebe had been quite misogynistic in the projection of his women figures, this is a point which should be noted, that the concept of mother is supreme among the Igbos, which rules among the Igbos in the traditional culture, is something which Achebe aptly uses in this novel through the character of Hannah Okonkwo. Similar to this concept of cultural taboo of an Osu is the concept of bribe, the other issue that Achebe was going to deal with in the last two novels, A Man of the People and Anthems of the Savannah, in greater details, of course. We see the concept of bribe was also introduced by Achebe in Things Fall Apart. If we all just go back to Things Fall Apart, chapter 20, we see that Obi, Erika, and Okonkwo converse among themselves about the imminent rule of the white colonizers. And Obi Erika informs how the white masters were solving issues related to land disputes on the basis of bribe. The quotation from Things Fall Apart, chapter 20, shows that the white man's court decides that a piece of land should go to Nama's family. Of course, as everyone is familiar with Things Fall Apart, we know that ideally the piece of land shouldn't have gone, but to quote from the text, the white man's court has decided that it should go to Nama's family, who had given much money to the white man's messengers and interpreter. So these words from Obi Erika reveal how Igbo people who had converted to Christianity and acquired jobs in the white man's camp had gone against their kinsmen and become corrupt with the attainment of certain powers. This is an issue which Achebe deals with in greater depths in his last two novels, as I said earlier. But in this novel, the initiation of that begins where a Bintu, Obi Okonkwo, is charged of bribery, a major issue that becomes entrenched in a neo-colonial Nigeria. Though the protagonist is charged against bribery, the issue of accepting bribe is a daily event in the lives of the Nigerians. The practical demonstration of this begins with Obi's arrival while he returns to Lagos for the first time in the novel, and Achebe shows bribery at work in all fields. In chapter 5, we see a young man asking for some bribe of a bribe of £5 to clear Obi's radiogram. As soon as he asks for a government receipt, he doesn't get one. And of course, as soon as Obi says that I'll complain against you to the policeman, the boy is seen to run away. And again, he tries his hand by attending other passengers. This incident is followed by the interview of Obi Okonkwo at the Public Service Commission in the next chapter. And that acts as an eye-opener for Obi too as to why the youths join civil service. In the next chapter, Obi is interviewed by 5 people. He is interviewed by 5 people in the board, among whom were the chairman of a commission, a fat, jolly Englishman. I'm quoting from the text. It's not here on the slide. The other 4 members, 1 European and 3 Africans, unquote. And one of the African members of the board, who had been sleeping throughout the interview, asks Obi, quote, "Why do you want a job in the civil service? So that you can take bribes." This is, unquote. This apparently small incident is indicative of the fact that how jobs in the civil service are used by educated Nigerians to earn money through bribe. At this juncture, one may bring into Obi's discussion with Christopher, the slide flashing now, on the issue of bribe. Obi's idealistic theory that the public service, I quote from the text, that the public service of Nigeria would remain corrupt until the old Africans at the top were replaced by young men from the universities, unquote, is knocked down by Christopher, reveals the fact that bribery has captured the mind of educated Nigerians along with the old men of the previous generations, with who have been replaced by people who are educated and are from the university. So moving on to the next issue, I would like to say that Christopher, what Christopher says in this particular exchange is is revealed in the next few pages, where Obi is traveling to his hometown in a lorry, and as the quote shows, that the driver is stopped by a policeman who somewhat asks for a bribe. But as soon as he sees Obi looking at him, he walks away, and the helper, the man in the lorry, walks down a few walks a few miles and a few steps, and they exchange words. And then finally the lorry driver gets angry because people like the lorry driver do not want common hazards like getting caught by the policeman and all. So in order to avoid these sort of daily hazards, they have accepted giving bribe to the policeman and all as a commonplace activity among themselves. However, we see that because of Obi's presence, that's what the lorry driver accuses him of, because of Obi's presence, maybe it is because the policeman suspected Obi. So he asks for 10 shillings, and which could have been manipulated at 5 shillings had Obi not looked at the policeman. Okay. These small scattered incidents related to bribe and corruption taken together help the reader to get a complete picture of the Nigerian society in the pre-independence era, where no job is actually done without a bribe or a reference. Accordingly, in order to acquire a mere scholarship, one has to use unfair means. Achebe carefully uses Mr. Mark to reveal this truth. Not only has bribe become a part of the daily life of these common people, but even it has become a part of the daily life even in the civil service among the educated people, and has thus corrupted the education system. Thus, Mr. Mark visits Obi in chapter 9 and says, I have a sister who has just passed her school certificate in grade 1, etc., etc. We can just look at the slide. Obi tries to make him feel comfortable and says that no, it is really not needed, because if she qualifies, if she has marks enough, then she can definitely qualify for the scholarship. But quite astonishingly, Mr. Mark hints at the eventual bribe that Obi will succumb to. Obi refuses to indulge in whatever Mark is heading towards by saying, I quote from the text, I don't think there is any point continuing this discussion. If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. But this incident is followed by the visit of Elsie Mark, the sister, the girl concerned over here in the discussion. Elsie goes to meet Obi at his flat, and in chapter 9, when Elsie Mark visits Obi, and we see that Obi's expressions change after looking at the girl. Elsie definitely had come to offer bribe to Obi Okonkwo in order to secure her chances of appearing in front of the scholarship board. But this time it was not money. So far we have seen that corruption, or the case of bribe, was through money. But now we see that it is not through money. Rather, it is in kind, as we would say. It is not in cash, but in kind. She offers her body as a kind of bribe. This time he doesn't succumb to it. But of course, in the end, the penultimate page of the novel, we see Obi saying, I quote, you dance very well, unquote, he whispered as he pressed herself against him, breathing very fast and hard. He put her arms round his neck and brought her lips within a centimeter of his. This is with another girl, of course. She has been kept unnamed. They no longer paid any attention to the beat of the high life. Obi steered her towards his bedroom. She made a half-hearted show of resisting, then followed, unquote. Definitely, she knew her job. That is what the narrator says. And as soon as Obi accepts the bribe, Obi succumbs to the bribery of flesh, to the bribery of, we see Honorable Sam pounds giving text. As the man left, Obi realized that he could take it, but because of his bankrupt. He couldn't up. That was increasing. So Obi succumbed to the 20 pounds. He was caught at was a knock at the door. He almost at the door of the bedroom. The hat eye of relief. He thrust the money onto his was his visitor, and the other yes, in a voice he could hardly. The stranger was saying something, but it sounded distant, as things sound to a man in a fever. He then searched Obi and found the marked notes. He began to say some more things, invoking the name of the Queen, like district officer in the bush reading the riot act to an uncomprehending and delirious mob. Meanwhile, the other man used the telephone outside the door to summon a police van. So he was caught red-handed accepting bribe. However, when the case is in court, we see a person among the people who had gathered in the court, not at all very happy with Obi being convicted of the crime. But again, this is quite noteworthy. In page 5, that is the first chapter of the novel, this unnamed man says, I quote, "I am against people reaping where they have not sown, but we have a saying that if you want to eat a toad, you should look for a fat and juicy one," unquote. So it really, at the end of the talk, I would really like to say that the entire concept of bribery that was built up from the very beginning comes to an end with Obi succumbing to a bribe of very petty amount, which a common Nigerian who's okay with bribery and corruption, as per the novelist, definitely cannot accept. Okay, so thank you. Dr. Sarkar. Hello? Professor Sarkar, your mic is muted. Yes.
Hello,
yes.
Dr. Elam.
Yes.
Dr. Elam.
Yes. Oh,
sorry.
Dr. Kulapi Shen, thank you very much for your very insightful and thought-provoking and meticulous analysis of the text. And you have explored different corners of the text very intensively. And you have tried your best to show how in-betweenness brings about ambivalence which leads the generation to corruption. And you have also explored the different corners of cultural hybridity here in the character of Isaac and Obi's mother. So thank you very much for your thought-provoking and insightful analysis of the text. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ilham Hossain, sir, for chairing this session. So some network glitches are there, so some problems regarding web. Thank you, Professor Dr. Kolapishen, for the excellent presentation. You have shown us, the young researchers, how to proceed with African studies. It's a vast area, and we are very successful that on the same platform we have brought together leading professors like Inuko, together text that you're referring to, the critical texts are the writers and the critics of the research work. Thank you, madam, for this insightful
I would
discussion.
like to, yes, I would like to, Dr. Sarkar, I would like to really thank teacher in the Department of
The
English.
voice again is
My dessert actually his award. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. May I request Dr. Kolapishen to chair the next session? And we have with us our next speaker, Dr. Chandrani Vishwas. And Dr. Chandrani Vishwas has a student in our department who is working as a faculty, who is also taking up the courses in African studies in our Department of English, Rishi College, Dr. Srijani Rai. So may I now request Dr. Srijani Rai to introduce her teacher, Madam Dr. Chandrani Vishwas. Please, Srijani, Madam.
Thank you, SBS sir. Good evening. I was trying to refrain from saying good evening because people have joined in from so many countries all over. So hello to all. What a wonderful day it has been with so many thought-provoking presentations. It is a pleasure to introduce Dr. Chandrani Vishwas, who is an associate professor at the Department of English, St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, which is an autonomous educational institution, and has served as the head of the department from 2009 to 2013. She completed her PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, India, and the thesis was titled The Burden of Otherhood, a Comparative Study of the Fiction of Toni Morrison and Buchi Emecheta. Her research interests include women's writing in the African and African American traditions, Black feminism, modern fiction, and 19th century Bengali literature. Dr. Vishwas has presented papers at innumerable seminars and conferences and has several articles to her credit in journals and anthologies of repute. Professor Vishwas has delivered lectures as a resource person on diverse subjects as on Austen's fictional narratives, Victorian women's literature, post-colonial literatures, African and African American women's writing, so on. She has delivered talks on the future of English studies over Doordarshan Bangla and several other academic platforms. Among her many publications, her book, Woman and War, is much read and admired. She has also been a guest lecturer at the Department of English, Center for Language, Literature and Culture Studies, School of Languages, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and the Department of English, University of Calcutta. Currently, Professor Vishwas is a visiting faculty at the Department of English, St. Xavier's University, Kolkata. And to add on a personal note, Chandrani Vishwas is one of those people who have introduced so many like me into the joys of reading African literature. So over to Paula Pishin, the chair for this session. Thank you.
Thank you, younger to me. really needs no introduction because she's quite a popular name among students and a very famous professor among students. Yes, indeed, indeed. And a very good human being that her smile reveals. So not taking much time, I would request Dr. Biswas to please begin her talk.
Thank you, Dr. Kolapisen, and hello, everyone, because I'm addressing scholars, academicians, literature lovers, and professors from different parts of the world and India. It gives me great pleasure to share my reflections on African women-authored texts, narratives with eminent African scholars, academicians, students, and lovers of African literature. I thank the principal, Dr. Sanjib Saha, Dr. Shubhabruta Sarkar, thank you so much, sir, head of the department, Dr. Debashish Sengupta, and organizers of the two-day international webinar in Rishi Bankim Chandra College in a time of unimaginable crisis. And I think they deserve a very warm congratulation. It is wonderful to have brought so many people from far and wide from Africa, so many eminent scholars and professors, and from Bangladesh and from India. And we have had some of the most wonderful presentations and deliberations on African literature. It was wonderful. Thank you so much for that. And I want to specially mention the name of Srijani, who was a very bright student of St. Xavier's College, Department of English, Autonomous, and I mean, she has been very, very good, and her introduction was very flattering, and so was Dr. Kolapisen, who's herself an established academician. So thank you so much. My paper is titled The Politics of Otherhood in Buchi Emecheta's Second-Class Citizen and Destination Biafra. Well, Dr. Emanonu and Dr. Nsukka, particularly Dr. Nsukka, talked about the female tradition in African literature, and and it was a wonderful lecture as the others. Now, to begin with my paper, the concept of otherhood is unarguably linked with the question of difference that plays a crucial role in the construction of social and political identities. The other, as understood in theoretical terms, is an essentialist Eurocentric formulation that is utilized to highlight the deficiencies that are conceptually located in the Black racial entity. In fact, in the relational equation between the white and the Black races, the Black is almost always positioned as the other to the central Eurocentric notion of self. According to Terry Collins, and I quote, "In the Eurocentric world, skin color carries an automatic cultural content. It nevertheless masks true identity. It is at most an element in the formation of subjectivity and will not reveal subjectivity at any point. The frustrated desire to make skin color identity, which is racism, was a linchpin of colonial authority, sustaining the cohesiveness of the ruling group, those included by Conrad's instant phrase, 'one of us,' unquote." Now, difference as a conceptual term primarily refers to racial inequalities that result in, as I just mentioned, relationships of subordination and domination. Very often in race relations, particularly in delineating the oppositions between the white and Black races, there has been a tendency to construe the other as negative. However, otherness is not merely restricted to perceptions of race, but extends itself to include gender also. In the context of hierarchical relations of power, the other is also coded as female as opposed to the dominant self, which is essentially male. The images of women in various anthropological, historical, cultural, male-centered studies essentially project them as non-actors in history. Their activities are invariably confined to the private space, and they are rarely shown as playing pivotal roles in social and historical development. Such age-old conceptual notions about womanhood are embedded in the binary oppositions between male and female attributes: initiative, passivity, reason, emotion, materiality, and spirituality. individuality. But even the position of other that woman occupies in the context of hierarchical relations of power is not essentially universal and unchanging in all contexts. It is important to note that race plays an important role even in considering issues of gender marginalization. Contrary to the popularly held belief, African women of antiquity enjoyed freedom on a continent-wide scale in ancient times and had both legal and social equality, which enabled them to become effective heads of state and military strategists. The involvement of African women in history dates back about 4,000 years to the civilian rule in Egypt of Nebet during the Old Kingdom. However, the political roles of women have been documented and found to vary from society to society. In some, women held the highest positions, for example, as paramount chiefs among the Mende in Sierra Leone, whereas in others, their political roles were more limited. In the kingdoms of East Africa, women could rise above their subordinate status through spirit medium cults. When a woman became a spirit medium, she gained political prerogatives that were normally reserved for men. For example, sitting on a stool, judging in trials, accepting greetings as a chief, and few mediums attained such prominence that they presided over ceremonies with king for spiritual renewal of the whole kingdom. Now, colonialism endorsed certain alien patterns of cultural behavior that disrupted the basis of certain indigenous practices, as well as endorsed a new system of subjugation. The African woman in a racist, sexist, sociocultural matrix came to be doubly objectified as black and as woman under white supremacy and under black patriarchy. The focus of the paper is on the redefinition and reformulation of the black woman subject as the other, with particular reference to patriarchal politics in the African sociocultural context. In the process, we will also observe the emergence of the trajectories of self-definition. The complex mechanisms of oppression will also be analyzed. Simultaneously, we will see how a concomitant gender ideology emerges in the manner in which women respond to diverse mechanisms of oppression. The analysis was an indication of the formation of multiple negotiated subjectivities and social identities with reference to the black woman subject, with particularly taking into account two texts of Buchi Emecheta, Second Class Citizen and Destination Biafra. Now, Buchi Emecheta's Second Class Citizen, 1974, effectively delineates the trials and tribulations of the Nigerian heroine Ada Obi in an alien sociocultural milieu. Emecheta offers a variant model of black womanhood in Ada's struggles at various points in her novel. Women in Nigerian society had important social and economic roles to perform both in the pre-colonial and post-colonial eras. The Ozugbo society, which was the legal wing of the Egba and Ijebu Yoruba, had one female representative, the Erelu. The council could not function without her. The familial position of woman in Igbo clan, irrespective of marriage, as Nakira Nezagu observes, and I quote, because marriage does not obliterate the identity and obligations of daughters, it's a beautiful thing. The daughter identity is the enduring, significant identity for females, with their corollary responsibilities and rights intact. That is, even after the daughter gets married, it does not mean that she belongs only to the in-laws family. She has a role and function also in the family of her father. However, it is also widely known how various social transformations, as I just mentioned, pertaining to gender roles were instituted during the colonial period. There were a large number of cultural practices that indicate that indigenous societies also had their own methods to keep women subservient when required by the dominant gender ideology. The female subject, that is Ada, in Emecheta's novel, experiences the worst kind of patriarchal oppression as she realizes that as female child, she is unwanted in her family and society. And I quote, she was a girl who arrived when everybody was expecting and predicting a boy. So she was such a disappointment to her parents, to her immediate family, to her tribe. Nobody thought of recording her birth. She was so insignificant. Unquote. Can't we identify this with many societies, many mindsets in our own culture? Don't we identify this also with the famous trilogy written by Ashapurna Devi, Protham Pratishriti, Subarnalata and Bokun Katha, very similar. In the first part of the novel, Emecheta depicts Ada's experiments with various social practices in her indigenous society in order to establish her identity. In the second part, Emecheta portrays Ada's struggle in an alien socio-cultural environment to establish a different identity. Very early in her childhood, Ada comprehends her insignificance as a girl child, but she wants to procure and really ameliorate her own condition by becoming educated, by securing the benefits of Western education. Against the social practice of male privilege that Ada revolts when she attends school for the first time without a proper registration, she is strong enough not to bother about the legal harassment of her parents. She says, I want to study. I just want to study. I don't want to do housework. Ironically, very unfortunately, after her father's death, Ada is once again reduced to the subservient position of being a mere domestic worker at her father's brother's home. There is one thing about African families, very similar to our Indian society, that the child belongs not merely to biological parents, but to the extended kins and other members of the family. Okay, so when her father dies, she goes to her uncle's family, but the problem is that she has to work very hard in that family, and it's difficult to balance her studies and her housework. Ada learned very early to be responsible for herself. She understood nobody was interested in her for her own sake, only in the money she could fetch and the housework she could do. And Ada, happy at being given this opportunity of survival, did not waste time thinking about its rights or wrongs. She had to survive. Emecheta herself discusses the social consequences of gender equality in an essay entitled Feminism with a Small F, where she says that from childhood, the girl child is conditioned into thinking that being a girl, she must do all the housework. If she moans or shows any signs of not wanting to do any of this, she will be sharply reprimanded by her mother, saying, "But you are a girl, going to be a woman." The girl child does not enjoy the same advantages of education, economic empowerment, individual freedom in traditional societies as her male counterpart. However, Ada wishes to reap the benefits of this colonial education because her ultimate dream is to go to the United Kingdoms. And in this regard, she marries a man called Francis who cannot pay even the bride price. Francis is very poor to pay £500 bride price. So much so that the members of Ada's family are so annoyed with him that they do not attend the marriage. Ada, however, stays in the family. She earns, she brings money gives money to her father-in-law, and when her husband Francis questions this, that my wife is going and earning, and this is something which I just cannot accept. My male ego is getting hurt. Then Ada's father-in-law tells his son, and I quote, "You are a fool of a man. Where will she take the money to? Her people, who did not even come for her marriage. The money is for you, can't you see? Let her go and work for 1,000,000 Americans and bring their money into this house," unquote. On the contrary, in Ada's family, all members said that Ada should have continued her education and become a doctor, since she had managed to struggle through her secondary education, and since she had managed to attend good colleges. But nobody talked about who was going to support her. She found herself alone once more, forced into a situation dictated by a society in which, as an individual, she had little choice. Initially, her plans are thwarted as her husband refuses to take Ada to London, much against the wishes of her parents. And so she plans to send Francis to London first. Even after she sends Francis to pursue her studies in London, Ada literally bribes her way for a smooth migration to the United Kingdom. So what do we find? Ada goes to the United Kingdom. But when she goes to the United Kingdom, she had a different concept of England. For her own community was like what we call the periphery, and England is the center, the much coveted center. But when she goes to that utopian space she had been dreaming all her life, Ada has to confront overwhelming odds pertaining to the essential tenets of everyday existence, such as housing, neighborhood, baby care, workplace. And housing shortage is undoubtedly one of the most crucial disadvantages faced by new migrants in England. Once dislodged from her familiar social space, Ada is appalled to witness the erasure of social differences, even among migrant Black people in the new urban situation. I mean, just to give you an example, you know, she has to stay with those Nigerians whom she never thought of, who would call her madam at home. Some of them were, you know, of the same educational background as her paid servants at home. I mean, back home. She knew that she had a terrible childhood, but still in Nigeria, class distinctions were preserved. Ada and her like are huddled with many more colored families who are labeled and classified as blacks in order to establish their racial and social differences, even among migrant Black people in the new urban situation. All Nigerians, irrespective of their social or class affiliations, are homogeneously labeled as colored people. They are not given respect, you know, just put together. And Francis then contemptuously remarks to Ada, "You must know, my dear young lady, in Lagos you may be a million publicity officers for the Americans, but the day you land in England, you are a second-class citizen." Unquote. Ada misses the community mothers who help to look after her children back home, because in Africa you have the concept of other mothers. You know, it's just not the biological mother who looks after the children, but also the other mothers who take care of the children. This concept is there here also. We have the grandmothers looking after the children for professional women. We have mothers looking after community mothers. But in England, you know, she is absolutely helpless because she has her professional commitment, and the maternal ideology, she cannot identify with the Anglo-American maternal ideology within the parameters of a racist, sexist society. To her utter horror, Ada discovers her children playing in the rubbish dump, which she would have never imagined. Very often, while walking back home from her office, she comes across notices saying, "Sorry, no coloreds." And her house hunting was made more difficult because she was black with two very young children and pregnant with another one. She was beginning to learn that her color was something she was supposed to be ashamed of. Ada feels lonely and discriminated against as she mentally juxtaposes her material disadvantages with the advantages heaped on the white female patients. She goes for a delivery and the white female patients are given different kind of treatment, and she is given a different kind of treatment just because of her skin color. Though she's so intelligent, she's so powerful, she's empowered, she's very bright. It is this self-image that plagues Ada in spite of her independent social status and familial role. The questioning stance that Ada adopts in the hospital emerges out of a protesting consciousness that cannot decide upon her role in society, that hates her for her skin color, and a family which neglects her owing to her gender. And we see something, you know, at the end of the novel, Ada decides to write about her experiences in the form of a novel. You know, she wants to write a novel, and indeed she is very proud about it, because and headstrong also, that I'm going to write about my experiences. And she expresses this to Francis and says, "You know, I have written a novel, I have the manuscript." And then Francis says, "You keep forgetting that you are a woman and that you are black. The white man can barely tolerate us men, to say nothing of brainless females like you, who could think of nothing else except to breastfeed your baby." When Ada says, "But people have read it and said it is good," Francis laughs and says, "Whatever was he going to hear next? A woman writer in his own house, in a white man's country?" It is only when Ada's manuscript is burnt up by Francis that Ada relinquishes a soulless marriage with Francis to construct an autonomous future with her children. Now, this is there is an autobiographical element about it, you know, which Emecheta's own experiences come a little bit while she writes A Second-Class Citizen. Now, the other novel that we talk about, Destination Biafra. Destination Biafra is a unique account of women's involvement in the Biafran War. right? And the Biafran War is a significant period in the history of Nigeria. The political scenario in post-independence Nigeria continued to remain very explosive for some time, especially in Western Nigeria, where clash of interests among various political groups, as also inter-ethnic rivalries and conflicts, culminated in the civil war, demanding a high price in human and material resources. However, the Biafran War created new economic opportunities for women in post-colonial society. It marked the emergence of a large number of women as food contractors. In Biafra, where food supplies were desperately short, women dominated the internal trade in unoccupied food-producing areas and even undertook attack trade. Many women entrepreneurs were given food contracts by the Biafran army to supply foodstuff for the soldiers. Buchi Emecheta's Destination Biafra is a unique account of women's involvement in the Biafran War. In fact, the thematic thrust of the novel is very critical. Emecheta says in the foreword that it is very different from my other books. The subject is, as they say, masculine, but I feel a great sense of achievement in having completed it. The novel is set in the troubled years of the Nigerian Civil War, as I said, and here the female protagonist is Debbie, the Oxford-educated daughter of a corrupt, wealthy minister from a minority community. Kolapi talked very well about the concept of corruption in the post-colonial in Nigerian society, in the bribery and the various manifestations of the same, and it is referred to in Destination Biafra also. Debbie and her close friends, Babs Teteku, joined the army against the wishes of their families. You know, here what happens is there is a lot of opposition from the traditional society because the two popular stereotypes of women in African society and African literature are the figure of the sweet mother, a passive, all-accepting figure of fecundity and self-sacrifice, and the figure of the woman as passionate and sensual lover. Now, both these stereotypes limit the woman's potential in a society by confining her to certain accepted social roles, you know, in the form of the roles of the mother, wife, mistress, and beloved. You know, and Debbie also has a white lover. His name is Alan Gray. Now, through Debbie, we find that Emecheta is trying to replace the image of the rural, timid, lackluster woman by an individualistic, assertive, die-hard fighter for a cause. In her rejection of her stereotypical social roles, Debbie establishes herself as a liberated woman who does not believe in the dual conceptions of marriage and procreation. She says, if my parents think that they can advertise me like a fatted cow, they had another thing coming. I would never agree to a marriage like theirs in which the two partners are never equal. She did not wish to live a version of their life, to marry a wealthy Nigerian, ride the most expensive cars in the world. No, she had her own ideas of independence in marriage. She wanted to do something more than child breeding and rearing and be a good passive wife to a man whose ego she must boost all the days. And herein comes in the, Maria Rosa Cutufelli discusses in Women of Africa the roots of oppression. She says that the new characteristically urban figure of the male, unprotected, husbandless, single woman has significantly taken shape. And in the light of the traditional view of celibacy, as a social failure, even a crime against society, the consciously deliberate rejection of marriage on the part of an increasing number of urban women appears to be courageous, indeed a daring act, a daring deed. You know, when Debbie decides to join the army, her mother says, what? We all want freedom for women, Debbie, but I doubt if we are ready for this type of freedom where young women smoke and carry guns instead of looking after husbands and nursing babies. On the other hand, the man who inducts him into the army, Chijioke Abosi, says, and I quote, "It'll be extremely difficult, Debbie, but I'll gladly take you. It would add glamour to our army." Now look at the two clear perspectives with regard to women's status in post-colonial society. Debbie's mother's attitude to women does not go beyond the cyclical process of birth, child nurturing, and conventional feminine roles. In the contrary, for men like Abosi, women are mere objects of sensual passion. So we see that the attitudes are conflicting. During the war, the natural balance between genders are brutally subverted. In fact, during the war, soldiers find in the displaced women an easy target to the enemy. You know, the woman is just another booty, war booty. Because we know sexism fosters, condones, and supports male violence against women. In patriarchal society, as Gloria Watkins points out, men are encouraged to channelize their frustrated aggression in the direction of those without power, mostly women and children. And Debbie accompanies refugee women, rural Igbo refugee women, when she travels with them and offers to help them. Now, when she offers, there's one instance, very interesting instance, when she offers to help one of the toddlers in her journey, she just manages with great difficulty to tie a child on her back. And the soldiers mockingly tell her, and I quote, "What type of woman is Africa producing? This one can't even back a baby. How will you carry your own child when you have one?" Yet she reflected it, and it struck her that African women of her age carry babies like this all day and still farm and cook. What kind of African woman am I? Unquote. We find that the company of the refugee women constantly makes Debbie aware of her shortcomings, her frailty, her helplessness, her inability to assimilate and respect her own culture. Though Debbie is an integral part of the peace mission to Biafra, but she perceives the world of struggling women as a microcosm opposed to the oppression and cruelties that men expose their women to. Though Abusi ridicules Debbie's peace mission, Debbie offers to raise world conscience on Nigeria's plight. We find she also observes, reflects that when the history of the Civil War would be written, would the part played by her and women like Babs, Uzoma, and nuns in Biafra be mentioned at all? In the course of her journey, Debbie comes to know of the diverse facets of her indigenous culture. But she is also struck by the various dimensions of African women, their resilience, their die-hard attitude, their patience, their fortitude. Their journey to Biafra is thus educative for Debbie. You know, Debbie remembers that women's participation in the war, as Judith Van Allen has written about the Igbo Women's War, and I quote, "In November of 1929, thousands of Igbo women converged on the native administration centers. The women chanted, danced, broke into the prisons, released prisoners. Very few scholars recorded that the Igbo women, called the Women's War, was an important aspect of the Biafran War." You know, finally, Devi refuses to marry her white lover because she finds that she succeeds in drawing attention to the diabolical role played by the Western powers in selling arms to the Nigerian army and then cleverly talking of peace. Thus, she rejects her white lover, Alan, and says in heroic defiance, "I am a daughter of Nigeria. I am not ready to become the wife of an exploiter of my nation. Goodbye, Alan. I didn't mind you being my male concubine, but Africa will not never again stoop to be your wife." Unquote. Debbie's resolve to make history and eventually write about it is a conscious step towards self-definition. In her conscious rejection of her white lover, Debbie fuses her anti-imperialist ideology with her feminist stand. Though Debbie flouts conventions that thwart her individual aspirations, and ultimately she emerges a self-tutored woman who has inculcated a lot of native wisdom from her experiences. Just as she understands the limitations of conventional role set conditions, at the same time she can equally perceive the deficiencies of an alien cultural apparatus that estranges her from the vitality of indigenous experiences. So what we see is, though exposed to the diasporic experience or the like ADA or the wartime experience, racial subjugation or sexist aggression, African women in the fictional works of Buchi Emecheta and many other respected African writers, poets, dramatists, women writers, the women chart out diverse, intriguing strategies of survival. Failure in one aspect of their lives does not disempower them or render them dysfunctional in society. It is each individual African woman subject's ability to live her life in her own terms that characterizes her existence as a survivor in a racist and sexist society. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrani Vishwas. Professor Dr. Kolakar.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sharkar. Thank you, Dr. Biswas. While you were talking, I was reminded of Valerie Smith's essay, Black Feminist Thought as a Representation of the Other.
Absolutely.
Okay, like when we teach or when we talk about Black feminist thought, we generally tend to begin with Alice Walker and her concept of
Absolutely.
womanism.
Yes, yes. Right.
However, we tend to quote unquote marginalize that the Black feminist thought has its roots in the African women writers.
Absolutely. Experiential wisdom and experiential
Yes,
knowledge.
of course. Yes, though
Yes,
our
yeah.
central point of focus, while we talk about Black feminist thought, quote unquote, is on the Afro-American writers. And what I really feel that this talk about sexism and racism taken together and the triply colonized state of the African woman in this world where sexism, classism, and racism exist together is perhaps best presented in Buchi Emecheta, who herself had been an expatriate and then writing from her own personal experience in both as a second-class citizen and as a first-class citizen who is marginalized.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
thank you very much.
Buchi Emecheta in all her works portrays even and all the other women writers, Flora Nwapa, which ma'am mentioned, mentioned, Amata Aidu, Efua Sutherland, all of them are portraying very brave women, women who are survivors, women who are strugglers, women who have a very definite self-identity, and they have strategies of survival. They know how to manipulate and how to live and earn respect in a society. So
the concept, the Igbo concept of mother is supreme. That rules. Of course.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Biswas, for this enlightening session. Over to you, Dr. Sarkar. Thank you. I will mute my mic now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kalapi Shane, for chairing this session. Dr. Chandra Vishwas, excellent presentation, well-researched paper, and raising all the issues. Thank you very much, madam. So we are moving towards the concluding session. We have with us Professor Nsukka, madam. So we will now request Professor Nsukka, madam, to please come again and take charge of this entire discussion session. So Professor Chandra Vishwas, please stay with us. So let us open the field for new discussions. All the paper presenters are now present. So questions, observations, the participants' views, and if anyone is planning to make paper presentation. So Professor Nsukka, please, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sarkar. I can see there are still very many scholars and presenters still available. Well, let me start off by making my remarks on the presentations today. And I want to thank you and your team of organizers of this conference for so much work that is evident that you had put in, and for being able to assemble these brilliant scholars who have presented. And so I want to appreciate every person who has presented today. They have been very, very insightful in the analysis of the different aspects that they had to, of African literature that they had to address today. As I said before, it's really interesting to see the cross-fertilization that is existing between African literature and literatures from other cultures.
There's some networking issues, I suppose. So any observation, Dr. Chandra Vishwas, madam, please continue some observations on the seminar webinar. before we move on to the question answer sessions. Any questions? We have so many participants now. Yeah.
Am I back with you?
Yes, she's audible. Ma'am is audible.
Can you hear
Yes,
me?
ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I was saying that when I was in school, I had a lecturer, Dr. Vanamali. I think Professor Leon mentioned her. And I recall that many times when she was teaching us literature at that time, she tried to make references to her home culture, but they meant nothing to us at that time. And I think that is why it is important that we try to consider what I recommended before. Professor Emmanuel also recommended that we try to create some synergy between scholars from the different continents, especially the Asian component. It's very important as it is. I really admire you scholars from India and other areas that have been able to study African literature, evidently to the point that we see these brilliant presentations, we witness these brilliant presentations today. And Dr. Biswas, I really like the way you have analyzed Emechita's novels. Each time we hear this type of analysis, it sounds new. After I know that these two novels, Second Class Citizen and Destination Biafra, are quite dated, but you have been able to bring freshness in your analysis of them. So thank you. The politics of otherhood. And that is really the politics that we talk about in African female writings. The reality of African women cannot be discussed in isolation of the politics of otherhood. It is what we live, it is the life we live. And so I thank you very much, because coming from another culture, I'm sure that you had to do a lot of research to be able to compose the kind of insightful, brilliant presentation you have done today. So thank you. I don't know if there's any other, there are other people who may want to make contributions. Dr. Shaka has mentioned that if there's anybody who may want to present, we need to have indications at this time. I think there's a little window for interactions. Thank you.
What I'm constantly seeing is a request to the convener to send a feedback link.
Okay. Dr. Shaka, up to you.
Yeah. So I'm asking just
Just a personal thing, just a personal sharing. When we had Dr. Sneha Kaur Chaudhary talking about My Children, My Africa, and Dr. Kolapishen analyzing so beautifully No Longer at Ease, I was transported back to my African literature classes. The first time I was introduced to African literature in the Center for Literature, Language and Culture Studies in Jawaharlal Nehru University. My paper today is a tribute to my mentor and guide, like a father figure to me, Dr. Harish Narang, who introduced me to the entire history, the cultural history, the enriching literature of Africa, and all the male and the female writers, the dramatists, the oral tradition. So when you all were reading your papers, so well researched, so well documented, I was very nostalgic. I was feeling very nostalgic and remembering those days, because Africa is a country which is, very similar in many ways to India. We have many women writers in India, ma'am, who speak of these issues of women's deprivation, of way in which of female infanticide, of how women are being sold off, they are being married off in early childhood. There are many societies which deprive women of their education. It's so similar, and still there are women who are coming out of those spaces and speaking strongly, and they are forming their identities, and they are framing this gender ideology. So we have the highest regard for the African writers, the African critics like you, and the academicians, all of them who have come and enriched our sessions today. This was wonderful, wonderful. It was a great honor on our part to interact with you, having this opportunity. So that's the reason we want to thank Dr. Shubhabrata Sarkar and his team and the college. And this is an amazing, amazing platform. Thank you so much.
The best part is, I think Chandranidhi and Swatidhi, being seniors to me, will agree to the fact that this is the first time in West Bengal, I won't talk about India, but of course this is the first time in West Bengal that we have had such a huge webinar totally concentrating on Africa and her literatures.
Thank you, madam, for these kind of inspirational words. This is going to be a very good webinar, and the post-webinar exercise will be also taken up. So in the comment box, I was searching for questions. Most of the comments that I get in the comment box are appreciative rather than say...
Dr. Sarkar, can we see you? The video is off.
Video because of the web.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Sure.
So am I audible? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yes, you are.
Most of the commentators have given that this is a very informative session. We are looking forward to such sessions. And some of the research scholars have posted some viable questions regarding the materials that are not there nowadays, even today, on African studies. As you pointed out, that materials are scanty in the field of African study. When I was a student, I remember only the National Library was a source where we could get the books on African studies. And later on, with Amazon, we have some books from the foreign countries to India. African studies gained some impetus when Africa University introduced this course in the undergraduate as new literatures. Some of the texts were included in the syllabus. And in the postgraduate course, special area papers are there, especially comparative literature department of Jadavpur University has introduced African studies. So Dr. Chandra, you have been very helpful in shaping these discussions together and leading the scholars of Bengal. Dr. Kolapishen, you are also pushing ahead with this African studies. So we invite questions and comments from the participants. Dr. Elam Hussain is also there, sir, from Dhaka City College. So you have been our partner collaborator. Dr. Elam Hussain, if you have any observations to make, sir, please.
Can I come in once in this regard? Yeah.
Ini,
please go ahead. Ini, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Kaloti.
Okay,
Dr. Sarkar, just a quick question for you. Dr. Sarkar, how did you get to determine the theme of this conference? I mean, what were your major considerations? How did you determine that it was going to be able to engage scholars and inspire scholars to contribute to the way it has turned out? Did you expect it to receive this kind of response, or, I mean, what were your motivating factors?
Thank you, madam, for raising this pertinent question. I understand. African literature, orature, and culture. These three words were used in the basic conception of this webinar. Main inspiration, I must pay gratitude to Dr. Pradeep Ranjan Sengupta and Dr. Kolapishen. Dr. Kolapishen gave us this necessary feedback and the contact number. So African studies has been an area of study in India, especially in Bengal, but students and scholars were not entering. Especially in the 20th century, 21st century, we have a new kind of liberation of the scholarly attitude, moving from academic anglophonic literatures to the search of new literatures in English and Englishes. And through this, we are nowadays encountering new literatures coming from the margins. From the margins, from the borderlands, such literatures that are coming. And these are the works written by Indians also, from the margins of class, caste, region, religion, from the borders of gender, from the borders of the issues of the migration issues, partition issues, and Dalit literature has taken center stage. So when we were working on the Dalit literature, madam, we find that Dalit Panther movement of the 1970s regarded African literature as the main source of inspiration, and race was somehow related to caste, the issue of caste. And we, the untouchables of India, who are relegated to the margins, saw affinity with the policies of apartheid that was practiced in Africa for a long time. It is still now practiced, and even in Americas, the racism is still there. So it is work against casteism, against gender discrimination, against the violation of our nature, mother nature, Africa's course. It is heart, not of darkness, never of darkness. It was never the black Africa. It was always the best Africa, the Africa that is almost similar to our Asia. We never call ourselves as Asians. We call ourselves as Indians, because our Asia is fragmented into so many narrow domestic walls based on region, religion, nationalities. But Africa, even today, with so many nations, so many countries, so many millions of religious practices, tribal practices, and cultural ethos have kept themselves united in Pan-Africanism. That is not there in our Indian cultural consciousness. And it's Pan-Africanism that is the main area where we find an affinity, a consciousness that from our social being emanates. And we found that African literature, orature, and culture has close affinity with the Asian modes of representation, Asian modes of performance. So nativism is there, but why native? We are the people of this land, we inhabit this land. Eco-critically, we perceive this land as a rich source of so many diverse cultural practices. And in the basis of orature, we find the literature of roots. So we are going back to the roots, reviving and coming in terms with the modernity, and of course, postmodernity. This postmodernity has given us this interconnectivity. So we can sit at our home, interconnected to each other, and after being interconnected to each other, communicate with each other about our research findings, about our cultures, literatures, oratures. So orality is the ethos of Indian literary practice that is somehow missing because of the extensive colonialism that India, like Africa, encountered. So in this post-colonialism or anti-imperialist ethos, we got united. And Professor Nsukka, you were the guiding force. I must confess, yesterday also from the beginning to the end, you were there with us. Today also from the beginning to the end, you are with us. So we invite more questions, observations from the participants. Dr. Elam Hussain, who has also been collaborating with us from Dhaka City College. Sir Elam Hussain, any word?
Yeah, okay, I would like to, yes. Dr. Elam Hussain is quite a down-to-earth person, and I'm sure he is not going to reveal something which now I'm going to reveal, is that he has got numerous translations of African literature and her works from this thing. This is a translation by Dr. Elam Hussain. This is Nigeria Shamosha, which is a translated version of A Trouble with Nigeria by Chinua Achebe. He himself is a scholar of Chinua Achebe. This is an edited version, edited journal, Africa Alo, which was this is the copy of the celebrating 50 years of Chinua Achebe's Arrow of God, and there are numerous volumes of it. Africa Alo actually Elam Bhai is one of the main steering heads, I should say, of the translation studies of Dhaka. I would request him to enlighten a bit on this, because this is one issue which Dr. Sarkar will agree that I wanted you to talk on, because in the beginning of the sessions this morning in America for Professor M. Inyonu, he was talking about, he was asking us scholars in India, like you and Dr. Pradeep Ranjan Sengupta, I'm sorry, sir. So he was asking us to make a comparative study and join conferences on African literature, which I have done. And thanks to Professor Iniuko, whose university organizes great conferences related to African literature language. I've been fortunate enough to be a part of it in 2017. So this is one issue which I think could have been included in the webinar. I'm sure it will be included in the next seasons, of course, because this is one angle which we really need to talk about, because India, Bangladesh, rather Bengal, I should say, has her age-old connections with Africa, with Dr. Shunti Chattopadhyay and Rabindranath Tagore's poem on Africa. So taking its cue from these relationships between Africa and Bengal, I think translating African literature into Bengali, which Center for African Studies Dhaka is definitely doing. So I would request Dr. Ilham Hussain to please enlighten us a bit on the issues of translation of African literature into Bengali.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm really grateful to Dr. Kolabi, who always patronizes me, and Shati Bhattacharya. I call her Didi, and Kolapi is also my younger sister. Actually, while I was a student of MA class, then I was acquainted with the resource of African literature. Especially at that time, I had an opportunity to recite some short stories of some African writers. And then I was astonished to discover the richness or discover different things about Africa. Africa, actually, since then I believe that Bangladesh is my motherland, but Africa is the birthplace of Homo sapiens, so it is my birthplace. And Africa is a region of more than 2,000 languages and more than 3,000 ethnic groups of people, with varieties of cultures, varieties of belief systems, and varieties of myths, folk tales. And I find that all these elements are a great field which is to be explored. And from that very particular idea, I decided to initiate a center in Dhaka. And then I decided to initiate a center. One of my teachers, Dr. Kajol Banerjee, he also came forward to help me. And I started the Center for Studies in African Literatures and Cultures in Dhaka. And from that very center, I have already published some books, especially for Bangladeshi readership, especially in our country, especially who are carrying the legacy of the colonizers. We have still a mindset of looking at the Africans. And I think I have a duty I have a responsibility as a learner of African culture and literature to do something for bringing Africa to Bangladeshi readership. So since then, I started publishing a periodical very regularly, which covers book reviews, criticism on different books of African literature. And then I have also translated some interviews of some African writers so that we can be acquainted with their aesthetics, how they think about their culture or literature, but how Africa has occupied a very permanent position in world literature. So with that very purpose and bringing African literature to African readership, Bangladeshi readership, I have launched this center. And from that very center, I have already published a book. I can show you this very book. This is Africa Literature and Aesthetics in Bangla, Africa, Sahitya Nandan Bhanda. So in this very book, I have incorporated 17 essays on different writers of African literature. Suppose Chinua, Achebe, then Senegalese writer Saint Ben Osman, and then also Ngugi wa Thiong'o, then Gabriel Okara, and I have also written an essay here, Stories of Africa, and I have also written about the advent of colonialism in Africa and Africa's response to colonialism. So in this book, I have written 17 essays in Bangla, especially targeting the Bangladeshi readers so that they can have ideas about African literature. And recently,
thank you, Dr.
In the last month, I have published this very book. This is another translation book, short stories of African literature, short stories. The name of this book, Choto Golpo, Africa Choto Golpo or Sahitya Chinta, short stories of Africa and the thoughts of African literature. Actually, I am working here to make African writing familiar with the Bangladeshi readership, and I think we have many things in African literature to discover yet. And African literature has many things common with our literature, our culture, and our faith. So here lies the relevance of African literature in our part, not only in Bangladesh, but also in India, that is in this subcontinent. And that very thing particularly inspires me to work with African literature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Elam Hossain, sir. So, sir, what you have said is about printing and publication of the works. This constitutes an important part on promoting the works. As Dr. B.R. Ambedkar has stated, that it is a matter of organization. So we, the people of Africa and Asia, must come together, organize ourselves, and write back at the empire, write back at the imperialist, colonist, and revive our own traditions through our own local languages, through translation works.
Yes.
Dr. Elam Hossain, your contribution to this field of Bangla translation will be remembered by posterity. And through this, the readers of Bengal, Bangladesh and West Bengal, they will have first fair-hand knowledge about African literature.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we have so many silent listeners today participating in this session. So now we open the sessions for them so that they can also offer some observations. So I request my participants of this webinar, other participants of the webinar, please unmute your mic. If you have any questions, observations to make. I find Dr. Srijoni Roy, Rinkita, okay, students are also there. So we must hear their voice, their questions, so as to instill research confidence in them. So Africa is an area, it's no longer a dark continent nowadays. It is the brightest of the continents, like our own Indian continent, Asian continent. It's the brightest of the continents, and we need young researchers to take up the research activities in the field of African studies, Asian studies. These are neglected for long. 21st, yes, Dr. Pradeep Ranjan Sengupta is there. So Dr. Pradeep Ranjan Sengupta,
this is an observation, and I want to address Dr. Hossain. The work that you are doing over there in Bangladesh is really commendable. Translating African literature in Bengali is something definitely very, very commendable. Bangladesh, I think translation of African literature into mother language is very essential for the non-initiated readers. There are initiated readers, but what about the common readers? Well, there are many readers in Bangladesh and West Bengal who cannot understand English very well. So for those common readers, if we can translate the African texts in Bengali, give them the texts in their own vernacular, I think African studies will move forward with greater momentum. Once again, I thank you, Dr. Hossain, for the work that you have been doing. And I'm looking forward to, working with you in some near or distant future. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Chandra Vishwas, madam, you have been engaged in the pedagogy, the teaching of African literature in India among the Indian students. So we want to hear something about the pedagogy, about the practice of teaching of African studies in India. Please, madam. You have that experience of, yeah, madam, please.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, madam.
The thing is, I had no idea about African literature. Before, as I just said, I was exposed to African studies as my special paper in Jawaharlal Nehru University, and I grew so attached to it. I became so attached to African literature that I thought of taking it up as part of my MPhil dissertation, and later on in my PhD work also. And then what happened is, what I saw that in Bengal there was not much of an interest in new literatures, because that was way back in 90s. And whereas in other places like in Delhi, or for that matter in Mumbai, African literature was very much a part of the syllabi in different universities. It was not really considered to be, or rather some kind of academic ignorance, that it was not there. People read books, they were available, but it was in Jadavpur University, of course. You had it in comparative literature and also in the Department of English. But later on, we tried to incorporate this as part of the syllabus. As of now, we have included African literature as part of undergraduate studies, and also in our master's program, we have an entire paper on post-colonial literatures, where we have, I'm very proud to say, we have Things Fall Apart, Chinua Achebe, we have Ben Okri, we have also included Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and we have also the essays, that is Ngugi wa Thiong'o's Decolonizing the Mind, and the essays, Chinua Achebe's essays, critical essays. So now I think there's a trend of late to introduce African literature, African studies, and there's an exposure, there's a huge amount of respect. If Jadavpur University had been doing commendable work, in Calcutta University we have had major scholars in African literature, African American also, so Dr. Krishna Sen and many others, and I've received a lot of encouragement from them. I have also attended conferences on African literature in other states, and I inspire my students to read books. I give my personal copies. Some of them are not, because Worldview Critical Editions had earlier on used to have a lot of books available. Sachin used to make these books available to us. You remember, Kolapi? Also in Jadavpur University, there was an outlet, so students used to go.
Thankfully, we had that I could access the texts. Amazon, Flipkart wasn't there when I started.
No, it was not there. They were not existent at that time. So we had.
Moreover, Chandra will agree to the fact that since she has been working through ages now, she will be agreeing with me that even National Library doesn't have much books right now. The books that are available are quite dated till 70s, late 70s.
Yes.
Books were purchased and brought to National Library, but in the recent in the recent past,
yes.
I'm sorry, I really had hard time working.
Very difficult because books were not available.
Books were not available thanks to Flipkart and then later on Amazon coming in, because not every research scholar is fortunate enough to have a relative in the United States who will
who will supply books.
That is it. So definitely, I would like to, since this is a platform of African literature, and I really want this thing to get promoted to a better position in at least West Bengal. I am building up my own personal library where Professor Ernest M. Nyonu has been a great help. So people working on African literature, especially on Chinua Achebe, can contact me personally if they want to use my library. Definitely, it is available for future scholars. And I also will like to point out, this is one thing I would request Professor Iniuko, if this is available online. This is one of the books I personally feel is, quote unquote, the Bible of women in Africa. It was her lecture published into a book from the University of Uyo in 2017. And I think this is one book which is unknown to Indian scholars. I'm sure Professor Akwanya knows of it. This is one book which needs to be there in every library. Every scholar should know about this book. Another book, I think, yes, I have it, but yes, this is another book, Professor Amechi Akwanya's Literary Criticism, which I'm fortunate enough to.
Dr.
Yes.
Amechi Akwanya is there with us now.
Yes, he is there with us. This is one book which really gives an insight to literary criticism, which is so student friendly. One of the best books of literary criticism that I've come across, and thanks to Professor Akwanya, who had personally gifted me this copy.
So, Professor Akwanya, are these available otherwise on Flipkart, sir? And ma'am, your book also, because we would like to order it for our libraries. So, are they available? Kolapi, thank you so much for your interventions. Are they available on Amazon or Flipkart? So that, we can place orders for students who are interested in this area. They are doing their dissertations. Many are doing their dissertations.
Yes, ma'am. These are available nowadays.
Okay.
Yeah, you can online order the books.
That's
so, Dr. Professor Akanwa, please, sir, as you are a leading exponent in this area, your observations, sir, please.
Yes, certainly. If an order is placed, the books will be found and they will be dispatched. Yeah. Thank you very much for your comments on the book and for receiving it so generously. Thank you.
The basic reason of receiving this book so generously is not my biased words, but as a student, not as a teacher or as a scholar, as a student, I would recommend these books, because these books are really, the core of what African culture and Western literary thought in African culture is, but is explained, but these things, these concepts are explained in really easy language, which a newcomer will understand easily. And that is what, as a scholar, I have felt. As a student, I have always felt that as students, when we go to teachers, we are mesmerized by their knowledge, of course, and as teachers, we feel, oh, you don't know this much. So they are in utter doldrums. So these books, I feel, are really necessary for students who are just beginning to work.
Interesting.
Thank you. Dr. Amechi Nicholas Akonwa, I have a question to ask, sir. Sir, while interpreting these texts, African literary works, sir, you have been using the traditional literary tools, critical tools. So in your paper today also, when describing literature, orature, and culture, you have been using structuralism, post-structuralism, even Marxism you use as a critical tools for understanding the text. Do you find that these are relevant to the text, or shall we in Asia and Africa try to develop our own critical tools, because we are also rich in our own critical traditions? So shall we try to incorporate these critical research methodologies in our analysis of the text of Africa and Asia? Sir, Dr. Nicholas Akonwa, please, sir.
Yeah, yes. Well, any theory of literature, if it is about literature, it should work with any text. But sometimes theories are taken from other fields and applied to specific literary works. So that borrowing is acceptable. It can work with some books, some texts, but the one that is a literary theory should be able to apply to all. So I think that a course in literary theory, and the principles of criticism is fundamental in any program of literary studies. And when students are well grounded in these, then they can handle any text. They can handle any text. They don't need to be taught the text beforehand. If they are well grounded in theory and the principles and methodologies of criticism, they read the text and they find concepts or issues that their theories can connect to, and they discuss the text. So I do, and the field is always expanding. The field is always expanding. More works are appearing, and not all of them will have been learned by the lecturer in his own or her own training. So he should have the instruments with which to encounter new texts and deal with them and decide which ones are really worth critical attention, and then introduce them into the program so that there is growth. There's growth. It won't be just what I was taught. I teach my students, and then they teach them what they will teach their own students what I taught them. Our program, literary studies, is open, and I think that we should exploit that openness. And while on that, let me praise all of you in the universities in India for your interest in African literature. It is so gratifying, and you are aware of many of the literary workers in a way that that makes me surprised. you know Uchemecheta, you know everyone. So that is very interesting, and it's an area of possible cooperation. So I also thank you and praise you for this webinar on African literature. I hope that there'll be more of things of this sort, more cooperation between our continents and our institutions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your institution along with you. It was a concluding session, the last portion of this. So you are encouraging scholars and researchers to studies should, as the Professor Larson has stated, Professor Mission has stated that comparative study has to be taken up. Translations are to be made. Professor Pradeep Ranjan Sengupta's paper, excellent paper on comparative study, means the Indian writings and the writings of Africa, has also opened us some new avenues. Similar studies are nowadays being taken up by Indian scholars, comparing the writings from the margins of, especially from caste and gender, and comparing those texts with the works of Buchi Emecheta or Achebe. Such comparative studies are being carried on. So I would like to request Professor Inaugural to share her views whether the gender studies, especially the gender studies, the feminist studies, these offer us a common platform. So all the problems are identical, the issues are identical, the solutions we are searching for are identical. We are working in the same patriarchal society that is furthermore aggravated by the new capitalist mode of production and the westernized structure, cultural practices. So how the women of India and Africa, they are negotiating with this, as reflected in the literature. There are great Indian women writers who are writing. Are these works translated in African languages? Africa has so many languages, madam. So are these works being translated in African languages also, as we are translating African works in Bengali language, Hindi language, and other regional languages? Madam, please, Professor Inaugural, make some observations.
Professor Uko, your microphone.
Dr. Shoka, can you say what you said before? I didn't hear you at all.
Madam, what I said was that in India, yes, there has been a competition between the African text and the Indian text, especially the texts that belong to the margin of race, caste, and gender. These are there, and these texts are being comparatively analyzed, especially the works of Indian women writers and the Dalit writers, being compared with the major works of Africa, from South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, even Arabian countries. So we have these works being carried on, and translation is an area where Professor Ilham Hossain and Paula Pisin, madam, they are working on this area. Are the similar research works being conducted in Africa, in your African languages, madam?
I would like to help Ini in this. Going back to my visit to the University of Uyo, Ini's University, in 2017, where I had presented a paper on the status of African literature in West Bengal. After my presentation, I was actually informed by a colleague over there who was fortunately a listener of my talk. He had actually said, when I had said that African literature in West Bengal has got a very marginal status, though it is there in the curriculum, it is not generally taken up. So he smiled and he had said that, don't worry, ma'am, because in Nigeria, we don't study Indian literature. So now, over to you, Ini.
We don't study what? What did he say? In Nigeria, we
don't study Indian literature. So you don't need to feel sad.
Yeah, that's what I articulated clearly earlier than now when I was talking. I said that there is next to no exposure, and that's why I advocated that there will be levels of collaborations after now, because different speakers today have established the reality that there are similarities, different aspects of the two cultures in terms of orature and the different aspects of culture as depicted in literature by Indian writers are what are visible in African literature.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the major difference is that scholars in India have been exposed extensively to African literature, and that's not the case the other way around at all. It is not. Are you hearing me? I hope you are hearing me.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
You are hearing me?
Yes,
Okay.
madam, you are audible. Yes.
All right. So I'm saying that African scholars are hardly exposed to Indian literary texts. And it's interesting also to see that African literary texts are being translated into Indian languages. I'm not sure that that obtains here, not. So I think that this particular exercise, this event, this webinar has opened up a new area of synergy that we all have to exploit also. And I've already noted what I'm going to continue in, as I'm going to continue discussions with Dr. Shaka and Dr. Kalapishan. So you guys should expect that several of us will be trying to work with you to get to know what's going on there, get to try to read some of the literature so that we can, if not the undergraduate students, we can expose our graduate students to literature from Asian cultures that can be compared with African literary works. I think I heard, the reception wasn't quite good, but I think I heard Dr. Shaka talk about African literary texts translated into African languages. Was that what you said? Or did you mean African languages?
Yeah, text translated into Bengali, into Indian languages. African texts are being translated into Indian languages.
No. No, I don't think that is that obtains. If it does obtain, then it must be very negligible. Rather, African literary texts could be translated from English to the mother tongue, and vice versa. Of course, you heard Professor Emeyonu talk about hundreds of literary texts in Igbo that are being translated into English. It can happen on those levels, but I'm very unfamiliar with African literary texts being translated to Indian languages. If at all, they will be very minimal. So that's why it is important that this should open up a new vista of explorations and examinations for contemporary African scholars to be able to create a bridge between African studies, African literary studies, and Indian literary studies because of the obvious similarities that have been articulated today by different presenters on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Inuko. Definitely, we will take up questions. Now, from the participants, any observation by the participants who have been present with us from 1 p.m. onwards, Indian Standard Time? For the last 7 hours, they have been with us. Participants, any questions, observations regarding this webinar?
Yes. Sir, can I come in?
Yes,
can I come in?
Please join. Please join. Please join.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a wonderful effort on your part to put up such a huge webinar. I'm Dr. Nilanjan Chakravarty from Kolkata. Well, my question is, I don't know whether Dr. Chandrane Biswas is still there, but and just ma'am, I just want to ask you that, we know that Africa was colonized both by the British as also by the French. Now, is there any comparative study which sort of tries to look at the difference in experience of the colonized subject in the Anglophonic world and in the Francophonic world? Surely their experiences as colonized subjects will differ as a part of the Francophone world, as also as a part of the Anglophone world. So is there any comparative study to look at the differences between the two?
Well, there definitely have been doctoral theses on the comparative aspects between the Anglophone African literary works and those parts of Africa which had been colonized by the French, so the Francophone works. And there are critical texts available, but as pointed out by ma'am and also by our other academicians specializing in this area, as you've been watching, there has been a paucity of texts. Yes, Kolapi, you'll agree, no? That there has been a paucity of texts, critical texts. So unless, we really explore further, and we have seminars of this kind, as Dr. Shubhabrata Sarkar, it's a path-breaking seminar that has been organized 2 days. Absolutely. Then we can have. But of course, there have been and the Department of Comparative Literature also, there has been work, and also in Hyderabad, I'm aware that there are works. Yes.
I would like to add the University of Jadavpur's journal in general also has works on African literature.
And thank you, Nilanjan, for your question, and also for attending the seminar. Nilanjan was also a former very bright student of St. Xavier's College. So he's now a professor in his own right, and he's also organizing webinars. So thank you, Nilanjan. That's great.
Thank you. We also have students from Dhaka City College, Rishi Bankim Chandra College, students from University of Nigeria, and the students from University of UO. So we would like to request the students participants. Have any questions? We also have faculty member, Dr. Shijani Rai. Yes.
Yes. No, I was just wondering that I could just address this to Dr. Kolapishin. Since, like, ma'am, you were talking so extensively about this, the system of bribery, which works in both, as we can see in both, which comes forward in Things Fall Apart, and then goes over, in a very detailed description in No Longer It Is. So when I was reading the text, this is just, just a brief observation. It came to me that Achebe makes it very clear that this entire system of bribery is something that the colonial system actually brought along when it came to Nigeria. So that is something like the kind of administrative system that the village had before the colonizers came in. Maybe that was a very different kind of an administrative system from what the white colonizers could actually think about. But still, it was a very particularly layered society that, Okonkwo and others were a part of. But after this onslaught of colonialism, first we come to know, the readers come to know, that there are these instances of bribing which is coming along. So I just thought of, since yours was such an elaborate presentation on all those instances of how this very practice of bribery is kind of delineating this mindset of the colonized Nigerian man. So I just thought of, how you look into this, that, how Achebe takes in that the system of bribery itself was something that colonialism brought along, which is not really over there in the traditional Igbo society.
Thank you, Srijani. There is one novel that Professor, if you had been there during the keynote session, that is the first Igbo novel, Pitan Mona's Omenuko. I'm sure you are not aware of it. But the story goes, it's based on a real story, where the story goes as in that a merchant who used to work as an apprentice. Ini is smiling because she knows the story and she'll be a better narrator of the story, I'm sure. But I'm just briefing it for you and the others who I'm sure are not aware of. Where the merchant goes to sell his products, and his products are carried by some boys from the neighboring village and all. And there is a huge flood, rain, and that causes flood. And while traveling, they are traveling through a bridge, and the bridge collapses. With the collapse of the bridge, the people who were carrying the goods fall into the river, and the goods are totally drowned. Fine. What does this person, Omenuko, who's the trader, do? He thinks that he cannot go back to his own homeland without making profit, right? So what he does, now see, this is a novel set in the pre-colonial Igbo society. The colonizers haven't come in yet officially, okay? Now, this person is an Igbo, who has not confronted Christianity or the white masters and all. Okay. Now, what he thinks is that since he cannot make profit out of the goods he had brought with him, he will not suffer a loss. So what does he do? He sells off the people who were carrying the goods with them. He sells off these human beings vis-a-vis slavery. Slavery is an issue which is there in the pre-colonial society. Okay. And later on, that slavery, due to bribe, corruption, and the desire to become rich, had definitely enveloped the lives in a greater intensity of the Igbos after the white colonizers come in. The reason being, more money, more power. Okay, now coming back to your question regarding Achebe, this concept of selling of humans into slave trade was there. Concept of bribery was also there. Definitely what Achebe does is he brings in, because see, he was trying, this is my personal interpretation, of course, there must be other interpretations too. When he was trying to project the African society in his design of things, he was actually trying to show how a culture, in the beginning of the session, Professor Emenyonu had referred to that quotation from Achebe himself. I'm sorry, I don't want to quote him because I don't exactly remember the words of Achebe, but what Achebe said was, without quotes, that Africans did not hear of culture for the first time from the Europeans. Okay, and that is what Achebe was trying to show. In his, if you look at Things Fall Apart, it is the only novel which is divided into 3 parts. The other 4 novels are divided into chapters, but not parts as such. In the 3 parts, we see that first part, he deals with Okonko and his and the Igbo life in the traditional village, where Achebe delineates all the beautiful rituals and also the brutal rituals of traditional culture, like throwing away of the twins and the untouchables and all. Okay, similarly, when he moves on to the 3rd section, the portion you are talking about, that appears in the 3rd section of the novel. Okay, towards the last section of the novel, where Achebe shows how, with the colonizers, bribery had entered in a greater extent among the native people. Of course, there is no mention of corruption like Omenuko in the pre-colonial society, but of course it does come in, rather I should say it does become visible with the coming in of the colonizers, and then slowly and steadily as the foothold of the colonizers becomes strong and the natives gain slowly but steadily, they gain a lot of power. So corruption also becomes more ingrained, I should say, more prominent, because if one side of the coin is power, then the other side has to be corruption, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Kolapishan. Yes, the common areas around. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shijani Roy and Dr. Kolapishan. So students are also there with us. Students, if any observation, students from the University of Nigeria, students from the University of UO, Dhaka City College, Rishi College, the silent majority. So can I have some observation or questions from your side? Students from Rishi College. Yes, please unmute your mic and say. So this is the last round that we are coming to, vote of thanks. So instead of vote of thanks, I want my students at Rishi College to say a few words regarding this webinar. What kind of research interests have been developed in you through this webinar? So students from Rishi College who are there. Students from Nigeria, University of Nigeria. Yes. Students from University of UO. Actually, the paper presenters had opened so many new areas, starting from the first lecture that was delivered today by professors, and the lectures really made us aware of so many interesting areas. So Ernest and Emmanuel is a father figure in the world of African literature and criticism. So his lecture on Chinua Achebe and the art of the novel, mediums, and message on things fall apart really opened us into new vistas. So sir has given this plenary session the necessary force. So students from different universities who attended the lectures, please, if you have any observations, questions, please unmute your mic and make observations. So it is the voice of the silent majority that we want to hear now. We have heard long from our speakers.
There is one question which is being flashed. I would like to bring that to your notice, Professor Sharkar. I'm sure the stalwarts would like to answer this. I am quoting the question. Please, what is the place of culture in a global world where the people are hybrid, existing in third spaces, bracket, bhaba, full stop? Are there still indigenous cultures in Africa and by extension in the world? This question has come from Shinyera Ebuta.
May I come in?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's an interesting question, but it is an issue that exercised part of my own lecture. You know, the sense of culture as a thing of the past. That is how culture is often presented, but I don't think it is correct. My own thinking is that we are the culture, the present. Culture is evolving, and we are evolving with it. So, you know, in Nigeria, when they speak of Igbo culture, they present, you know, things that are effectively relics, you know. But I don't think that that is realistic. the real thing is that the Igbo people are evolving, they are changing. They are under the influence of various things, and they are changing. There are cultures that have been isolated, sometimes deliberately isolated, so that change is minimal. But many cultures are open to change. They are interacting. There's no clear there are no guidelines. People are changing. People are learning things, and their behavior patterns are adjusting along the way. And people are seeing what they didn't see before. Technology is influencing people, and people are responding to all these influences. And I think that the culture is the sum total of what is happening to people and what people are doing now. That is how I see it. And in that case, culture is evolutionary. It is not something, fixed and stabilized in the past, and something we can always look back to and identify as the same. I do not think that, apart from some of the people in northern Europe, far north of Europe, and in America, north and south, that where we have people who for some reason have remained in their ancient cultural environment, that is not happening, I think, across the board in Africa. Africa willy-nilly is driven in the conveyor belt of so-called modernization, and everybody is hitched on that belt, and people are changing along the way. So that's what I would say. I do not think that people should live in the distant past. What was done in the past, yes, it's part of us, but it should be. I do not think that my grandfather or people of his age would recognize us today as as copies of themselves as such. They shouldn't. There have been influences in our lives. We have gone to school, we have got the kind of education they never thought of. That education, what has transformed us and must transform us, and we don't decide how that transformation will look, but we are living it, and we are transforming as we go along. And the people who are coming after us, they are also changing, advancing further than ourselves. Unfortunately, I think that is how culture goes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra. So,
yes.
Sir, can you be with us? Umanwa has come, sir. ONG, please unmute your mic and please present your paper. Sir, one more paper presentation. Yesterday, Umunwa did not have that opportunity to present paper. So, can we allow him to present his paper? Just a short one. So, kindly, sir, chair the session.
Can I contribute?
And if you please allow him. Yeah. Oneji Nanji will present his paper. A short paper, yes, sir. Please. Yeah, start. Please start. Unmute your mic, please.
Paper presentation আজকে কেন করতে দিই?
Yeah, yesterday because of network issues he could not get the space. So today he has been sitting from the morning to present his paper. So if you please allow, let us hear his paper too. We have been very accommodating, all the scholars and the researchers. You have been there with us for the last 7-8 hours. Please unmute your mic, sir, please. Please unmute your mic, sir. Umunna, Oneji, Anaji, please unmute your mic, sir. Unmute your mic, please, sir. Yes, unmute your mic. At the bottom of the screen, Yeah, unmute your mic, please, sir. Please unmute your mic, sir. It's not unmute. Please unmute, sir. Mic is not working, sir. The microphone at the bottom screen, sir, is that one? So we'll get students while he's fixing his technical problem regarding the mic. An observation from students.
Hello, can you hear me?
Students,
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, 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 we can hear you, sir. Please make your presentation, sir, please.
Thank you for accepting me after all the network problems, sir. I'm presenting on the topic, impact of man-made tragedies in the African traditional society, a case study of Elecha Amadi's The Great Pond. May I begin, sir? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Continue, sir, please. Professor Achebe is chairing the session. Please, sir.
Of structuralism underscores a study of the cultural contraction of the identification of meaning according to the relationship of sign that contributes to the meaning spectrum of the culture. By this, he implies that meaning is not in itself the identification of sign with objects in the real world, but in general, but is generated rather by differences among signs in the signifying system relationship among signs as indicated in the definition above are of two sorts, cognitive and constitutionality, the axis of combination and selection. This perhaps might be obtainable in all grammar, or it is compelled by the ability to know something through another, etc. For instance, the meaning of the word man, boy, and woman are established by the relationship to one another in a field of meaning. They are all human beings by the common relationship of positive human, that is plus human. But what constitutes man, boy, and woman are in themselves established through differences, viz. Plus adult, minus adult, and plus adult respectively. This study sets to examine the use of traditional codes to dramatize signified tragic effects of human greed on his society in the study of Elecha Amadi's Great Pond. Structuralism believes that meaning is found in the relationship among the various components of the system. They believe that a proper study of literature involves any inquiry into the condition surrounding the act of interpretation itself, and not the in-depth investigation of individual works, since individuals can articulate those values and system of the society. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
We can hear you, sir. Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay,
please continue. Please continue.
Let me continue, sir. It therefore suggests that the concentration of critique should be on the grammar of the system of rules, and that system of rules that governs literary interpretations with instances on the system of literature, not individual work itself. Ferdinand Suso, the the proponent of this theory maintains that literature is a construction of a sort whose constructive realities are located in the language it is composed. In other words, plot, setting, character, etc. are organized in a pattern that gives them a finishing structure. Suzo postulated a language that primarily creates foundational rules covering all aspects of language, including the sound the speaker uses to achieve meaningful combinations within the use of language. By this, he refers to how sounds convey meaning by colorful combination. He established differences between language lang and language parole. In this view, lang is the underlying system of convention, sign, code, structure, form, and rule of the language that is mastered and shared by all the speakers. Parole, on the other hand, is an individual actual utterance which any speaker could generate. He believes that it is the task of the linguist. It is the task of the linguist to infer a language lang to the analysis of many instances of parole. This, he believes, is the proper study of linguistics, not the individual utterances, parole, in brackets, of its speakers. Arbitrariness of sign is the basis of Suzo's theory. This is well understood at the level of the signifier and the signified. Suzo maintains that the relationship between signifier and the signified is arbitrary. There is no direct reference. There is no direct reference of any symbol without the concept of that symbol object already bold in mind. Language users, for instance, refer the symbol house to a concrete house because of the conception of house already in their mind. Without the conception of the conception in the mind resulting from the already established definition of the particular term by a language community, the symbol house, which is parole, could be referred to another thing. It means that the speaker of the language has simply agreed that the written or spoken sound or symbol represented by a house would equal to concept of house in the mind. So this Suzo concludes that neither is there any natural link between the signifier and the signified, nor is there any natural relationship between the linguistic sign and what it represents. Entity that exists in language. Entity that exists in language, he argues, does not have uniform meaning from one language to another. Following Suzo's view about literature being a construction of codes, it therefore demands that writers be careful to identify certain visual and iconic codes in works of literature, as that will provide them with the pointer required for the analysis they propose to carry out in any literary text. Elechamadi carefully furnished readers with several traditional codes that determine the meaning expected to be deduced from the novel The Great Pond. Where there is a visual substance in Elechamadi's The Great Pond, the meaning is confirmed by being submerged into a linguistic message, so that the part of the iconic message encoded in terms of structural relationship is either redundant or taken up by the linguistic system. As for the collection of objects, visual enjoy the status of meaning only in situations where they are made to pass through a relay of the language of the text as the only meaningful medium where the signifier are extracted in forms of nomenclature or name, while their signified are inferred in form of usage or reasoning. Prominent traditional codes that assign meaning in the great font are stated as follow. We have underneath, we have the signified and we have the signifier. Under the signified, we have things like hoodlums, criminal attacking the font. The signifier is poachers. Then we have heroism under signified, heroism and legendary. Under signifier, we have top of the eagle feather. We have further, we have under signified, the hero tragic flaw, death literally. Then the signifier is manhood, as used in the novel. Under signified, we have supernatural forces, nemesis, as the signifier in the novel is wojo, a disease mentioned by the writer. Under signified, we have abduction of 2 women from Cholu. The signifier happened to be 2 flightless birds. Then we have under signified, Wago's attack on Olumba, the protagonist. Then the signifier was the descending spider that Ezediala met. We have another one as the loss of the great pond, which was the climax of the explanation that Elichamadi has to give in the novel. The signifier is the falling kola nut, as the Igbo tradition depicts. We have another aspect, social implication of human greed in Elichamadi's The Great Pond. The Great Pond dramatizes the tragic concept that strategically divide the novel into two parts. The first part is a set of symbolic tragedy which is individualistic. The other is the overall tragedy that is communal rather than being individualistic. The latter could be interpreted as the symbolism of the individual tragedy. Individual tragedy shows up on the plot and encompasses the whole story, weaving catastrophe on until the climax of the story is attained. This condition makes the second set of tragedy episodic, compelling it to depend on the timeless activities of the individual tragedy. Inside bracket, we have individual tragedy becomes the orchestrator of the communal tragedy. It directly reveals the traditional archetype where the gods themselves decide the affairs of man. By one incident bringing about another, the novel presents a set of tragedy where one is the signifier and the other is the signified. The novel opens with the activities of criminal poachers in the pond, the great pond of Wagaba. They have come from Aliakoro, a village in the neighborhood of Cholu. This creates a task for Cholu warriors under the command of Olumba, the protagonist. In the advice of Ezediala, Olumba and his men apprehended the illegal poachers, and the people of Aliakoro have to come to Cholu for their ransom. The claim of these hoodlums and the term of their release place the communities in a crossroad. Place the communities at a crossroad, rather. Each has a difficult choice of accepting that the pond belongs to the other. It becomes a very difficult decision to make. Wago, the warlord from Aliakoro, could not allow his chief to accept defeat. He rather threatened fire and brimstone if the poachers are released under any condition, especially if the condition should deny them ownership of the great pond. Battle line is drawn here as Olumba too would not let go. The meeting ended in rancor. Where peace is unattainable, the inevitability of war is usually not an option, but a choice. The choice to go to war is made unequivocally through the unspecified speech by Ezekiel. Thus, time obscures many things, but time also establishes many things. That you have not fought us for 30 years is proof enough that the pond of Nwagaba belonged to us. You get that on page 87. War is the instrument that should alter the plot structure, the plot sequence of the novel, of this novel, but rather than alter it, it strengthens the seeming intentionally segmented plot condition. Activities of the war creates opportunity for various signifying actions and their corresponding signified actions. Olumba showed himself a brave warrior by advancing on his less assailant mercilessly, actions which rewarded him with a drink from the horn of eagle feathers. Olumba becomes reputed in the eyes of Cholu population. It is obvious in the voice of Nyoma that when she said, "Who else in this village can play the part you play? We are proud of you." Page 127. Ikechi suddenly appears on the list of heroes after he has hatched the ball. He too becomes legible to drink from
please draw your conclusion, please. Yes.
The tale of heroism is the tale of heroism.
Can you please draw conclusion, please?
Because action of bravery, as he is found always stealing moments to strike. Not much is related about Wago in this novel. All that one can find clearly is that the war is not in his favor. The events in the novel continue to unfold. It becomes apparent that the elevation to greatness as experienced through Olumba and Ikechi heroism is symbolic.
Thank you, Onaji.
For certain flaws orchestrated by supernatural.
Onaji, can you please,
can you hear me?
Sir, please draw your conclusion, sir. Sir, actually, we are running out of time. The network issues are there. So please draw your conclusion, sir. Amishi Akanva, sir, was waiting. Yeah, please draw your conclusion, sir.
Now, in conclusion, sir, the serious strategic arrangement of the Great Pond is targeted at dramatizing the effect of human greed at the expense of life, and the dominant peace that should bind the human society together. The novel reveals that humans intentionally pervert judgment to favor themselves or people they hold dear to heart. We see this in Ezekiel's insistence on the ownership of the pond. No clear information is seen till the end of the novel, not even any of the author's notes conveying the real owner of the pond. Greed also is seen in the attitude of Wago, who, for the sake of claiming the pond to the people of Adakoro, submits himself to several inhuman acts. The only irreversible character here is nature. Nature employs the supernatural to execute the judgment and to prove its unlimited power. It prevails over every other forces in the novel, and its judgment remains the perfect one. To end every cause, the pawn has to be redeemed. The pawn, rather, has to be rendered useless to the villagers. Elechamadi in this case tried to let us know that African society is traditionally blessed, and anytime any community or any kingdom or any king or any character decides to go contrary to the tradition already set by the ancestors, the community is going to face the wrath of the gods. For instance, as he placed it, the great pond of Wagaba was older than the entire communities. Nobody living there could easily say that the pond belongs to them. Ezediana, for instance, said his knowledge was limited to 30 years. In that case, he does not have the effrontery to make claim of the pond, since he does not have concrete history of the pond beyond 30 years. Anything could happen. The pond might have belonged to the nearby community, but because Ezediana has the limited knowledge of the pond existing for 30 years without war, he claimed it, and as a result, there was war. Whenever there is an amicable resolution of conflict before it moves to war, it says that nature will come to play its course, and as a result, there won't be war.
Thank you.
I wish to tell us that African society values our tradition, our culture, our norms, and that is what builds us.
Omunna, sir,
whenever these things are tampered with, any of them.
Hello, Omunna, sir. Please conclude, sir.
Sir,
please draw a conclusion, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Sir, we are actually running out of time. Web time is very short, sir. And Professor Nicholas Akanwa is chairing the session, sir. He has been there with us for last 8 hours. Sir, please conclude. Please conclude, sir.
The
conclusion
was what I've just gave. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah,
drawing from the tragic sequence of the sequence of Ezediana had his highest tragedy by mismanaging the kola nut in position. The kola nut in England is not traditionally hallowed. In fact, it represents the spirit because it is the instrument the Igbos used to reckon on their spirit. So for a king to handle the kola nut and eventually it falls out of his hand, is a clear indication that he has decimated the culture blessed by nature in the land. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Dr. Omunna. Well, for your paper, a discussion of the Great Ponds by Elechamadi. That is very welcome. We noted the excursion into Ferdinand de Saussure's theory of language and his sign theory, and you were able to show that there is a layered structure in the Great Ponds on the signifier level and the signified level. So thank you very much. Let me hand back to Dr. Saha. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
You're welcome.
Amachi Akwan, yes, sir, for chairing this session. Chairing this session. I've been demanding too much from you all, scholars, researchers, legendary teachers, critics, and professors. So the time is now for the students to ask questions. Any questions, observations from the students? This is the last round, the slog hours of the day. So we have already spent 8 hours together today. Any student, any observation from University of Nigeria, University of UO, Rishi Chandra College, City College Dhaka? Any observation, please? Unmute your mic and say.
Yes, I thought I saw Ijoma a moment ago. Is she still there? Ijoma from UNN, Ijoma, and then no Lisa. Maybe she's left. Dr. Krusa, do you want to say something?
Yes, Dr.
Put on
Krusa.
your
Unmute your mic, please, Dr.
your mic.
Unmute your mic, please, sir, Dr. Krusa.
Put on your mic.
Hello.
Yes, yes.
No, there's not.
Yes, yes.
Now you're audible.
Yes.
And good afternoon to participants in this webinar. I really want to appreciate I have learned a lot from this webinar, and I wish that it will be a continuous process whereby scholars of this circuit will come together and continue to deliberate on issues. When actually, Mr. Akonya is my teacher, he supervised my work, and through him, got a lot of things. I remember one of the lectures he had with us, he kept pushing on the issue of world literature, and he said, go to India, you will find a lot of things on world literature so that you will concentrate your knowledge of literary works. And I think it's one of the things that is becoming a matter among the matters rising in this webinar. I wish to another situation where we could have something of this nature that comparative work between African works and Indian works. But I sincerely appreciate the organizers of this webinar and all the participants. It was wonderful being in your midst. I learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kusa. Thank you. Yes.
With us, students from Rishi Bankim College too. Shumita Dasto is there. Rinkita Shah. You have any observation? Indrita Roy, you are also there. Yes. Students from Rishi Bankim College. Make your observations regarding this webinar. Inuku, madam, you want to say something? Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Can I go on?
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Okay. Chinyere, are you still around? Dr.
Yes,
can you say something? You've witnessed this session. You were with us part of yesterday. In what ways have all of these been of benefit to you? And what do you think are the prospects? Chinyere? Dr. Ebuta? Can you unmute and go on, please?
Please unmute your mics.
Dr. Ebuta, unmute your mic.
Yeah.
Go to the bottom of your screen and unmute.
So again, there are some network issues probably. So on. Some network issues are there.
Dr. Ebuta.
So we are
unmute.
So I came online. It was just to make sure that they have finished the voting. They were just.
So our actually, because of the networking issues, the problems are now cropping up. It has already been 7.5 hours of our interaction. So any observation from? Yes. Are you there? Yes, please unmute your mic and say, yeah. Please continue. So again, the network issues, it's got disconnected. So students from Rishi Bankim College, any observation you want to make? So now the time is for me to convey the vote of thanks. Can I proceed with my vote of thanks?
Hello, yes, thank you.
Can I?
Yes, please unmute your mic. Radia Jahan, please. Radia Jahan, please.
Hello there. Of Dhaka City College. I have a little bit of idea of African literature, but I could gather or connect with what I've heard from the last 2 days, today and yesterday. I could gather that I could connect with discrimination and between the colors, discrimination and gender discrimination, and colonization and women empowerment and cultures of Africa. But my question is there any book that I could read about women empowerment in African culture?
Yes, this question is for Professor Inaugural, or yeah, Dr. Kolapishan can also respond. Dr. Chandra is also there. There are so many good books on gender issues on African studies.
And also women empowerment, sir.
Dr. Sean, can you?
Yeah,
Dr. Kolapishan?
Yes, Ini, there was internet issues. I couldn't hear the question actually. Radia, could you please?
I wanted to know if I could read books about some women empowerment in African culture.
Books definitely are available, but of course, I'm not sure whether they are available in Bangladesh as much. But I think you can personally contact, since you are from Dhaka City College, I think Professor Ilham Hussain will be the right person you contact. Because books are available in India. It's not that books are not available, because we, Professor Chandra and I, we were talking about the availability of books. Now they are definitely available. But in other cases, I think you can just contact Dr. Ilham Hussain. He will be able to enlighten you regarding the availability of books in Dhaka.
Thank you.
I'm sure during the Ekushe Boimala you will be getting, and another book is coming out celebrating Chinua Achebe's this thing from UPL, United Publishers Limited, which is one of the best as far as I know. So since they are bringing out, since UPL, I'm talking about UPL, since UPL is bringing out a book on Chinua Achebe especially, I'm sure they are working on other African writers and other aspects of African literature, of course, because Bangladesh and the syllabi, rather, I should say, in the institutes there, as far as I know, have African literature. So with the inclusion of them in the academic curriculum, I'm sure books will be available. Or else, one thing I can personally suggest, that is, you can just open a personal free account on JSTOR, because JSTOR has some good articles on various issues. Of course, women writers and African literature related to women writers is, of course, one issue where you can get a lot of material on. Thank you.
Dr. Chandani Vishwas, please unmute your mic. Dr. Chandani Vishwas will say something. Yes. Dr. Chandani Vishwas, please unmute your mic. Yes. Unmute your mic, please, madam. Dr. Chandani Vishwas, madam. Unmute your mic, please. Please unmute your mic. Unmute your mic, please. It's not on. So, Radia Jahan, your question is well answered. So, Professor Ilham Hussain is the right person to contact, and you will be getting the books. Yeah,
I've unmuted. Kolapi is right in saying that access to books will be best if she herself approaches her professor, who is so well equipped. But on the other hand, there are books like the tradition of women writings in Africa, Mary Evans. Then you have Janet Bujra, the women and economic changes in Africa, and there are references to literary texts also. Then you have certain journals available, West Africa Review, where you have lots of works. And ma'am, I think, is the best person who can enlighten you in this regard. There are plenty of books on African women writers, in particular on Buchi Emecheta, Flora Noapa, all of them. Interviews with Buchi Emecheta are available, and then you can open the account in JSTOR That I think is a very good solution. But books are available in India, but in Bangladesh, whether they are available, their availability, that is, you have to check with your department. But there are a lot of books.
Yeah.
Okay, black feminism and different aspects of
And
on all.
you know what, especially with internet, as Professor Uko had been saying, that because the entire platform is now becoming online, so
Right, right.
definitely more material will
More
be
material.
available
Lots of
online
them.
very soon. As it
Very
is, you won't be able to finish the amount of reading material you will get online.
Thank you, madam. Thank you
Absolutely.
for the information. From Rishi Bankim Chandra College, any student to make any observation? So the last portion is for me. We are running out of time. So vote of thanks. I'm supposed to deliver the vote of thanks for this international webinar on African literature, orature, and culture. So any other observation anyone has to make, especially the students of Rishi Bankim Chandra College, faculty members, our honorable head of the department, Dr. Devashish Sengupta, sir. So any observation you have to make, sir? So can I proceed with the vote of thanks and conclude the session, sir, please, with your kind permission? Can I proceed?
Yes, I believe we should conclude the seminar now. It's almost 8 hours. I've heard the entire proceedings and it has been a very enlightening one. I presume we should conclude the session.
Thank you, Dr. Sengupta. Without your support, this entire international webinar could not have started. So as the head of the Department of English, Rishi Bankim Chandra College, Dr. Devashish Sengupta has been the main inspiration, giving us strength and encouragement. So first vote of thanks goes to him. I would like to thank the principal, Rishi Bankim Chandra College, Dr. Sanjib Saha, for his inspiration, guidance for the last 15 years. He has been guiding this Department of English, and the last 74 years of the college, we have been able to develop this college into one of the most prominent colleges of India and trying to reach the world and the global standards. Thank you, sir, for your encouragement and inspiration. I would like to thank the collaborators. First of all, the West Bengal State University, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Professor Bashop Chaudhary, sir, and also Honorable Head of the Department and the Convener Board of Studies, Department of English, UG and PG Studies of Rishi Bankim Chandra College, as well as Head of the Department, West Bengal State University, Dr. Chandrava Chakravarty, madam, who had kindly given her time for this plenary session with her welcome address. I would like to thank the authorities as well as especially the Professor Iniuko from the University of UO, Nigeria, for giving us the support and collaborating us with this entire process. The students and the faculty members, they have actively participated in this international webinar. And really, this webinar has become a webinar of international standard with international scholars and especially students who have participated energetically and given papers for this seminar. I'm indebted to Professor Inuko for staying with us from last day from 1 to 9 p.m. Today from 1 to, it's already 8:45 p.m. I'm thankful to Professor Nicholas Akanwa, a leading name in the field of African studies, Professor Nicholas Akanwa, and his guidance support, and University of Nigeria, Nsukka, for supporting us with collaboration, faculty members of University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and the students who have collaborated with us. Dr. Elam Hossain, who has been a guiding force for this international webinar, his support, and the collaboration of Dhaka City College, and the students who have actively participated. Thank you, Jahan, for at least entering into the screen and asking a question at the fag end of the seminar. So we have these 4 collaborating institutions working together in the field of African studies. I hope that this collaboration will go on and go on forever. So this African studies should be promoted along with Indian studies, and more bridges should be there between African studies and Indian studies, Indian literary studies. I'm thankful to Dr. Kolapishen. Special mention should be made to Dr. Kolapishen for her necessary logistic input, critical input, and the choice of the resource person. The choice of the resource person was brilliant. Dr. Kolapishen, without the necessary support of your critical insight and the entire planning and going through the webinar details minutely, even rectifying at the wee hours of the day, early morning 3:45, and correcting the draft of the webinar brochures. Thank you, madam, for supporting this webinar. Successful. I'm thankful to the speakers today who have given their precious time for this seminar, especially to Ernest N. Emmanuel, Emeritus Professor of African Studies and Editor of African Literature today from University of Michigan, Flint. So his opening session, keyword address after the welcome address of Professor Chandrava Chakravarty was excellent. So Professor Ernest Emmanuel, so he is 80 plus and the youngest among us all participants, the youngest of all the participants, working at 3:30 a.m. American Standard Time and delivering his keynote address lecture. I'm grateful to him, and I must pay my respect tribute to Professor Dr. Pradip Ranjan Sengupta, visiting faculty of Rishi Bankim Chandra College, Department of English. I'm thankful to the speakers who are present, who presented their papers. I'm thankful to Dr. Swati Bhattacharya, whose presentation was really very charming and excellent presentation, insightful reading of the text. Dr. Amechi Nicolas Akanwas, actually your critical insights into the literary text has given us the impetus to carry forward African studies. As Dr. Kolapishen said, that these are student-friendly. Students can really interact with the text. I'm thankful to Dr. Sneha Kaur Chaudhary, her analysis of Athol Fugard's play, My Children, My Africa, and her presentation was really brilliant presentation, well researched. So she's a promising researcher in this field of African study, and she will be contributing a lot. And we will be waiting for her contributions. And we are also very thankful to Dr. Chandrani Vishwas. Okay, her critical paper on politics of otherhood in, as I say, Buchi Emecheta's work, The Second Class Citizen and Destination Biafra, was, madam, really illuminating. I did not have that advantage of attending your classes, but today I felt the pulse why Dr. Shijori Roy appreciates you so much. Thank you, madam, for being with us, supporting us. I'm thankful to all the faculty member of my department, especially to the colleagues with whom we have been working for a long time. Dr. Devashish Sen Gupta, head of our department, with whom I have been working for the last 22 years.